Crossing his arms, the man asked if anyone recognized where they were. He introduced himself as Carl, a mercenary. Another man, lost in thought, said his name was Lyle, a carpenter from Edora, and admitted he had no idea where they were. A frightened young man, eyes squeezed shut, stammered out that he was Grit, a stall owner from House Saya, and he didn't know how he got here. A girl named Jenna turned her gaze away, confused, and said she lived deep in a forest but didn't recognize this place at all. Then, confidently, another guy spoke up. His name was Han, a farmer. He added that he also remembered nothing. All around the area, people's voices filled the air. Some said it must be a dream. Others confessed they couldn't recall anything. The three men exchanged uneasy glances when someone nearby suggested a magician had brought them here for experiments. But Lyle stayed deep in thought and said it was obvious. They were all from Tayanir, and they needed to piece together their facts to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a girl zipped between the group, joyfully flying around and asking what everyone was doing. She happily declared that the master had opened a rift in space and time, and everyone should get ready for battle. Two men stared at the small, flying figure in shock. One of them leaned closer and asked in disbelief who she was. The girl introduced herself as Isil, the guardian fairy of this place, warning them not to pick a fight if they valued their lives. Carl stepped forward, scowling, and demanded if she was the one who brought them here. Isil brushed him off without answering, pulling out her sword instead. Carl grew angrier, accusing her of kidnapping them and refusing to explain anything. Deciding he had enough, he gritted his teeth and prepared to make her talk. Isil sighed and told him to stop before he did something he would regret. Ignoring her, Carl tightened his grip on his sword and shouted that she was getting cocky for a tiny creature. Isil smirked, asking if this was bravery or just plain foolishness. Carl, fueled by rage, charged toward her. In an instant, he froze, eyes wide. His body crumpled to the ground, his head severed, blood pooling around him. A system message popped up. The man had gotten too worked up and died by suicide. Everyone around stared in horror. With a cold voice, Isil reminded them. She had warned him. Those who listened could only stare at her in wide-eyed terror. The fairy faced the group, warning them not to even think about raising a hand against her, or they'd meet the same end. She said it was simple self-defense. As everyone stood frozen on the field, panic suddenly broke out. People scattered, screaming in disbelief that the mercenary was truly dead. Isil glanced away in surprise when a system window appeared before her, announcing that the group had been officially formed and it was time to move the heroes into free slots. Looking up, the fairy smiled, realizing the master had finally decided to begin. Scanning the crowd, Isil called out for everyone to prepare themselves. Standing near a large door, she raised her voice and commanded the rift to open. The heavy doors creaked, and a glowing portal slowly appeared. The people stared, frozen in fear, unsure of what was waiting for them. With a bright smile, Isil pointed at the portal, telling them to step through if they didn't want to end up like the mercenary. Someone near her hesitated, starting to protest. Han stepped forward, frustration clear in his voice, asking Isil to request the master for some weapons. He explained that they were only at 1 star and didn't even have basic gear, yet they were supposed to climb a tower. Jenna looked at him, confused, wondering what tower he was even talking about. Isil glanced thoughtfully at Carl's lifeless body, realizing that Han had a point. Tapping on her invisible keyboard, she sent a request to the master, asking if the heroes could be provided with equipment. Lyle, wide-eyed and nervous, leaned toward Han and asked if he actually knew anything about this place. Han answered calmly that he hadn't been here in a very long time. Moments later, system windows popped up in front of everyone, announcing that swords and bows had been distributed. Watching Han carefully, Jenna finally started to realize how serious this was. They needed to be ready. Pointing toward a nearby house, Han shouted for everyone to head to the arsenal and grab their weapons because things were about to start. People chased after him, desperately asking what battle he was talking about and what beginning he meant. Panic filled the area. Everyone shouted that they weren't ready to fight, that they couldn't fight at all. Inside the arsenal, rows of weapons were lined up. People frantically grabbed whatever they could, trying to prepare for the unknown. Moments later, everyone came out of the arsenal, now fully equipped. Isil, grinning, stood beside the portal, pointing straight at it and shouting for the group to move forward. Someone hesitantly reached out, hand brushing against the glowing portal. The others, tense and nervous, stared at it in disbelief until the fairy barked at them again to hurry up. Jenna watched in surprise as Han grabbed a flimsy shield. Deciding it was better to stick together, she walked over to him and asked if he knew what was waiting behind the gates and why they needed weapons in the first place. Han let out a frustrated sigh, eyes dropping to the ground. He said it was too many questions at once, but all they needed to know was that they were being sent into an arena to fight enemies, and the rest didn't matter. As they hesitated, a system window appeared, announcing that one woman had already left their world. Seconds later, more notifications popped up. Almost the entire group had died. Han glanced at the windows and muttered that he hadn't expected much from a bunch of 1-stars anyway. Isil frowned as she saw the notification, confirming that one group had been completely wiped out. Even Han was a little surprised it happened so fast. Isil, growing irritated, heard the master's command telling the surviving heroes to move into the free slots. Han realized it was their turn now. Meanwhile, Jenna was still wondering why no one had come back through the portal. One man, trembling, approached Isil and begged her to show mercy because he was suffering from arthritis. Jenna noticed how calm Han stayed through all of it. Grabbing the man's clothes, Jenna shouted that they needed to stick together if they wanted any chance of survival. Without waiting, the group stepped into the portal. Behind them, Isil's voice echoed, telling them they could do it. Their feet hit solid ground. Jenna and the others glanced around, wide-eyed, taking in their new surroundings. Confused voices filled the air as they tried to figure out where they were. High above, they spotted writing on the walls of a massive building. The door marked it as the first floor of the main dungeon. Han stood tall, eyes focused, as the system window flashed a new message. The gate was about to open, and they needed to prepare. He quickly rallied the group, shouting at everyone not to panic. Suddenly, everything shifted. The light grew brighter, and they found themselves standing in a completely new world. Grass swayed under a calm, open sky, but fear gripped the group as they realized they were now in the middle of a wide field. Confused, the heroes asked where they had ended up. Before they could react, goblins began charging at them. The monsters' levels flashed above their heads, and a system message appeared. Defeat your enemies. Watching the monsters close in, Han shouted for everyone to stick together. If they didn't fight, they were dead. But as soon as the goblins came closer, panic hit. The heroes turned and ran, fear overwhelming them. Han stood there, speechless, not even sure what to say. Jenna screamed, glancing around wildly, asking where the old man had disappeared to. A system window popped up, showing that Jenna was gripped by fear, and her stats had dropped by 30%. The old man was already sprinting away, shouting that he felt much better now. 3 more guys bolted after him. New system messages flashed, confirming that fear had reduced their stats by 30% too. Jenna turned her head and saw them crash straight into a wall. They stared, stunned, realizing they were trapped. There was no way out. One of the men banged on the wall with a shield, shouting angrily to be let out. Han looked back at the scene, mocking them, calling them pathetic cowards. Jenna, still shaken, locked eyes with Han, trying to stay calm. She asked if killing all the goblins would open the way out. Staring ahead, Han answered confidently, they have to fight. He'd charge in a melee while she covered him from a distance. Jenna hesitated, then asked about the others. Without even looking back, Han said not to worry about them. They were useless. The goblins opened their mouths wide, rushing toward the group with terrifying speed. Han braced himself and ran forward, even though deep down he realized he had never actually held a real sword and shield before. The monsters leapt at him, trying to take him down. Facing them head-on, he gritted his teeth and said his name out loud, Han. He and Jenna fought back, dodging and blocking, doing whatever they could to stay alive. Han knew exactly what was happening now. He was trapped inside a game that depended almost entirely on luck. The portal behind them was sealed shut. The loading screen of game Choose Me flickered in his mind. A mobile game played by millions. The goal was simple: climb to the 100th floor of the tower. Players crafted items, strengthened heroes, and carefully planned their moves to clear each stage. Up until yesterday, Han had been just another player, sitting on his couch with his phone in hand, staring at a new event called the Paranormal Dungeon. He remembered thinking that the highest rank in the game was 7 stars, and he had terrible luck. He had opened thousands of cards and never once pulled a 7-star hero, even though everyone else already had them. Sitting there, he had realized that this game was brutal, unlike others. In game Choose Me, heroes had only one life. An urgent warning flashed on the screen. Clutching his phone tightly, Han couldn't understand why his players were all panicking, each one marked with the fear status. Watching calmly, Han noticed his own fighter trembling in fear. Then, out of nowhere, a boss with a level of 999 appeared and started wiping out his players one after another. Confused, Han stared at the phone, thinking it must just be some glitch. Before he could react, the level 999 monster attacked so fast that his players were dead before he even saw the full attack. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst out from the phone, roaring that it had finally found him. Han froze, fear creeping up his spine. This couldn't be happening. The game had just ended, hadn't it? Darkness swallowed everything around him. A system window flickered in the darkness, telling him to create his account. A message appeared, asking Han to choose a name. Without even touching the screen, his nickname was automatically set, and the game world began to load around him. One system window after another welcomed him into the game. Then a new message popped up asking if he wanted to start his training. If he accepted, there would be a reward. Standing there, sword in hand, Han looked into the distance, heart pounding. The system's voice echoed, explaining that in a small, unremarkable town lived a boy named Han. Hayam territory, it said, was a region where people lived side by side with slaves. The window flashed again. An unknown enemy had invaded these peaceful lands. If Han wanted to save this world, he would have to climb to the top of the tower. Gripping the edge of a nearby wall, Han stared out into the distance, fear tightening his chest. Another system message appeared, ordering him to destroy the goblins that had attacked the city. Still half in disbelief, Han watched as a goblin lunged straight at him. There was no time to think anymore. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it with all his strength. Pushing his fear aside, he attacked again, cutting down the monsters. Swing after swing, his body moved on instinct. Screaming loudly, Han struck at the goblins, refusing to stop even as exhaustion gnawed at him. He couldn't believe it. He was actually killing living creatures. Dragging himself forward, barely able to lift his arms, Han noticed a system window pop up. The task was complete. Han stared into the distance, stunned. Slowly, it started to sink in. He was standing in the main square inside game Choose Me. Mouth hanging open, he shouted into the empty space, demanding to know what was happening. At the top of his vision, a system window appeared, instructing him to summon new players from the main menu. Suddenly, a door in front of him creaked open, pouring out a bright, blinding light. Inside one of the nearby buildings, the shadowy outline of a new player took shape, the first summon he had called forth. Still in disbelief, Han watched as the silhouette became clearer. The girl stepped out and headed toward him. Looking directly at Han, she asked bluntly if he was the one who summoned her. Her name was Sheay, she said, and she introduced herself as a knight. Without wasting time, they plunged into the dungeon together. Unlike Han, who still fumbled with his sword, Sheay moved with ease, cutting down goblins like it was second nature. Exhausted, the heroes glanced up as a system window confirmed the mission was complete. Han checked their stats and immediately noticed a gap. Sheay had 3 stars more than him. Not long after, another system message popped up for Han, telling him to tap on Synthesis, a way to strengthen his heroes. Grinding his teeth, Han realized with growing frustration that he was completely outmatched. Meanwhile, Isil buzzed around him, urgently pointing toward the door and shouting for him to hurry. The master was waiting. Still confused, Han looked up at the little fairy. He loudly asked if her name was Isil. The fairy paused, surprised. She asked how he even knew that. Standing near her, Han calmly introduced himself. But as she scanned through the player cards in the system, her frown deepened. There was no record of anyone by his name. Glaring at him, Isil snapped that he didn't seem like a player at all. Han stayed calm and explained that he was Han, from Seoul, not Tayanir. The moment she heard he was from Earth, Isil's face twisted in anger. Flying up, she yelled that this was insane, that it shouldn't even be possible. They started to argue, Han shouting back that he wasn't going through that door because he would die if he did. Ignoring him completely, Isil shoved him forward and screamed for him to get inside. Sheay, standing beside the man, calmly explained that he had barged in loudly, and now his hands were absorbing magic. Han stared at his body in horror, muttering that this was the start of a synthesis. In this brutal process, one hero sacrifices themselves to empower another. As realization dawned, he looked away bitterly. Sheay was a 4-star hero. He was only a 1-star. No sane player would ever choose to sacrifice someone like her for someone like him. The knight silently stood off to the side, eyes closed, head lowered, jaw clenched. Han shut his eyes as well, frustrated, knowing what was coming. He was about to be absorbed. But then, a system notification flashed before him. Synthesis complete. His eyes flew open in shock. Shay's form began to dissolve into radiant light. As Han looked on, stunned, he asked her why she was vanishing. She lowered her head, voice steady. This was her fate. The system had chosen him. Smiling softly, Sheay gave him her final words. Good luck. Moments later, he was left completely alone. He stared ahead, unable to grasp what had just happened. Grit suddenly let out a furious scream, and from a distance, Han's voice rang out as he fought alongside Jenna. Don't lose focus. If we run, the monsters will catch us. Amid the chaos, while slaying goblins, the man clenched his jaw. He had survived. That's when it hit him. Synthesis was essentially digesting another hero. It wasn't easy to decide who to merge, and once you did, you had to drag them into it. Turning away in disgust, Han scowled. The only reason they were still alive was because the game's master was unbelievably clueless. This whole world was garbage. Jenna, sprinting beside him, yelled that she'd taken one down, but the second was still coming. Suddenly, Goblins swarmed, one sinking its teeth into Han's shoulder. He winced but turned his head away, teeth gritted. None of it made sense. How had he ended up inside this game? But one thing he knew, Han had been summoned by a one-star hero. As his shield slammed into the goblin with full force, he remembered. A monster, level 999, had locked eyes with him and then simply walked away. Now, with blood on his hands and enemies surrounding him, the hero began to understand. He had crossed paths with someone he should never have messed with. Jenna ran over to the wounded guy, who sat frozen in fear. Ignoring her concern, he muttered that the wound would heal once they got back. Sitting in the field, clutching his side, the hero quietly reflected. Players here didn't really control the fighting. The AI handled all of that. Still, despite its flaws, the game had over 1 million downloads, and all because of one thing. Han glanced up at the sky and saw it, the eye. In this world, someone was always watching, like a god looking down on their creation. With a bitter laugh, he raised his head and called out to the sky, asking if the watcher was enjoying the show. Slowly rising to his feet, Han came to a harsh realization. He was a player too. He knew how it worked, crafting gear, building strategies, leveling up heroes. Turning aside, he thought to himself, whoever's watching, they better be paying close attention. I'll make it to the end. A system window blinked into view. Floor cleared. Soon after, battle rewards popped up. The MVP card displayed Han's name. The card showed countless others who had fallen, their names etched beside the words. All perished. Only 2 cards remained lit, Han and Jenna. That meant they were still alive. As he began training again, Han accepted the truth of his situation. There was no room for complaining. That was for the weak. If he wanted to keep going, he had to push forward. While running, one thing was clear. This world wasn't real, but he was living in it as a one-star hero. Yelling off into the distance, he reminded himself. In this place, there were only 2 ways to die. On the battlefield, or through synthesis. 1-stars had no value. They were throwaways. But Han wasn't ready to be discarded. Weak stats and slow progression? Worthless. If he stayed like this, he'd be used up and tossed aside. Clenching his jaw, he looked out over the horizon. He needed power, not just to survive, but to take revenge, and one day return home. As he kept running, his mind raced. He had no idea what the future held, but if he couldn't adapt, he was done for, swallowed up by the system. Forgotten. Strengthening his body wasn't enough. He had to build up his resolve too, his willpower. Fighting stuffed training dummies, he pushed through the exhaustion. Somehow he was used to it. He'd grown up this way alone. No one ever looked out for him. And now, nothing had changed. The guy dropped down and started doing push-ups. Watching him in confusion, Jenna asked what he was even trying to do. But when Han snapped back with a rude reply, she calmly said she was just trying to find him. A moment later, she silently picked up her bow. Still facing forward, she told him she'd been thinking all night about their next move. Drawing an arrow, she added that her father had been a hunter. He was the one who taught her archery. She didn't believe anything would change by sitting around and crying. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the scarecrow square in the head. Wiping his face, Han asked how skilled she really was with a bow. Watching her technique, he quickly realized she'd gained 4 stat points the day before. And while she might still be weaker overall, her accuracy was the real deal. No wonder she had no trouble with the goblins during her first fight. He looked at her again, realizing how fast she had bounced back from losing her allies. More than that, she had clear goals and a plan. That was enough for him. He extended his hand. Jenna smiled and took it, saying her father always told her that having strong connections was one of the most important things in life. And for once, he was absolutely right. Han glanced at their joined hands just as a system window appeared. Relationship bonus granted. Then, the hero suddenly glanced around, shouting for Isil. Flying in with an annoyed huff, the fairy snapped that she was busy. Glaring at Han, she said she wasn't answering any questions, and if he needed anything, he should climb the tower himself. Jenna raised an eyebrow as she heard Han ask if he was the only one who could see the pop-up windows. Looking away, Jenna shrugged him off, saying she had no idea what he meant. Staring back at Isil, Han commented that she was level 257. The look on her face confirmed it. She wasn't saying it out loud, but the answer was clear. Only he could see the system messages meant for the master. Curious now, he asked what would happen if the master just stopped playing. As the question hung in the air, he began to piece things together. The synthesis with Sheay, it had been a major mistake. He'd absorbed a 4-star hero and wasted her potential. All because the player controlling him had carelessly clicked. The account was tied to a phone. That meant no reset, no do-overs. And last time, the master hadn't even logged in again for a full week. With that realization, the weight of it all began to sink in. The hero stepped closer to the fairy, asking if time flowed differently here than on Earth. But Isil, clearly annoyed, snapped that she wasn't answering anything else. Still grinning, Han studied her reaction. That told him everything. Time here was different. Looking at Isil's irritated face, he understood something more. She couldn't actually stop him. Fairies could only act when directly commanded by the master or in self-defense. That meant he could keep asking questions, digging for answers, and slowly uncover the rules of this world, unless the master shut it all down. Standing beside Jenna, Han explained that their goal was to climb all 100 floors of the tower. Jenna glanced at him, and he waved his hands, adding that all their missions came from the master, relayed through Isil. Whether they liked it or not, they had to follow those orders. But if they could reach the top, then maybe they could escape. To do that, they'd need to train. A lot. And fast. Walking up to him, Jenna asked if it would be just the two of them. Han shook his head. The master had the power to summon more heroes. So no, they wouldn't be alone for long. Still, every move from here on out had to be calculated. Standing in the vast square, Han realized something chilling. Their fates still rested in the master's hands. After a full day of non-stop training across the massive grounds, Han made an interesting discovery. Inside the house, he noticed that essentials, food, supplies, were automatically restocked every day. More than that, if you imagine something specific, it would just appear by the fireplace or tucked away in a closet. But it only worked for basic needs. Game-related items like weapons, currency, or gear. No such luck. Still, as training continued, he found something even more surprising. The lessons he was learning here weren't things he ever grasped while playing the game himself. It went deeper. He realized that even among one-star heroes, there were standouts, those who showed raw talent. And yet, their strongest trait wasn't talent. It was relentless effort. While training didn't directly raise levels or stats, it did help unlock new abilities and sharpen hidden skills. And the more battles they went through, the more patterns emerged. Han began to understand how the master judged heroes. First, fortitude, because panic on the battlefield was a death sentence, and Sheay had proven that. Second, skill. Higher-ranking heroes came with abilities already unlocked. One-stars had to earn them the hard way. And finally, physical training, which was exactly what he was grinding through now on the third full day of pushing his limits. The moment the master logged in, Han stared into the distance and called out to Jenna, telling her to get ready. The master was back. He quickly checked his status. 2 skills. That was all he had for now, and he knew that was his current limit. As they stood in the square, a system window popped up. The master is initiating a summon. Han immediately understood what that meant. The group was supposed to have 5 members, so 3 more heroes were about to be pulled in. Seconds later, 3 new heroes materialized within the training grounds. Jenna headed straight for the arsenal, shouting for everyone to prepare. The battle was about to begin. At the rift, Isil fluttered beside it, yelling for it to open. She was impatient, as always. Han and Jenna rushed to gear up, knowing they had little time left. But as Han walked toward the portal, he noticed something. There were no fresh weapons for the new arrivals. They were left with whatever the dead heroes had dropped. Toby, one of the new recruits, glanced at Jenna with a scowl and asked bitterly if she was just another one-star like them. Without waiting, Han stepped into the portal and said they'd figure it all out soon enough. Leaving the grumbling newcomers behind, he called back to Jenna not to dwell on it. It wasn't their concern anymore. Moments later, Isil sent the players through the portal. She barked at them to start listening if they didn't want to get hurt. As the door began to close, she gave them one last smirk. "Have fun," she said. Now inside the shielded area, a system window appeared, 2nd floor reached. Han looked over at Jenna with a calm nod, completely ignoring the panic on the faces of the 3 newcomers. Beasts were already creeping around the field, slowly closing in. The 3 new players stood frozen, eyes wide, tears forming. "What is this?" one of them muttered. Han's expression darkened. He turned to Jenna and saw from her system window that she, too, was gripped by fear so much that her stats had dropped by 30%. Without hesitation, Han slammed his shield into her with full force and barked, "Did you eat enough porridge or what?" Jenna glared back at him, furious. Han simply pointed ahead. "You've got 2 goblins coming your way. I'll handle the wolves." Han glanced at the newcomers from the side, instantly sensing he was of no use to them. The wolves wasted no time. They charged at the man. One of the beasts lunged, jaws stretched wide. But before it could bite down, the hero dashed forward, shouting, and drove his sword deep into its mouth, piercing straight through the snout. Watching the gruesome strike, Han realized the weapon was powerful, but one blow wasn't enough. He whipped his arm around, swinging the sword in all directions, slashing through more wolves. As the battle raged, he gazed out toward the distance and knew this was his limit. Moments later, his blade severed the last wolf's head. Without pausing, Han turned sharply, eyes burning with fury. Another wolf leapt to attack, but Han rammed his shield into its mouth mid-air. Gritting his teeth, he met the beast's eyes. Suddenly, yet another wolf lunged from the side. Without hesitation, Han sprinted toward it, sword ready. The blade struck true, and blood splattered across the battlefield. Still gritting his teeth, Han looked into the distance and asked what was going on with the goblins. Oddly, the monsters all carried weapons. Approaching the goblins, he turned to the girl beside him and asked in disbelief how many times she had shot them. The heroes stared at the pile of corpses, every one of the monsters already defeated. Power surged around them as they stood in silence. Above them, a system message appeared, floor secured. Han and Jenna began walking away while the other 3 heroes followed quietly. Suddenly, the ground rumbled beneath them. Jenna, alarmed, asked what was going on. Han answered that they had cleared the 2nd floor and were now ascending to the 3rd. He watched the 3 players closely, understanding something. The master would always keep climbing. Looking ahead, Han wondered what awaited them on the next floor. Would they clear it right away? Letting out a deep breath, he caught sight of a system message. The master has logged out. Isil, pulling herself up, yelled that she was exhausted. As Han turned to the portal, a thought hit him. They were clearing 1 floor per day. And if time moved 3 times faster here, that meant the master would return in just 3 days. He returned his shield to the arsenal. Han began to realize something. His intelligence had dropped by 1 point, but his strength had gone up by 2. His character stats jumped by 4, and even his leveling speed had increased. In short, he was getting stronger. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the 3 players yelling at Jenna. Instead, he wondered why the master wasn't rushing forward. Constantly pushing upward would only lead to more problems. Watching the group, Han came to a conclusion. 1-star heroes were just regular people. No combat experience, no battlefield instincts. Thinking back to Carl, it became clear why people treated them like cannon fodder. Then his thoughts shifted to Sheay and the way she fought. High-ranking heroes didn't hesitate, they acted. Unlike the 1-star types, who panicked when it mattered most. Han glanced at Jenna, wondering if Sheay had clued her in on something. Jenna stood beside him and suggested they try to explain things to the others. Han gave her a disapproving look. Why bother, he asked bluntly. Jenna looked at the trio, realizing that maybe, if they explained it all, the others might finally understand, and maybe even fight alongside them. Watching the group closely, Han muttered that they'd probably die soon anyway. Better to see how things played out. Still, he saw they were beginning to adapt, so he finally told them not to freeze up. They'd be fighting together soon. As he walked off, he glanced back at Jenna, his expression unreadable. Then he muttered that he wasn't wasting any more time on her. Suddenly, Toby grabbed him by the shirt. In one swift motion, Han flipped him over and punched him square in the face. Looking down at him, Han said coldly, "While we fight, you hide." Then he threw a sharp look toward Jenna. Happy now. The next day, training resumed. They began sparring with scarecrows. After physical conditioning, they moved on to weapon drills. But calling it training felt like a stretch. Han was just swinging a wooden sword, while Jenna practiced her archery. The trio didn't even show up. They acted like they'd found an exit and had nothing more to learn. Meanwhile, Jenna fired arrow after arrow with growing precision, and Han slashed with increasing speed, teeth clenched in focus. Then it happened. He looked down and saw an arrow lodged in his leg. Jenna ran to him in a panic, asking if he was all right. The wound was already healing. Han assured her that things worked differently here, injuries healed fast. Still clutching his sword, he barked at the group, "Get ready. Fight starts now." Han came to a clear realization. Pain wasn't something to fear. If he could feel it, it meant he was still alive. Suddenly, arrows began slamming into his shield one after another. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The master has returned. Isil glanced around at the group, raising her voice, calling everyone to gather in the square. Jenna stepped forward, stretching her arms, saying her hands were itching for action after all that training. Han raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly she was adapting to this world. Meanwhile, the 3 guys stared angrily at the fairy, demanding she send them home. Isil's patience wore thin. With a burst of energy, she flung them into the air, shouting that they were driving her crazy. Han and Jenna stood back, watching the scene unfold in silence. The 3 landed hard, now quiet, while Isil barked at them to get inside. Just then, a system message appeared. 3rd floor initiated. New monsters deployed. Han took his stance, turning to Jenna. "We've gotten stronger," he said firmly. "Let's use what we learned in training." Moments later, he charged into the goblins, cutting through them one by one. Fighting side by side with Jenna, he muttered, "This is starting to get boring." Jenna glanced at the 3 others with visible irritation. They're just standing there. Again, Han looked up and spotted a tip in the system. Send uncooperative fighters to restart. Jenna caught his eye and nodded. They couldn't afford to let their guard down just yet. Suddenly, the scene shifted. They were back on the 1st floor. Looking around, Jenna noted it wasn't so bad. Facing the monsters again, the group realized they hadn't changed. Jenna, grinning, raised her bow and swiftly took out the last of them. Glancing upward, Han saw it. The master had chosen to repeat the first floor. Together, he and Jenna pushed forward, floor by floor, slaying every monster in their path and collecting rewards as they went. Jenna, now barely able to stand, gave him a look. She clearly hoped they wouldn't be thrown in a battle again so soon. Eventually, they stepped out of the rift. She walked ahead, muttering that she was tired of protecting everyone. Han followed calmly, stating that the master probably didn't care about weaklings. At the center stood a large building. Its doors opened slowly, and a system message appeared. Synthesis process initiated. The three other heroes stared at it, confused, trying to figure out what it meant. Han glanced at the others, noticing a system window on the screen. It was asking the master to drag certain heroes in as sacrifices. Watching the players closely, he realized something. They'd never once taken the opportunities given to them. The map displayed every location in the game, marking where players had been throughout the day. Just then, gates opened in front of them. Han stared ahead, his thoughts grim. They had chances, maybe more than one. In his mind, he pictured the game world. Even if the small details weren't always visible, the master still had a general sense of what was going on. He could see which players were earning achievements, who was fighting, and who just stood around doing nothing. Reaching out her hand, the fairy instructed them to head to the synthesis chamber. Han calmly told her not to worry. Nothing would happen to her. One of the men behind them hesitated and asked, "What happens to us in there?" Without turning around, Han answered, "You get what you deserve." A second later, the man screamed, mouth wide open, insisting he'd been brought here against his will. Han turned to him coldly. "No one cares what you think." The fairy nodded. "For once, I agree with him." Facing the trembling man, Han went on. "You've always hid behind others. You don't fight. You never tried. That alone was enough." The fairy, clearly done with the excuses, added, "We're all tired of babysitting you. Now get inside." Suddenly, the gate slammed shut behind him. A system message appeared. Synthesis initiated. From inside, a terrified scream echoed. "Let me out. You can't do this." But it was too late. The room erupted in blue flames. After a moment, a girl with red hair emerged. Synthesis complete. Looking around, she asked what just happened. "That guy. He disappeared." Han, eyes still forward, replied flatly. "That's what happens to useless heroes." Then he turned to the group behind him, curious. "So, who's next to learn a lesson?" The fairy pointed at them. "Move it." One of the guys stared ahead, frozen, his face going pale. Han didn't move, his head lowered. As the next guy stepped forward, he suddenly laughed. "You're sending me home." "That's right. I'm finally going back." Han, still looking down, replied quietly, "Believe whatever helps you sleep." After a while, a system message popped up. Synthesis complete. In a flash of bright light, the player vanished, gone without a trace. Moments later, Han completed his own synthesis. His level rose, and he unlocked a new ability, cold-bloodedness. As he walked past one of the guys, he remarked flatly, "You're lucky." The girl turned toward him. "So, if the master decides we're no longer needed, we just disappear in that room." Han glanced back. "Why so shocked? You were the one who said you were tired of them." Her body trembled. "But what if I become unnecessary too?" Han turned away. "Then that's that. Every floor we climb, the monsters get stronger. So does the hero the master brings. We either die fighting or disappear in synthesis." Lowering her head, she replied quietly, "So you knew this from the beginning." Still facing away, Han answered, "Maybe you should have listened more to what your father told you." She averted her gaze in silence. "Sticking with the right people," Han added, "is the only way to survive." The scene shifted to the next day. With her head down, the girl shouted, "I'm counting on you." "What's the point?" Han replied dryly. She lowered her hands. "You said, if I stay by your side, I'd survive. So I want you to know, I'm trusting you now." Han shot her a cold look. "Then follow orders. Do that, and you'll live." Just then, someone clenched his fists and stepped forward, asking to join. The tall guy, voice shaking, looked straight ahead and confessed, "I was an idiot. I made things worse. I was scared. I didn't help. I left everything to you, but I want to change." Hearing this, Han asked sharply, "And why should I trust you?" The man lowered his head. "Then let me kneel, if that's what it takes to be forgiven." The girl spoke up. At least he understands his place now. Han picked up a stick and stared at the guy. "Ever fought a monster?" The man didn't answer at first, clearly unsure. Then Han tossed him a wooden sword. "Then show me." Han glanced at his teammate and said he was just trying to make it through. Then he pointed to the spear and suggested he take it. He wasn't totally sure, but he'd heard it was the easiest weapon for beginners. At least it suited mid to long range combat, which was what he knew best. The girl smiled, folded her arms, and chimed in. She had close range covered with the sword, mid-range with the spear, and long-range with the bow. With that, they had all distances secured. Holding the sword in his hands, Han nodded. For a group of 3 with 0 prep, this was probably their best setup. Then, frowning, he snapped, asking what the guy was still standing around for. He needed to get ready. The nervous one looked forward, clearly shaken, and asked if maybe someone should teach him first. Han shot into the air and landed right in front of him, yelling that no one had taught him either. He had never used a spear before in his life. He was figuring it out on the fly, so the guy should just copy him. He launched into a flurry of attacks, saying at least the guy had someone to train with. He himself only had a scarecrow. The boy gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and swung the spear, only to get kicked by Han, who barked at him to never close his eyes mid-fight. Clutching his stomach from the hit, the guy groaned. Han looked at him and said that even with holding back, this was all he could manage. If it had been a real monster, he'd be dead. From behind, the girl asked if it was the guy's first time. Maybe Han shouldn't go so hard on him. But Han coldly replied that he didn't care. He didn't need dead weight. He wasn't about to waste time on someone who couldn't even keep up. Walking closer, he asked if the guy had any family. The boy muttered that he had a younger sister waiting for him. Han's tone shifted slightly. At least that was something. He, on the other hand, had no one. Raising the wooden sword to his new teammate's throat, he stared him down and told him to imagine what would happen to his sister if he never came back. The guy's face drained of color. Han pressed on. If he was going to die anyway, then he shouldn't even be out there. Monsters wouldn't show mercy. Dying to synthesis will be less painful. Better to figure that out now than too late. The guy clenched his jaw, silent but furious. Seeing this, Han smirked. Now that was the look he wanted to see. The scene shifted to their base. 2 system notifications popped up. Han had built a new structure, the arsenal, specifically a forge. It cost 500 crystals to make. Looking around, Han nodded. Things were already improving. Now they had a forge. Speaking out loud, he asked if the fairy could hear him. If she could, she should come over. Flying toward him with an annoyed expression, she snapped. Who did he think he was? Ordering her around? Han replied dryly that she really needed new material. That kind of attitude was getting old. The fairy, clearly furious, started pounding her tiny fists against Han. He stayed calm and remarked that she was the one sending those system messages. Might as well admit it. The messages looked just like posts from the game forum. She must have internet access. Crossing her arms in annoyance, she grumbled that she did, and that she browsed the forums occasionally in her free time. Han raised an eyebrow and said if she had forum access, then she must have seen the top strategy threads. Start with the training center, unlock 10 weapons, then build the forge. The fairy's eyes narrowed. How'd he know that? Han just shrugged. Why wouldn't he? That post was one of the most famous ones on the forum, written by none other than Loki. Her eyes widened. He even knew that. Of course, Han replied. I was a player too. The fairy lit up, smiling now. Loki, the top-tier player. Now, just a low-ranking character stuck on the lower floors. Meanwhile, Mr. Loki himself, master of all masters, god of the game, would be in first place right now if he had even one 7-star hero. Grinning, Han asked what she liked so much about this Loki anyway. She smiled dreamily and said he could make the impossible happen. Then, stretching out her arms, she floated away, muttering to herself how amazing he was. She paused midair, confused, when Han called out and apologized. What for? She asked, puzzled. Han stared ahead, deadly serious. Because I am Loki. A system interface popped up showing a list of building upgrades. The fairy froze, then zipped back, yelling that this had to be some kind of stupid joke. Han calmly stated, account number, 46,631,900. His expression darkened. Only the player and the server admins know that. Check it yourself, or give me another email. The fairy, eyes wide, punched in the number and gasped. This can't be real, she whispered. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head. Then, suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she shot up screaming for him to sign an autograph. If she got one, she'd be the star of the Loki fan club. Han frowned, completely lost. What fan club? The fan club. Loki, master of all masters, she shouted. If I get your autograph, I'll become a top-tier member. Still glaring straight ahead, Han muttered that he'd never even heard of it. The fairy trembled. I really said all that to the real Loki. Sighing, Han signed whatever she handed him and said dryly, Great. I'm a 1-star hero now. Big deal. Suddenly the fairy shrieked. Wait, you can't just disappear. What'll happen to the settlement? Han shrugged. No idea. The scene changed. 30 floors of a towering fortress, big enough for 20,000 people. Most of the buildings were maxed out to level 22. Incredible infrastructure, but none of it mattered now. He was the dungeon master. The fairy, staring at the fortress with fear in her eyes, asked quietly, What's going to happen to all those people? Han looked at the fairy and said flatly, if she was really that concerned about the people in the settlement, she should just disband it. Her face went pale. I can't, she muttered. Han crossed his arms. I figured. You're just a mid-level moderator, handling the minor stuff. He tilted his head slightly, then added, the person who owned this account, he was human, and the heroes summoned here. They're not AI, are they? The fairy shook her head. No, they come from different worlds, but every single one of them is real. She went on, explaining that the creator himself didn't even know. To him, it was just a game. He treated the heroes like expendable tools, throwing them into danger without a second thought. Hearing that, Han turned away, his expression hardening. So, if I reach the top, can I go home? I don't know, she replied quietly. Still frowning, Han asked again, then tell me, who brought me here? The fairy shook her head. I can't say. As she began climbing higher, Han folded his arms and asked what exactly her permissions were. She explained that she could give advice to the account holder, manage buildings, offer choices here and there. But that was the extent of it. Han glanced toward the imagined layout of the settlement. Do the other masters' cities look the same? More or less, she said. There are differences, but the structure is similar. Han's mind raced. He pictured a massive number of floating islands, millions of them. Then came the faces of countless heroes, the system that generated them. He had believed it was just a randomizer, creating endless combinations of skills and traits. But it wasn't. These weren't artificial. This wasn't just quantum AI. The whole thing was a lie. The heroes were alive. The infinite content system, the near-limitless worlds, he now realized they were real. As he stared at his phone and pressed a button, it finally sank in. Everything happening inside the game was reality. All those careless choices he made before, he'd sent actual people to their deaths. Frustrated, he called the fairy over. When she floated near, he fixed her with a stern look. If you want to make it to the top, then listen carefully. We cut to the mannequin. The girl was swinging her blade with smooth precision. Watching her, Han thought to himself, she was something else. A prodigy. The way she adapted, the speed of her growth, it was far beyond what other heroes at her level could manage. This was her first time holding a dagger, and she was already mastering it. Meanwhile, the tall guy was struggling just to block. Han glanced at him and thought grimly. If this was his best, he wasn't going to last long out there. The girl pointed behind her and said she'd gone easy on him, but it didn't seem to help much. Han didn't let it slide. Don't get cocky, he said. We're moving out. The girl glanced over and asked if something was wrong. Was he really planning to skip training as #1 assistant? Before Han could reply, the fairy suddenly burst into view, shouting indignantly. #1? She's calling herself #1? I'm the top assistant here. She kept yelling, proud and loud, until Han grabbed her mid-rant. It's not time for you to be working, he said bluntly. Even with her arms pinned, she protested. Doesn't matter. I'm still the first assistant. Han looked at her, silently wondering if maybe it was better not to tell her the full truth just yet. He turned away and headed toward the warehouse. Open it, he instructed the fairy. Inside, a message flashed. Han had found iron, leather, and wooden boards. Once they were back outside, he asked her to unlock the forge. As she did, the girl pushed a cart and asked what he was up to. I'm not going to keep swinging this lousy sword forever, Han replied, glancing at the forge. His thoughts drifted. Based on what he'd learned so far, he was part hero, part master. He stepped closer to the furnace. Could he really access areas that were usually reserved for masters? The fairy flew up and asked excitedly, so what'll it be? A Leviathan weapon? Or a brunk? Han answered flatly, not in a place like this. A system message popped up immediately. No building upgrade found. Penalty, no master blacksmith available. Penalty, no blueprint present. Success rate, extremely low. Proceed with crafting? The fairy, still hovering nearby, asked again, what exactly are you trying to make? An item, Han replied. Another system prompt appeared, asking for the difficulty level. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential reward. Without hesitation, Han said, Extreme hell. The fairy gasped and jumped back. Extreme hell? That comes with triple penalties. Han remained calm. Just watch. As the forging process began, he muttered, this is one of those overlooked systems for masters. Usually skipped, but the payoff's worth it. Another message appeared. You have 3 minutes. The fairy stared into the forging interface, panicked. I can't even tell what shape it's taking. Han stretched out his hand and picked up a small cube. Bowing his head slightly, he said, that's not a problem for me. Then the girl watching gasped as realization hit her. Wait, that's the legendary 1,000 hands technique. Han's hands moved at lightning speed, grabbing and rearranging the cubes. A system message appeared. Absolute success. UC rank, cunning longsword created. The fairy lit up with excitement as she admired his work. Another notification followed. The cunning longsword. Durable, lightweight, and razor-sharp. Mediocre materials, expertly crafted. Han didn't stop there. His hands blurred again, reshaping the cubes with precision. One by one, new system messages popped up. Balanced short bow created. Sharp long spear created. Strong iron shield created. He picked up the shield, inspecting it. Only C rank, he muttered. You could tell from the materials. The fairy, still floating nearby, said sternly, "You're not doing this again." Han nodded. It could draw attention. I don't need the other masters catching on. The scene shifted to the forest. The girl stood with her bow drawn, eyes sharp. With a swift release, the arrow flew, striking its target dead on. The enemy dropped. They were now on the 4th floor. The mission: eliminate all enemies. She looked down at her new weapon, smiling. The draw strength is so much higher. No one's going to try and steal this bow. Han, scanning the area, replied, "Use the personal weapon feature. That'll make sure they can't." Just then, monsters emerged from the trees. Han's eyes narrowed. Only 3 of us, and a master wants us to clear this floor? What's he thinking? They had to take out the harpies. The team moved into formation. The guy began swinging his spear clumsily, trying to hit one of the flying monsters. Han gritted his teeth as he stepped in to block an attack. A system message popped up. Allies affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. He's panicking, Han growled. The guy swung wildly again, trying to land a hit on a harpy. A second later, the girl slammed her fist into his face. "Snap out of it," she shouted. Staring at the blood trickling from his nose, he froze. She didn't stop. "You get it now? Your life is on the line." Han charged forward, cutting through a monster, and called out, "Get it together." The guy raised his spear again, this time with focus. "I got it," he said. All 3 launched a coordinated assault, striking the monsters in unison. A system message appeared. Floor cleared. Rewards: 10,000 gold, iron or leather. The guy stood there breathless, eyes downcast. Then he looked up and muttered, "I was just a burden again. What's going to happen to me now?" Right then, a system message popped up. "You have been added to the master's favorites." Han, looking ahead, replied calmly, "You'll live for now. The master marked you as a favorite." The guy's eyes widened, then his mouth dropped open. Clenching his fists in triumph, he yelled, "I did it." The girl bent down, glancing at Han. "First your number 1 made it. And now number 2's passed to?" Han shot back. "I don't have subordinates." He turned and walked toward the warehouse. His gaze dropped slightly as he thought, if I ever did have a first subordinate, it'd probably be her, my ex. Images flashed through his mind. Several cards featuring high-tier heroes. A 5-member team, all 6-star. Each one, level 99. Each wielding divine or otherwise broken abilities. Maybe, just maybe, they were still out there somewhere. Thinking back to his city, Han muttered inwardly, "This is a full kill game." The Vice Master could manage the city just fine, especially since she was covered. Those 2, they were so sharp, sometimes he questioned whether they were even AI at all. Then an image of a tower filled his mind. The truth hit him again. They weren't programs. They were real. We cut to the tower. A girl looked at her companion and asked, "You're really leaving?" Her friend replied, "Every minute matters now." Clad in white, the girl said quietly that she wouldn't be able to help with this part, so the research was in her hands now. There was a pause. Then, watching her friend walk away, she added softly, "I hope you find the master." Back at the house, a system message appeared. Living area upgraded to level 2. Hero limit increased. Dining room completed. Higher quality meals now available. We jumped to the training ground. Training area upgraded to level 2. Training efficiency increased. Next, near a smaller building, another message popped up. The forge, carpenter's workshop, and metalworking station have merged into one structure, equipment workshop. Finally, settlement territory upgraded to level 2. Watching all this unfold, the girl stared with her mouth hanging open. "What is happening?" The guy next to her added, "This master's some kind of wizard. How's any of this even possible?" Han glanced around and casually said he'd just invested some money. Seemed like he really enjoyed the game. Staring at the new building, he admired how lively the heroes acted and how realistic the battles looked. To him, it wasn't just animations. The characters felt like actual people. Then he mentioned that the higher they climbed, the better their living conditions would get. Eyeing the fairy, he commented that the user played only at set times, probably someone with a day job. Not only did that player explore the game, but they also spent money on it. His girlfriend chimed in, saying they were lucky it wasn't some broke college student. After all, the guy had shelled out $65,000 for a gear set. Smirking, Han lowered his head, thinking how unlike other games, this one didn't hand out crystals for completing quests. Earning them was tough. He added that finding someone willing to spend real money like that was a huge stroke of luck. Suddenly, his expression changed as a system alert popped up. The master is summoning 10 new heroes. The portal lit up. The guy turned around, surprised, and asked if this was actually summoning. Han replied that the renovations were done. It was time to celebrate. Inside the newly built house, Han pictured the hero cards in his mind. He knew there were 2 summoning options, one using gold and a more advanced one using crystals. Obviously, the second was far more powerful. The game had to find ways to push players into spending real cash. A shocked crowd suddenly appeared in front of the gate. One old man looked around, confused, saying he'd just been at home a moment ago. Han listened to the growing murmur of complaints. Without warning, he pointed his sword at the old man. Startled, the man asked who they were. Han stepped forward with a stern glare, telling everyone to shut up. There would be no explanations yet. First, they had to survive. Whoever made it through, then they'd get answers. At that moment, a fairy raised her arm and shouted for everyone to pay attention. She asked if there were any carpenters. If so, they needed to move over there. Scanning the nervous crowd, she added that they also needed a blacksmith or anyone who could work with metal. Any cooks, she called out. The crowd kept grumbling in confusion, and a girl nearby asked in disbelief, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Han, eyes closed, calmly explained that the fairy was assigning roles. New positions had opened up. The fairy, pointing at the portal, kept speaking to the crowd. Watching her, Han muttered that if those who had died earlier were summoned now, their fate might have been different. This settlement, it was changing fast. Before them stood the beginnings of a thriving city. As he looked around, a system message flashed. To create a group, drag your chosen heroes into available slots. Han stepped forward, saying they had to give it everything they had. With only a few stars, they couldn't afford deadweight. Those who were useless wouldn't even be worth a raw potato. He went on to say that the master would decide who was valuable. One-star recruits would be thrown into the dungeon. Most wouldn't survive long. Just then, the fairy gestured to the portal, telling them to move quickly. It began to glow as another system alert appeared. A fighter couldn't return. His spirit will be remembered forever. Han narrowed his eyes. That happened fast, he said grimly. The girl beside him asked if it wouldn't be better to at least explain things properly. But Han cut her off. There was no point wasting time on those who couldn't even make it through the first floor. Peering into the portal, he added, 2 are already dead. Only 2 made it out. The crowd stiffened, fear spreading as they stared ahead. One man backed away, panicked. I can't fight monsters. I won't make it. Suddenly, one of Han's comrades stepped forward, voice firm. Then I'll go with them. But the fairy quickly snapped back. Don't meddle where you're not needed. The girl chuckled, asking if he'd always been like this. Han replied that he might as well join in. His skills weren't far from a rookie's. Let him help, he said. Then, shooting a hard look at the man, he added, I'm glad you want to help, but don't get in the way while they gain experience. The girl, throwing her hands up, blurted out that she just wanted to go home and eat a real meal. All they'd been fed lately were potatoes. Han glanced at her, realizing she'd completely shaken off her fear. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he quietly said it looked unusually bright, almost like someone was watching them. Turning back to her, he added that it was like a god, seeing and hearing everything. With a grin, Han told her not to worry. No way someone up there cared about every little thing they said. Imagining the system screen in his mind, he figured none of their conversations were ever heard. Everything was filtered, summarized, and sent off as short, simple messages. After some time, the guy returned, this time with a group of fresh recruits. Han eyed him and noted that no one had died. How many goblins did you take down? He asked. The guy replied, just 1. Han stepped aside and said it was time to head back. They'd finally get to eat something different. The scene shifted to the dining hall. Glancing around, Han remarked that everything looked much better now. With an actual dining room, their meals could start to improve. If a master saw they were worth the investment, maybe they'd be rewarded. The girl suddenly jumped up, cheeks flushed with excitement. This is amazing. I want the best lamb steak, she shouted. The guy beside her chimed in. Turkey sounds great too. Han raised an eyebrow at them. Why are you even listening to me? He muttered. Just then, plates were set down, filled with potatoes. An old man glanced around nervously and shouted that the kitchen had plenty of spices, but all they had to work with were potatoes. Han frowned, remembering that the man had claimed to be a cook. He checked the man's stats and scowled. No cooking skills at all. Turning to the man, he walked away, visibly annoyed. Maybe someone else has the skill, he thought. He looked at the girl and asked for her name. You're the new cook, he told her flatly. The girl dropped her gaze, clearly nervous. The man, hearing this, shouted desperately that he could try making something else. Han looked at him and said he was quick to adapt, but if he was going to lie, he'd better know he'd be caught easily. Then, after a short pause, he added, I'll let it slide this once. Soon after, the table was filled with a spread of dishes. The girl took a bite and gasped. This is incredible. I had no idea you could make so many things from potatoes. She explained that the kitchen had tons of spices, and that made all the difference. Han stabbed a piece of potato with his fork. Eat and listen up, he said sternly. I'm not repeating this. He closed his eyes and added that the newcomers needed to hear the same message. Their survival depended on it. Night fell, and a group of people gathered, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really true? Someone asked. The girl smiled and said, I'd never fought before coming here. So don't worry. You can handle it too. The fat man, staring forward with a hard look, asked what would happen to them now. Just because he'd been made a cook, did that mean he couldn't help in other ways? Nervously scanning the room, he blurted out that he could also work as a carpenter. Han shot him a cold glance. If you lie again, he said, you'll be the first one up for synthesis. Honestly, you'd be perfect for it. He turned to face everyone at the table. Jobs in the settlement are safer, yes, but don't get too comfortable. Space is limited. If someone with better skills shows up, you'll be replaced and sent into combat. He paused, picturing the growing settlement in his mind. The next day arrived, and the quiet routine was already over. Outside, Han looked at the small group in front of him. Only 3, he asked sharply. His eyes scanned the faces of the few who had shown up. The girl explained, looks like the rest got scared. Probably hiding somewhere. Han sighed. I'm just tired of the usual sparring, he said. Time to try something new. He challenged the newcomers to a fight and easily overpowered them. The stat gap was massive, about 7 or 8 points. In real-world terms, it was like an adult taking on a child. No way this kind of power leap would happen on Earth. He glanced at the girl as she loosed an arrow with impressive speed. Archery was already at level 5. Her dagger skills? Level 2. Then he turned to Han's comrade, who leveled a spear forward. Spear mastery, also level 2. But it wasn't rising anymore. Even though he trained harder than anyone, his growth had stalled. Looking over the new recruits, Han noted that all 3 had reached level 1 in ball control. Their development was strikingly similar, maybe because of their age. Still, they were way ahead of the ones too afraid to leave their homes. Not long after, the master summoned 10 more heroes. This time, Han's comrade and the others handled everything without needing help. The girl, watching the new arrivals, smiled. There are more and more of them, she said. Han nodded. This is just the beginning. He thought to himself. Only 1 person had died during this last wave. A solid outcome. Then the girl turned and asked, why hasn't the master sent us to the 5th floor yet? It's been a while since the last cleanup. Han stared into the distance, his gaze sharp. He considered the question. The 5th floor was bound to bring a brutal spike in difficulty. Because he's not an idiot, he finally said. He hasn't decided who's ready to go. In his mind, the image of a massive tower began to take shape. He continued thinking. Every 5th floor brought a huge spike in difficulty, like facing a boss battle. Even he couldn't guarantee survival in those conditions. The image of a storm looming over the city filled his mind. No matter how much they trained or screened recruits, many would still die. And just how steep the difficulty climb would be, even his girlfriend had no idea. Cards of combat heroes flashed before us, all marked with just 1 star. Then came the support hero cards. The scene shifted to the 4th floor. The heroes stood ready in formation. Watching them, Han said, right now they're just shields. No need for them to charge ahead. We've got spears and bows backing them up. With a shout, the team charged forward. One guy blocked a harpy's attack. Someone yelled, even weaklings have their own path to victory. Another knight parried a blow from a monster. A voice called out, this only works if you fight as a team. A spearman slipped to the side and lunged, landing a hit. More shouts followed. It's not about being the strongest. Combine your strength. Han, watching from behind, thought to himself, he could clear this floor on his own, but then they'd learn nothing. They needed to grow as a team. A system message popped up, battle begun. Reward, 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The team members grinned, shaking hands, proud of their progress. Han watched them, wondering what the 5th floor might throw at them. Among all the possibilities, there might be one mission even he couldn't complete solo. He pulled his comrades into a hug, smiling. So what do you guys think? The girl smiled back. You all did great. Yeah, he said. I agree. The scene moved to the armory. The master had started logging in less often. From his second batch of 10 heroes, he had summoned a blacksmith, a tanner, and a carpenter. They worked non-stop in the workshop, forging mostly E-rank swords and shields for the new recruits, gear that noticeably boosted their survival. The main team, meanwhile, received higher-grade equipment. Looking over the player map, Han noticed 3 heroes marked for synthesis. They had skipped training, claiming they'd run at the first sign of danger. One of them was the guy who had lied about being a cook. A few days passed. The guy looked at his shield, surprised. We're heading back to the 4th floor today, he asked. I want to go higher. Han stared straight ahead, his tone sharp. So we're not heading to the 5th floor today. The fairy responded, most likely not. The girl, catching on, asked, wait, are we actually going up? He stepped forward, voice firm. This won't be a regular floor sweep. Don't panic, but don't get too comfortable either. One of the guys shouted, got it, just as a blinding light engulfed them. Suddenly, they were standing in a ruined structure, broken walls, debris everywhere. 5 heroes had been teleported to what looked like an abandoned street. Aaron scanned the area. No monsters in sight, he said. Form up, Han ordered. We're heading for the center of the city. Looking around, he noted how eerily quiet it was. No people, no monsters. This isn't a regular clearing. Then Aaron let out a yell. Han, over there. A skeleton lay on the ground nearby. He glanced back and added, this whole place, it's completely empty. The girl walked past slowly. There's only dried blood. This place is nothing like the last floor. There were flowers here before, Han muttered, staring at the tower. We need to head up. The girl stood quickly and scanned the area. Han asked if she'd seen anything. She hesitated, then pointed forward. There's a city ahead, but then she suddenly froze. Her voice dropped. I want to believe I imagined that. Aaron followed her gaze. She saw something. She stayed silent for a moment, then finally whispered, is this really happening? She lowered her head and shouted, there's a massive goblin horde outside the city. They're coming this way. Han's expression hardened. How many? Still staring ahead, she answered grimly, thousands. A system alert appeared. Objective, survive and outlast the goblin horde. Aaron looked up in panic. You're serious? The girl shot back. Do you think I'd joke about this? Everyone calm down, Han ordered. Aaron clenched his fists. What the hell went wrong? Han answered firmly, don't panic. This isn't a floor capture. It's a survival mission. We just need to hold out long enough. The guy ran up to Han and asked, can't we just hide somewhere? Han shook his head. Buildings are off limits. We gotta move now. Without hesitation, they all took off running. Aaron shouted, how long do we have to survive? 10 minutes after the first contact, Han replied, scowling. Based on the pattern from earlier floors, this kind of mission had only a 9% chance of appearing on the 5th. Just their luck. Get off the main streets, he yelled. Into the alleys, now. As they darted through the narrow paths, Han kept thinking. Low-level cities lacked safe zones. Players often complained that heroes in those areas were wiped out too easily. The guy behind him asked, isn't there a better spot? They'll break through no matter where we go, Han replied. And we don't have time to search. They stopped and quickly formed a circle. We're holding here, he ordered. The passages are narrow. They can't flood in at once. Even if there are 10,000, they won't break through in a wave. The guy nodded, determined. All right then, we'll give it everything. Han turned to his team. Guard the passageways. We'll rotate fighters. Use every moment of rest wisely. His gaze locked onto the girl. You stay in the middle. Conserve your arrows. Fire only when I say. The guy stood ready, eyes locked ahead. Han barked. Barricade everything before the goblins reach us. If they break through even once, we're finished. Han narrowed his eyes. 30 minutes. Is that game time or real time? He wondered. The timer starts the moment they make contact. Then he saw it. A small goblin creeping through the passage. It froze and stared at them, grinning. The countdown began. Han shouted, we don't even have a barricade up. He rushed forward, slicing down the goblin. More came charging right after. They're coming. Han yelled. His voice rose with intensity. Forget the barricades. Use their corpses instead. He took down another and another. But for every goblin that fell, more kept pouring through the passage. The girl watching the fight yelled out that she was firing on cue. Han, eyes locked forward, stayed focused. His strategy was simple. Block, then strike. Without hesitation, he barked out that these things were idiots. Let them live up to their name, goblins, he snapped. The creatures, mouths gaping, kept swarming in chaotic waves. One of the spearmen spun around and shouted that they wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. Head low, Han replied calmly. When have I ever lied to you? The goblins just kept pouring in, squeezing out from every crack in the walls. Watching them flood the battlefield, Han clenched his jaw. We're not dying here. Not today. As the first light of dawn crept in, one goblin charged, jaws wide, only to have a blade sink deep into its neck. Han didn't even flinch, just stared ahead and shouted, Ed, rotate out. Ed let out a long sigh and said he could still fight. Han snapped at him, just shut up and move. Still watching the front, Han thought to himself, he was running out of stamina. Then his eyes landed on a soldier barely standing. It's not just about level, their form is sloppy. He's burning out too fast. One hit was all it took. Sword drawn, Han reminded himself. One strike, one kill. That's the fastest way. Block, strike, repeat. These are just like the weaklings on the first floor, he shouted, cutting through another wave. Still, they just kept coming. The battlefield was teeming with them. Someone yelled if these things even knew fear. They just kept charging, reckless and wild. Han turned again and commanded another rotation. His comrade, eyes ahead, nodded firmly. Got it. Han, surveying the field, spotted a flaw. This is our weakest point, he thought, then turned to the girl. Shift position. Try intercepting with their own arrows. She didn't hesitate. Spinning around, she loosed an arrow and yelled, I'm done waiting. It flew straight into a goblin's eye before it could break through. Aaron raised his arm mid-swing and shouted. Han said 10 minutes. Han, unwavering, responded, "We've only held for 5. Just then a goblin lunged, jaw snapping, but something knocked it back hard. The girl had smashed it with her knee and yelled, "Quit crawling at us." Suddenly, one of the men let out a bone-rattling scream. A system message flashed. One of the squad members was bleeding, and his health would keep dropping. Han scowled and yelled for him to be swapped out. "Forget him. Take his spot. Stop the goblins." The injured soldier tried to protest, but Han turned with a glare and barked, "Quit whining. You'll recover once you're out." The soldier collapsed to the ground, trembling. Another system message appeared. He was afflicted with fear. All his stats had dropped by 30%. Han slashed through a goblin with full force, then kicked another one away. He shouted at the wounded soldier, "Get it together. You want to die here." The soldier mumbled an apology, and Han called out to the girl, "Stop his bleeding." She knelt down without hesitation and started bandaging him. Han yelled again, voice sharp, "If you don't start fighting, your friend's going to die." Suddenly, a goblin came at Han from behind, but he spun around just in time, slashing it down. He stomped on another's head and roared, "Get lost." Still, the goblins kept swarming. One of the fighters cried out that his sword had gone dull. His comrade gritted his teeth, forced himself to his feet, and grabbed the weapon. "I can still fight." Seeing the battered blade, the first guy looked uncertain. Han shouted, "You want to live? Then fix it." Cutting down another monster, he thought this was bound to happen. Better than F rank, sure, but still just a basic iron sword. He yelled, "Goblins die just fine with or without a sword." He bashed one in the head with a shield. "No sword? Use your shield." Then he spun to Aaron, ordering, "Switch out." The man turned and replied, "I'm good to keep going." From behind, the girl sliced through another goblin and said, "You should rest while you can. Don't be stubborn." Han growled, 3 minutes left. Just hold for 3 more. He thought to himself, why does half an hour feel like a lifetime? Then he barked at Aaron again, "Move forward." The girl stared ahead, afraid. He turned to her and said calmly, 10 seconds. That's all we need. He signaled the switch, then looked at her again. "Cover us with arrows." But then his eyes landed on her quiver. Only 4 arrows left. He frowned. "Not nearly enough." "Don't hold back," he shouted. "If they break through, it's over anyway." Drawing back her bowstring, the girl responded firmly, "Got it." She loosed 2 arrows, both flying straight at a goblin. But then, one of the creatures lunged forward, eyes wide, clutching a jagged stick. It broke through their defenses. On the ground, the injured soldier was barely clinging to consciousness. Suddenly, the goblin stabbed him deep in the gut. Blood poured from his mouth. The girl immediately fired, taking the goblin down. Her eyes fell to the wounded comrade. He was sprawled out, blood pooling beneath him. A system message appeared, "Critical condition. Life at risk." Seeing it, Han snapped. He charged forward, cutting through everything in his path. Jenna froze, staring at the dying ally. Panic gripped her. Should I try to save him? But if I move now... Meanwhile, on the front lines, one of the fighters raised his shield and called out, "Hide. Can you cover me? Just 30 seconds? A powerful monster surged toward him. Its strike came fast, but Han deflected it, using his body to block the blow with perfect timing. Then Han roared forward, tearing through the enemy ranks. He reached the fallen soldier's position. "Left flank, go now," he shouted. The boy hesitated, glancing around. "What about Hyde? He's resting. We move now." Just then, a system message popped up. "The fallen warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will be honored forever." The soldier bowed his head, then turned back and rejoined the battle, cutting down the next wave. Han looked to Jenna. "We can't help them anymore," he said. "Forget them. If you fall, we all die." Gritting her teeth, she nodded. "Understood." Han bashed away another goblin with a shield. Nearby, Jenna continued fighting, blades flashing. "How many are left?" she called out. A system message appeared. "Basic dagger skill, level 3. New skill acquired. Fast movement." Han lifted his sword in a sharp signal. "Throw everything you've got at them," he said. "If you want to ask about time, make it count." Right after, another system update flashed. Heroic Awakening triggered. Sword and shield technique, level 5. Pain threshold, level 2. Cold-bloodedness, level 3. While fending off another goblin with a shield, Han couldn't help but wonder, what's the point of this if they're all going to die here anyway? Just then, one of the warriors let out a sharp scream. He'd been hit. A system message appeared. "Bleeding. Health will decrease over time." Surrounded by crazed goblins, the wounded soldier raised a trembling hand and cried out, "Han, help me. I don't want to die." Tears welled in his eyes, fear written all over him. Hearing his name, Han clenched his teeth, face tight with frustration, but he didn't turn back. The goblins began to close in on the helpless boy, who kept begging for someone to save him. Han didn't stop. He veered away and barked at Jenna and Aaron, "Follow me." Jenna glanced back, her mind flooded with memories of their fallen allies. Han said coldly, I'll mourn them when we get out of here. The group sprinted through a crumbling alley in the ruined city. As they ran, a system notification flashed. Your companion has returned to the arms of God. His spirit will be honored to the end of time. Jenna halted and stared ahead. Are we going to die too? Don't talk like that. Their leader shot back. He turned sharply and pointed behind her. Climb that wall. She looked where he was pointing. You want me to run by myself? We're right behind you, he said. Then, as the goblins came rushing in, he added, we'll have to cut through a few first. He raised his sword. One monster per strike won't cut it anymore. Then he charged, slashing through multiple enemies with one powerful swing. From above, Jenna shouted, I'm up. Hurry. Without wasting a second, Han leapt up and grabbed the edge of the rooftop. Get up here, he ordered Aaron. Jenna reached down, take my hand. Aaron didn't hesitate. He grabbed her arm and started climbing. But then, a cry of agony. A goblin had driven a blade into Aaron's leg. Han jumped down in an instant, cutting the creature down. Jenna, don't let go, he shouted, eyes fierce. Then, blade in hand, he turned and faced the next wave. There's no time, Han muttered. I have to cut the leg. Without hesitation, he brought down his blade. His ally screamed in agony as pain surged through him. A system message popped up. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. Helping support him, Han turned to Jenna. Lift him now. Another notification flashed. Critical condition. Life at risk. They looked down, and what they saw was terrifying. A mass of furious goblins, climbing on top of each other like a living ladder. They're using each other to climb, one of the boys shouted, panic creeping into his voice. It's smart, too simple but smart. Eyes wide with fear, he suddenly shouted, you have to kill Aaron with a spear now. Jenna didn't question it. She thrust the spear down while trying to hold off the incoming horde. We can't let him get back up, Han growled. We've got nowhere else to go. But then Jenna's grip failed, and the spear slipped from her hands. It's gone. What now? Kick them. Han snapped. As more hands reached up for them, Jenna cried out, how much longer? There's too many. We can't keep this up. 30 seconds, the boy shouted. His ally gritted his teeth. Feels like an hour already. I'm serious. We don't have much time. Still swinging his blade, Han focused his thoughts. Just a little longer, just until that timer shows up. And then, it appeared. A system message flashed with a countdown ticking down the final seconds. Suddenly, a goblin lunged, its hand snapping forward and grabbing Han's shield. With a vicious pull, it yanked it down. Han didn't flinch. He raised his sword, ready to strike. But another goblin plunged a blade straight into his stomach. The creature grinned, sly and smug, its eyes locked on him. Han's body trembled. He clenched his jaw and growled, you bastard. Then the goblin twisted the blade and yanked it free. Pain shot through him like fire. He screamed, barely staying upright. His vision blurred. A system message appeared. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. Nearby, Jenna had also been struck. Another notification. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. They were both on the brink. Kneeling amidst a sea of snarling goblins, the boy stared blankly, defeated. So this is it, he thought. This is how it ends. Dying on the 5th floor, such a pathetic place to fall. His head dropped. Why? Why'd I have to go through this nightmare? Why me? I didn't ask for this. Not back on Earth, not here. He spiraled into despair until something snapped. His eyes flared open, fury igniting within him. Why? He demanded again, now aloud. He lunged up and sliced a goblin clean through. You freaks, he roared, the rage taking over. The system lit up, berserker mode activated. His blood red eye glowed against the blackness in his gaze. You really think you can kill me here? On the 5th damn floor? Blade drawn to his side, he muttered, there's no reason for this. Just then, a maddened goblin lunged. Han didn't hesitate. His sword tore through it, and every other monster that dared come close. I'm not dying here, he shouted. In moments, goblin limbs littered the ground. Surrounded by carnage, he glared forward with wild, unblinking eyes. Come on, he dared them. The system announced, skill awakened, berserker. The monsters, once feral and fearless, now trembled. Jenna watched, unable to move. Even breathing hurts, she thought. My whole body feels like it's breaking. The boy inhaled deeply. Bloodlust filled his voice. You want to kill me? Then come and try. He swung again, cutting down a goblin. I won't lose. Blades flashed as he tore through wave after wave, each strike merciless. But then, his weapon cracked and shattered into pieces. The goblins roared with twisted joy. But the boy didn't stop. Even if I have to use my fists, he thought. He launched forward, feet pounding the ground, eyes locked on the enemy. I'll never stop. Snarling, he charged into the crowd. Right then, the timer hit 0. Suddenly, every goblin around him began to shift in color. He froze, staring in disbelief. A massive swarm of monsters, all of them, stopped in place. Silent, motionless. Jenna and Han stood frozen, stunned by what they were witnessing. Just then, they noticed Eren, still alive, lying motionless on the rooftop. A system message appeared. Floor cleared. Their levels had increased, and Han was named MVP. The rewards rolled in. 5,000 gold, iron, ore, leather, and boards. Without warning, the system transferred them all into a new space. Congratulations on clearing Floor 5. Daily dungeons are now unlocked. Gather materials. Strengthen your settlement. Train your heroes. Their remaining weapons had been moved with them. Jenna dropped to her knees in disbelief. Han stood still, barely breathing, his body still shaking from what just happened. Eren, among them, was quiet but breathing. Jenna looked at him, eyes wide, then suddenly smiled, tears welling up. And then she laughed, overwhelmed by it all. Han didn't move. He couldn't make sense of it. The chaos, the survival, it hadn't settled in yet. From a floor, Jenna looked up. Can you hold me up? I don't have the strength. Without a word, he reached out. As he pulled her to her feet, she asked quietly, Did we really make it? Yeah, he replied. This is the waiting room. The floor's cleared. She looked around. Is every floor like this? He shook his head. No, this was a special case. Picking up the broken pieces of his sword, he added, In missions like this, everyone's survival depends on each person's choices. If the others had been a bit stronger, maybe it would have ended differently. He stepped closer to Jenna. With a well-synced group, these missions wouldn't be this hard. But we got hit at the worst possible time. Jenna nodded, lowering her head. They left the waiting room quietly. Outside, a boy ran up, beaming. You guys crushed it. Chloe's got food ready. Where's everyone else? Still inside. They're dead, Han said flatly. The boy blinked. What? They're all dead. The boy fell silent, stunned. As they walked past him, another voice rang out. Unknown, yet commanding. The master is calling for heroes. Everyone whose names are announced, come forward. Back in his room, Han collapsed on his bed, face pressed into the pillow. He didn't feel much about the deaths he'd seen. Up here on the front lines of the tower, that kind of thing quickly became routine. His thoughts drifted to the new skill he'd picked up, Berserker. As he lay there, he began to wonder, how could that possibly go with his cold-blooded trait? Those two couldn't be more opposite. Cold-blooded kept him composed no matter what, while Berserker traded control for raw power. It had to be some kind of glitch. Maybe it had to do with him being both a hero and a master. Still lying in bed, Han reminded himself that there was a lot he didn't understand yet, but he could figure that out later. Right now, rest came first. With a sigh and eyes slowly closing, he muttered that things were only going to get harder from here. The scene then shifts to the training ground. It's early, and Jenna is already deep in her practice, slicing through the air with precision. Surprised to see her up so soon. She usually slept in. Han asked what brought on the early start. She answered simply, she wanted to stay alive. Watching her fluid movements, he remembered she got a new skill yesterday. She was clearly gifted and relentless. Thinking of Eren, he realized that despite working just as hard, the guy never got anything in return. Still balancing on his hands, Han figured his current limit was skill level 5. Pretty standard growth for a 3-star hero. Then, a system notification popped up. His level was 9. He studied his stats. Just one more level to go before he'd need to upgrade to 2 stars. Right then, Jenna leaned in and poked his torso. He looked down and asked what she was doing. She commented that his pose looked cool. He told her to knock it off. After a light smack to the head, she pouted and said his muscles didn't even look worn out. As he threw on a shirt, he quietly admitted to himself that she kept catching him off guard. He couldn't believe how quickly she'd bounced back from yesterday. Holding her head, Jenna then said Eren hadn't shown up. Han told her to leave him be. He probably needed space. After all, he was closer to the ones they'd lost. They both drifted into silence, lost in thought. Jenna broke it, mentioning how Eren usually arrived earlier than everyone else to train. Standing nearby, Han added that Daika was the same. They both pushed themselves harder than anyone. Turning his gaze to the side, he muttered that, in comparison, those two were real heroes. Watching the others scattered around the training field, Han noted how they always pretended to be busy with something just to avoid synthesis training, only showing up when the master was around to keep an eye on things. With a look of quiet frustration, he remarked that those guys did have potential, but they never had enough time to prove themselves. Maybe it would have been better if one of them had died back on the 5th floor. Jenna, standing beside him, didn't argue. She just suggested they get back to training. Just then, a voice called out, apologizing for being late. It was Eren, and something about his expression seemed off. Concerned, Han asked what was wrong. Eren replied that if he'd been just a bit stronger, maybe things wouldn't have ended the way they did for those two. Han met his eyes with a flat look and said plainly they died because they were weak. Nothing more, nothing less. From a distance, Han looked around the base camp, thinking that it had already been a month since he arrived. Though in the real world, only about 10 days had passed. Glancing at his phone, he reflected on how often whatever logged into the game and calculated that the in-game time moved 3 times faster. Whatever checked in morning, noon, and night. Visualizing the game on his phone, Han thought about how, during battle events, the game time synced with real time. Otherwise, those survival missions wouldn't last 30 minutes. They'd be more like 90, and they'd never make it out alive. Just then, Isil appeared, grinning, and praised Han, saying everyone should follow his example. After all, he cleared the 5th floor, even with a bunch of slackers on his team. She went on, boldly calling him the master of all masters. Jenna leaned over and whispered, asking what Han had done to make Isil act like that. He brushed it off with a grin, saying it was classified company info. The fairy, still fired up, shouted at the others, calling them useless for lounging around while she was out there giving her all. She warned them there'd be consequences for their laziness. As the scolding went on, Han quietly slipped away, thinking it was better to leave them be. They'd end up where they were needed, especially if someone gave the order. Right after that, a system notification popped up. Group 4 had been formed. It included Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and someone named Owen. As the others stood there in shock, Han listened quietly, showing no reaction. Suddenly, a voice announced that the selected heroes had to head into the rift of time and space. Immediately, Jenna, caught off guard, asked why they were grouped with people they didn't even know. Inside the rift, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Han told Jenna not to worry. This time would be way easier. A portal materialized ahead of them. It was a daily dungeon. These opened every day and were meant for gathering materials. Today's target was the Kenout Forest, and they'd be stuck there for 11 hours. Reading over the mission details, Han realized the daily dungeons were finally accessible. A man beside him asked if they'd really be fighting together. Han glanced over and asked for his name. The guy introduced himself as Owen and quickly added that he didn't think they'd be of much help. As the portal flickered to life, Owen explained there was nothing to stress about. Combat wasn't immediate. In the blink of an eye, a beam of blue light flashed, and they were dropped into the forest. Once inside, the system notified them again. Group 4 had officially entered the lower-tier Kenout Forest. Their objective, gather resources and return when time ran out. It also reminded them that dungeon types rotated based on the day, so it was smart to check ahead before assigning teams. Scanning the area, Jenna asked where the enemies were, and if this was going to be another round of special missions. Walking up to her, Han tugged her cheek. She looked confused, not seeing the joke, until he told her she looked ridiculous. Then he crouched down, picked up a small stone, and explained that daily dungeons weren't for fighting. They were for gathering. He tossed the stone into a strange, floating portal nearby. One of the guys asked what that was. Han said it was basically a trash can. Just think of it as storage. Right then, the system chimed in again. Trash collected. This item is not needed by the settlement. Recommend not picking up such items. Snapping a branch off a nearby tree, Han explained it was better to toss gathered materials, like branches, into the storage portal. As he tossed it in, he added that the system would absorb the items and eventually create new ones. A system prompt popped up stating that 100 branches would be needed to create a log, which in turn required a carpenter's bench. Owen stared at him, clearly rattled, and asked if that was really all there was to it. His teammate chimed in, asking if they seriously wouldn't even have to fight. Han shrugged it off and told her it wasn't her concern. Then he suggested they go hunting instead. As they followed him, Jenna complained that the 5 of them never gave her a break and asked what they'd be hunting. Boars? Deer? Rabbits? Either way, she was just excited they'd finally get to eat some real meat. Eventually, they stumbled upon a deer standing in the middle of a clearing. Jenna's eyes lit up, and she practically drooled at the sight. Claiming it as hers, she told the cutlet to stay still. In one smooth motion, she drew her bow and fired, hitting the deer cleanly in the neck. Walking over to her prize, Jenna admired how good it looked. Han, standing just behind, asked if she even knew how to butcher it. She confidently replied that she did. She'd watched her father do it countless times. She got to work, explaining step by step. First, drain the blood, then open the belly and remove the organs. Han stood by in silence, watching her handle everything. As he turned to leave, he told her to toss all the remains into the rift when she was done. Nothing was to be left behind. She asked where he was going. Without turning back, he answered that he had something to take care of, and besides, he was tired of eating just potatoes. Han made his way deeper into the forest, eventually arriving at a massive waterfall. Checking the timer, he noted they had just 30 minutes left before they'd automatically be returned to the settlement. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a group of animals nearby. Spotting them made him pause. He'd found what he was looking for. Drawing his blade, Han focused on the largest one, a rare forest queen. Rare monsters like these sometimes showed up in daily dungeons, and while not hard to spot, they were important. He pictured a low-grade attribute stone in his mind. These monsters were key to upgrading heroes, and getting one could be a game-changer. Without hesitating, he rushed in. Hearing the noise, the deer snapped its head up, alert. In a single, clean swing, Han decapitated the creature. A moment later, one of its kin charged at him in a fury. Without hesitation, Han retaliated, slicing into it over and over with ruthless precision. Now face to face with the queen of the forest, he stared her down. "Your friends are gone." "Too bad," he said flatly. The regal white deer glared back with cold fury. Pointing his blade at her, Han invited her to come at him. The narration briefly shifted, explaining the cycle of daily dungeons. Monday and Tuesday feature the Israelita Mine. Wednesday and Thursday, the Kenout Forest. Friday and Saturday, Simral Plateau. And on Sunday, all dungeons are unlocked. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a panicked shout echoed through the trees. A boy screamed that there was a monster up ahead. Owen, who was with him, squinted into the foliage, confused. He couldn't see anything. Peering through the leaves, they caught a glimpse of glowing red eyes. Owen cautiously told his friend to wait. Something fell off. Then, from the brush, Han stepped into view, dragging his catch. With a smirk, he asked if they were expecting someone else. He dropped the severed head of the forest queen onto the ground with a heavy thud. Jenna, eyes wide, remarked how massive it was. Han exhaled and admitted he was exhausted. He needed help hauling the rest. As one of the team members stored the body in the portal, Han turned to Jenna and asked how much she had gathered. The system notification answered for her. She had harvested the queen's blood. Jenna added that she'd taken down 2 deer and a boar, enough meat for everyone. Picking the queen's head up again, Jenna asked why he'd kept it. It wasn't good for eating. Han, strapping his shield onto his back, explained that he needed the horn. It couldn't be removed any other way. Looking at the head, Jenna casually noted it was female. Surprised, Han asked how she could tell just from that. She replied that she'd lived in the forest long enough to know. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Jenna had unlocked a new skill, Forest Hunter. Humming a tune, she began carving into the deer's head, cheerful as ever. Han watched her work, stunned by yet another one of her awakenings. Glancing at her awakening stone, he thought to himself that she'd have no trouble ranking up soon. The system notification popped up, stating it was a low-tier wind attribute stone, an elemental item charged with forest energy, typically used to craft gear that boosts a hero's rank. As the narration ended, the scene shifted to the tavern at the hero's main camp. A table loaded with roasted meat filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. The people inside lit up at the sight, clearly overjoyed at finally getting some real food. Jenna walked over with a cheerful grin and told Han that everyone had devoured an entire deer. He casually replied that if she was done eating, she should come with him. He began thinking about all the dungeons they could access. Today, the Simral Plateau was open, one of the daily changing dungeons. It also happened to be a good place to farm attribute stones. Soon after, the two of them entered the dungeon. Another system alert appeared, confirming that a temporary 2-person team had entered a low-tier Simral Plateau instance. Looking around, the girl asked if this place could really help them get stronger. Her companion explained that attribute stones were the key, and now they just had to find them. Jenna stepped slowly toward the cliff's edge, gazing out at the stunning landscape. The breeze swirled gently around her. Just then, Han spotted something, clusters of live flowers growing near the edge. That caught him off guard. He stared at them, certain he'd seen them before. They were the base ingredient for health potions. He made a mental note to collect some later. Suddenly, the sound of combat echoed across the plateau. The pair were now locked in battle with a massive wolf. After a fierce fight, they managed to bring it down hard. Watching their victory, Jenna smiled and said one wolf wasn't much of a challenge. As he slid his sword back into its sheath, Han warned her that more beasts might come, drawn by the scent of blood. Jenna nodded and quickly began dissecting the wolf. She asked what to do with the fangs and claws, and he told her to cut them out. While he examined a low-tier water attribute stone, the system pinged again, identifying it as a water-type skill stone charged with plateau energy, another ingredient for crafting and ranking up. Still working, Jenna remarked how peaceful it was here. Han shot her a look and told her to save that kind of talk for her after he was done draining the blood. Jenna smiled and said if things could always be this simple, just hunting and gathering, they'd have plenty to eat and a safe place to stay. It would have been paradise if not for the master. Her words caught Han off guard. He suddenly remembered that he used to think the same way when he played this role. She quietly wished the master would never return. As he glanced at her, Han wondered if the people of Niflheim also thought better of him without the master's shadow looming over them. Holding a low-grade attribute stone, the girl explained she didn't see the point in fighting forever. The threat of synthesis was gone. Closing her eyes, she asked what he would rather do for her. Something quieter, perhaps? Han admitted it was possible, but everything still depended on the situation back at the settlement. Then Jenna asked him directly, why suggest something peaceful if he had no plans to step away from the front lines himself? Her words left him speechless. He simply closed his eyes and gave a soft smile. The story then jumped ahead a few days. Deep in a forest, the group was teleported again. A system alert confirmed they were now on the 6th floor, and their task was reconnaissance, scouting an unfamiliar area. The system also notified them that Daika had joined Group 1. With confidence, he declared they could count on him. Aaron, clearly uneasy, pointed out this wasn't one of the usual daily dungeons. The group leader noted that recon missions were rarely typical. Scanning the area, Aaron commented that things seemed quiet, too quiet, like on the 5th floor. But he was quickly hushed. No talking, no peeking out, came the firm reply. Following that, the whole team dropped to the ground in silence. One confused teammate whispered that lying flat wasn't necessary, but Han looked over at Aaron and calmly explained that things were different here. If they followed instructions, they could get through it smoothly. Aaron nodded and followed his lead. A while later, they spotted 3 goblins, each level 8. They figured the enemies wouldn't be a problem, but then Han noticed something, a horn hanging from one of the goblins' belts. That meant reinforcements weren't far off. Looking up at Jenna perched on a branch, he asked if she saw anything. She confirmed there was a goblin settlement up ahead. As she descended, she added there were a lot, about 100 of them. The moment he heard that, Han realized it was a setup. If they engaged, they'd be surrounded in no time. Analyzing the battlefield, Han quickly issued orders. Jenna was to take out the goblin on the right, while Aaron would go for the second one once they were distracted. Aaron gave a quick nod, ready to strike. Turning to Daika, Han drew his blade and instructed him to cover them if anything went wrong. Daika agreed without hesitation. In the next instant, Jenna loosed her arrow. It pierced straight through the goblin's forehead. At the same time, Aaron leapt out of the bushes, driving his weapon clean through his target with a swift thrust. Seeing his comrades fall, the last goblin reached for the horn at his waist, but Han was already there. He told the creature it was too late for help, then cleanly decapitated it with one smooth strike. The system flashed with a notification. The floor had been cleared. MVP Han. He was rewarded with 5,000 gold. Moments later, the group was teleported out. Daika, surprised by how quickly it ended, asked if that was really it. But Han replied that it wasn't over yet. They still needed to scout the area. Taking off in a sprint, he thought to himself that there had to be clues about the next floor. Recon missions often offered hints about what was coming. While most events were randomized, subtle patterns could still be uncovered. Eventually, he reached the fortified goblin settlement. Inside, goblins were keeping wolves chained up. Peering through the fence, he was struck by the sheer size of the village. Suddenly, a goblin turned towards something odd, only to see a faint trail of vanishing blue particles. Just then, the entire group was pulled into the waiting room. Standing beside him, Jenna asked why he had suddenly bolted. He explained he'd just been scouting ahead. Lost in thought, he began piecing things together. Main dungeons often dropped subtle hints, and recon was just the beginning of a chain of quests known as the Flow. Whether those clues meant anything depended entirely on the master's awareness. He didn't know if the others had seen what he did, and that uncertainty gnawed at him. The pace of events was picking up, faster than he had expected. That's when Chloe ran up, breathless. She warned him of a problem. Strangers had appeared, she said, and they weren't just any travelers. They were armed, and something about them felt off. The moment Han heard this, his expression shifted. He understood immediately. In his mind, he pictured high-ranking heroes. Right after, system notifications appeared one after another. A mercenary group, called the Wolves of Destruction, had arrived. The alert also indicated a powerful link between 5 summoned individuals. It was a rare event. When summoned heroes shared a connection, their strength increased dramatically when fighting as a team. Han turned to Isil as she appeared and asked if their master had made another investment. Beaming, she replied that he had purchased a beginner's set for 50,000. Han immediately calculated. That translated to 25,000 crystals and 50,000 gold. Glancing at Chloe, who stood frozen with fear beside him, Han could tell right away they were high-ranking heroes. If it were him, he'd have summoned them just to help clear the 5th floor. He then told Chloe to head back to the kitchen, reassuring her that nothing would happen to her. These people were just different. As Aaron passed by, he casually remarked that their group could take it easy for now, but in the grand scheme, nothing would really change, even with new arrivals. The scene shifted to a nearby building, where a stunning black-haired girl stood. Jenna, spotting her, hurried over and greeted her enthusiastically. Taken aback, the stranger returned the greeting and asked her name. Introducing herself as Edith, she hesitated slightly before returning the question. Jenna, meanwhile, imagined the striking man behind Edith as Han. He looked intimidating, but was actually kind. The man hushed Jenna as he took a closer look at the new girl, checking her status window. She had a class. Immediately, he recognized her as a 3-star hero, a classic thief type. Low in strength and health, but with high dexterity. She clearly favored daggers over a bow. Staring her down, Han asked again for her name and whether they could talk in private. They moved into the tavern, and Jenna brought them water. Edith then asked if he truly knew anything about this place. He replied that he knew a bit, but not everything, and turned the question back on her. When he asked if she remembered how she got here, she looked down, somber. She didn't recall much, only that she had been summoned to fight, and any attempt to remember more gave her a headache. Intrigued, Han asked what she knew about synthesis. The moment the word left his mouth, Edith's expression darkened. She explained, synthesis was the act of growing stronger by absorbing others. That revelation made Han think. Knowledge clearly varied by rank. Judging by her gear, he figured she had once worked as a mercenary. Propping her head on one hand, Edith quietly revealed she had been part of the Wolves of Destruction. Jenna beside her perked up, saying the name sounded pretty cool. Edith added that the last thing she remembered was being on a job in Halcea. Then she woke up here. While running through the different character cards in his mind, Han quickly realized something. Edith wasn't just a 3-star hero. She had the skill set to match. She'd clearly been a mercenary too, but the gap between her and someone like Carl was enormous. Jenna, intrigued by Edith's story, commented that it sounded really interesting. Edith hesitated, unsure if Jenna truly meant it. Then, turning her gaze away, she quietly muttered that things had changed now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, someone from the fair calling out for Diego, Jack, Kevin, Dirk, and Edith, telling them to come outside. The master was calling. Han glanced toward the window and pointed out that it looked like it was time to head to the square. Just then, a burly man emerged from his room, clearly annoyed. "Who called me?" he grumbled. Edith stood from her seat and calmly said that the master really needed them. It was time. Jack, chewing on a chunk of meat, grumbled that it had been a while since he'd had a proper bite, and muttered that he should have known what kind of master this guy was. Then he slammed the door and stomped outside. Chloe came rushing into the hall, visibly shaken. She said the man had demanded meat, then hoarded so much it could have fed 5 people. Furious, Jenna snapped that they needed to make him give it back. Han, rising from his chair, simply said they needed to get to the square. At the same time, the newcomers gathered and agreed on something big. They would rename Group 5 to Wolves of Destruction. A system notification confirmed the change, assigning them to new slots and officially forming the group. The system then announced that the following heroes had joined the Wolves of Destruction: Diego, Edith, Dirk, Jack, and Kevin. Diego was designated the group's leader. As they all stood side by side in the square, a man observed them and muttered that something about the situation felt off. They even had a gun. The boy next to him said he had one too. The man began fumbling for another excuse, but Han pointed out the obvious. They gave off the vibe of dangerous people. No denying it. Just then, Isil ushered the newcomers inside, saying the master was waiting. The man nodded in approval, thinking to himself that their fear made sense. Those folks didn't look friendly, and they were definitely strong. Han suddenly turned to Jenna, who stood behind him, and asked what she thought of the newcomers. She replied that Edith seemed normal enough, but the rest? Hard to say. Then, turning to the group, Han asked what exactly they wanted from him. Was it really protection? They nodded. With a smirk, he challenged them. Was that all they were after? Protection for nothing? A nervous man admitted that Han was strong, and that's why they'd come to him. Staring at them with a cocky expression, Han scoffed. You all skip training day after day, and now you're here begging for help from someone stronger? Everyone around was left speechless. In his mind, he compared them all to Daika. None of them were anywhere near his level. They just put on a show whenever the master was around. Then he looked over at the rallying meat Jenna had brought. They'd had plenty of time to pick up a craft, learn something, become useful, but all they focused on was avoiding synthesis. His voice turned cold. He told them to leave before he lost his temper. The narrative cut to the stat cards of the current Wolves of Destruction mercenaries. The man from earlier, now pale with fear, didn't hesitate. He hurried out of the square, the others trailing behind. Han then turned to Aaron. While he was bleeding out, swarmed by goblins, these guys were lounging around, eating and sleeping in peace, he said. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. His eyes drifted to Daika, who stood nearby, battered and bruised. You've really been fighting, huh? Han asked. Daika looked surprised. How did he know? Han just shrugged. It's written all over your face. Daika, still confused, explained that it was just a duel. He had asked for it himself. After a moment, Han told him they could take a break now. He turned to Jenna again, who was quietly humming a tune by his side. Why are you still hanging around? He asked. Not long after, a system message flashed. The floor has been cleared. A group of mercenaries emerged from the portal, grumbling that the place had been full of weaklings. Just goblins. No excitement at all. Then Djax stepped forward, his eyes locked straight ahead. Who the hell are you? He demanded. Han just smirked. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied, Why does it even matter to you? Jaken, clearly annoyed by Han's response, stepped forward angrily, demanding to know just who he thought he was. Jenna, standing between them, calmly pointed out that they hadn't even introduced themselves yet. Kevin, confused, turned to her and asked who she was supposed to be. At that moment, Djax decided to speak up. He introduced himself as the captain of the mercenary group, the Wolves of Destruction, and said it was time for proper introductions. Han, sitting beside him, still relaxed, smiled, and said his name was Han. Seeing that Han carried a weapon, Djax assumed he must be a mercenary. But Han, still in his seat, simply replied that he was nothing more than a farmer. Djax stared at him in disbelief, clearly not buying it. Letting that slide for now, Djax gripped the hilt of his sword and asked if the locals usually gathered in the square during conscription. Han confirmed that they did, then asked why he wanted to know. The mercenary captain didn't answer directly. His glare made it clear he understood the situation all too well. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. The master is summoning 10 heroes. They all waited to see who it would be. Han was surprised. 10 regular summons at once? He couldn't help but wonder what the master was planning. As the gates opened, another message flashed. The master has begun synthesis. Heroes must be moved to free slots to proceed. Once used in synthesis, they will be lost. A group of bewildered people stepped out of the portal, looking around in panic, having no clue where they were or what was going on. The fair, watching this unfold, sighed and said the master had summoned yet another batch of nobodies. Isil stepped forward, calling out several names and ordering them into the synthesis room. The newcomers, terrified, had no idea who she was or how she knew their names. She silenced them coldly, saying the master gave the order and they were to follow it. Suddenly, Jaken stormed over to one of the new arrivals and grabbed him by the neck, accusing him of being the one responsible. In a strange twist, the man's value started to rise. Jenna, watching in horror, muttered that this couldn't be happening. Her ally next to her simply replied that anything was possible. After all, they had just arrived. Meanwhile, Djax reminded his subordinate not to forget about the second target. The subordinate, still stunned, asked who was next, mouth hanging open. Once he located the last person, he dragged both of them toward the synthesis gate. Watching it unfold, Han couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this how all heroes summoned with real money ended up? Beside him, Jenna muttered that it was all wrong. They weren't even given a chance. Han stayed quiet, but he knew she was right, and was making a huge mistake. He couldn't help but think. Even among all the one-star trash, there were hidden gems. But the master didn't bother to check. He just threw them all into synthesis. Then, a muscular man glowing with golden light stepped forward. He shouted triumphantly that he'd grown stronger. The system confirmed it, a level up. Right after that, the fair announced another list of names. Screams rang out across the square. The newly summoned heroes, terrified, pleaded for their lives. But it was no use. Drawing his weapon, the mercenary leader gave a cold order. Don't let anyone escape. His subordinates obeyed instantly, blades drawn and ready. Djax glanced back and saw Edith just standing there. What's with you? You part of this or not? He barked. But she didn't answer. She simply looked down and shut her eyes, accepting what was happening. Then, in silence, the black-haired thief pulled her dagger from its sheath. That's when Han spoke up. He told Isil to send a message to the master. A suggestion. Don't throw heroes into synthesis without even checking them. Isil quickly opened a keyboard, typed the message, and sent the warning, pointing out that the master could be losing valuable assets by not verifying them first. Han closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. Since arriving here, everything had changed. This really was a new life. Jaken, now fuming, stormed over to him. You better stay out of this, he growled. Still smiling, Han replied calmly, I'm not interfering. I just gave the master a little advice. With a smirk, he turned to the glowing warrior nearby. Doesn't feel so amusing now, does it? That hit a nerve. Enraged, the warrior ripped out his axe and swung it furiously. You damn bastard, he shouted. Just then, an arrow whistled past Jaken's head, stopping just short of hitting him. Joanna stood ready, bow drawn. The next one's going between your eyes, she warned. Jaken clenched his teeth in fury. You scum. Djax raised his sword, pointing it directly at them. Did you just attack us? He demanded. Edith quickly stepped forward, urging him to stop and just talk it out. But Djax brushed her aside and barked at her to stay quiet. Turning his blade toward Han, he demanded, Do you even know who we are? Han didn't flinch. Of course I do, he said calmly. Then, with a smirk, he looked up at them and declared, You're just trash. Right then, a system notification popped up. Hostility detected toward 4 heroes of the Wolves of Destruction. Feud status has been triggered. Monitor inter-hero relations closely. The mercenaries all turned toward him, eyes sharp, ready to strike. But before anyone could move, the fairy flew in and raised her hand to stop them. Heroes aren't allowed to fight each other, she warned. Unless you want the master to punish you. Han looked at her coolly. There's no rule like that. The fairy hesitated. She couldn't argue. Han's tone turned serious. Let's stop pretending, he said, facing the group. You call yourselves mercenaries? Djax narrowed his eyes. That's exactly what we are. Just regular mercs doing a job for a reward. Han laughed coldly. No, what I see is a bunch of bandits. Djax's expression darkened. I've shown you patience, he growled. And that's how you repay me? You really looking to die? Han ignored the threat and looked up at Isil, who was still floating nearby. These so-called heroes? They'll just drag us down. Rank means nothing without character. They'll stir up trouble and ruin everything. Deadweight. Isil stared at him, stunned and speechless. Then, with a sly grin, Han raised his hand and said, Let's start with a duel. Then, a system notification popped up. Han had issued a duel challenge to Djax. It explained that duels were a formal way for heroes to settle disputes, and that special terms could be added. Djax's commander, the mercenary leader, looked at him in disbelief and asked if he'd lost his mind and what had gotten into him. But Han, staring him down, said he could think of him like a wild dog biting anyone in sight. Recalling their past actions, Han said he'd seen enough to know exactly what kind of people they were. He asked if all the residents were gathered in the square. Once the mercenaries realized there weren't any real powerhouses in the settlement, their fear vanished completely. With his hand moving to the side and his eyes closed, Han muttered that the new recruits wouldn't be enough to stop them. Djax raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. From behind Han, Jenna looked confused, unable to make sense of his words. Han clarified. If he wins, he absorbs Djax. If Djax wins, the same happens in reverse. That was the deal. The mercenary leader let out a wicked grin. Right then, another system message popped up. Djax had accepted the duel. Both heroes agreed to the special condition, synthesis. The system asked if they were ready to begin. Han, envisioning a blade forming before him, smirked. This was going to be fun. As the duel setup screen displayed the agreement button, Han reached out, ready to press it. Djax, clearly enjoying the moment, unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Before confirming, Han asked if Djax was nervous. Feeling the weight of protecting the townspeople, he turned to Jenna and asked her to evacuate everyone to safety. She blinked, surprised, and asked if he could really handle it all on his own. Without answering directly, Han began stretching, prepping for the fight. Catching Jenna's uncertain gaze, he asked if she was actually worried about him. And with that, the button was pressed. The duel was officially on. The two fighters locked eyes, coming to a clear understanding. The duel would only end when one of them admitted defeat. Djax knew he needed his opponent alive, not dead, to accomplish his plans. Han turned to Isil, asking her to make sure no one interfered. But before the request had even settled in the air, Djax lunged forward in an aggressive strike, frustrated that Han hadn't even drawn his weapon yet. Han quickly assessed the threat. Djax's power was nearing 20, and his swordsmanship had reached level 3. He wasn't to be taken lightly. Then, without warning, Han slipped into a berserker state. His eyes flared with a vivid red light. Djax's earlier confidence began to crack. He'd underestimated his foe. Han dodged with precise, effortless movements, appearing behind Djax in an instant. He grabbed his arm, then seized his head and slammed him into the ground. Djax hit face first, skidding across jagged stones and collecting painful gashes. Wasting no time, Han drew his sword and spun it easily in one hand, making his dominance clear. He then drove the blade deep into Djax's body and commanded him to surrender. Djax let out a scream, writhing from the pain, but his cries drowned out his own voice. Han, unsatisfied, pushed the sword in even further, demanding that Djax repeat his defeat loud and clear. Just then, Kevin stepped forward, pleading for Han to stop the torture. Han turned to him, his voice cold. Djax and his crew wouldn't hesitate to wipe them all out. This wasn't some harmless conflict. Kevin hesitated, thrown off by Han's unwavering stance. He believed both sides shared similar goals. Han didn't back down. His icy tone held no room for doubt. If he said it, then that was the truth. Djax, now bloodied and broken, looked down at the ground. Tears streamed from his eyes. His voice shook as he asked why Han hated him so much. They had agreed to the duel. Wasn't it up to them how it ended? Before Djax could get the words of surrender out, Han suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth, cutting him off. He declared that since the enemy was silent, the fight was still on. Turning to Kevin, Han announced that Djax was now his prey, and only he would decide what fate awaited him. With that, he yanked Djax close, locking him in a firm hold. Dirk and Edith watched in stunned silence. unable to hide their discomfort at the sight of their comrades' humiliation. One of Djax's allies shouted a warning at Han, promising that this wouldn't be forgotten. He reminded Han exactly who they were and threatened that he'd regret every bit of this. But Han didn't flinch. He tightened his grip on Djax, ignoring the threats completely. Then his gaze shifted to Edith. Calmly, he asked if it was true they were mercenaries. She couldn't even meet his eyes and gave a faint nod, admitting it was true. They'd worked as mercs in the past. Han smirked, cutting her off mid-sentence. To him, they weren't mercenaries, they were bandits, plain and simple, even robbing the ones who paid them. Then he asked her directly, why was she still with them? Caught off guard, Edith stammered. She said she only stayed because her father had asked her to, and urged Han not to be so quick to judge. Still holding Djax down, Han looked her straight in the eye. He asked one more question. Did she really want to stay with him? Or was she ready to join his side? Edith stood frozen, clearly torn. Behind her, one of her comrades exploded in rage, shouting that she had no right to even consider such a betrayal. Meanwhile, Djax quietly reached for his sword, trying to break free in the chaos. Her partner kept yelling, threatening Edith with the consequences of turning her back on the group. Just as Djax's fingers brushed the weapon, Han reacted instantly. He drove his sword through the man's hand, pinning it to the ground without blinking. He didn't take his eyes off Edith. His voice was calm, unwavering. There was only room for one more on his team. Her partner screamed that she would pay dearly if she left them. Edith trembled, her body tense, then closed her eyes. After a moment of stillness, she made her choice. She walked away from the wolves of destruction, slowly, but without looking back, straight toward Han. Han felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Edith's decision had shifted the balance. This was the turning point. Her former comrades burned with fury, their faces twisted in anger and betrayal. But Edith stood firm, unmoved by their emotions. She told them to disappear, brushing off their threats like they meant nothing. Meanwhile, Han tightened his hold on Djax, forcing him harder into the dirt. Djax gasped, struggling to breathe, tried to squeeze out a surrender. But Han wasn't buying it. He asked if Djax truly meant it, or if it was just a ploy to escape a final, humiliating defeat. Djax snapped back with venom, saying Han would regret everything. Then he screamed for help, calling out to his allies. That was the trigger. Edith's former team charged at Han in a blind rage. But before they could reach him, Isil materialized in their path. Her eyes glinted with cold authority as she warned them. The duel was still underway. No one had the right to interfere, but they didn't care. Blinded by fury, they barked at her to step aside and kept moving, ready to tear Han apart. Han noticed them charging and simply chuckled to himself. He knew Isil wouldn't stand by and let them break the rules. Her eyes gleamed with a wild light. She stared down the attackers and said one last time that they had been warned. In an instant, the air filled with screams. Bodies were flung in all directions like ragdolls. Blood splattered midair, and Isil, calm and composed, lowered her hand without a flicker of emotion. She stood amidst the chaos and reminded them she had given them fair warning. Now their fate was sealed. They had returned to the hands of death. Djax watched in horror. His body shook, eyes wide, realizing he was caught between two overwhelming forces. Isil floated back to Han, as serene as ever, and asked if she'd done the right thing. Han, clearly pleased, praised her without hesitation. She handled everything perfectly. At that moment, Djax finally broke. In a faint whisper, he admitted defeat. Han heard it, and at the same time, the glowing symbol in the air shifted, signaling the end of his berserker mode. His hair swayed gently in the breeze. Han felt a faint throb in his head and quickly realized using that mode again just wasn't worth the strain. He made a mental note to be more cautious the next time he activated it. Turning to Djax with a slight smirk, he remarked that if his opponent truly understood the system and the consequences of this duel, he would have never gone through with it. Floating above them, Isil issued a warning. The master had been tapping the screen repeatedly, clearly irritated by how things were unfolding. Just then, a glowing card flashed before Han's eyes. It showed his skills had leveled up. He wasn't shocked, but Isil looked on with alarm. She feared the master, frustrated by the events, might abandon the game entirely, especially after spending a hefty amount on a hero he'd barely used. Han, however, remained calm. If the master was that easily discouraged, he would have quit long ago. After synthesizing the 4-star heroine, Han rose to his feet, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He recalled how many summons had gone to waste, all leading to this moment. Still, he knew deep down, those heroes had just been dead weight. Losing them wasn't much of a setback. His eyes swept across the scattered bodies. Maybe the master would see the flaws in his choices someday. But right now, he was clearly furious. Reaching level 10, Han realized his stats now rivaled those of a solid 3-star hero, more than enough to prove his worth in battle. he knew one thing. Unless the master chose to synthesize him, he'd never stand a chance of reaching the tower summit. Han lifted his gaze to the sky. High above, the master's eye stared back at him. What was going through his mind? What was he feeling? Staring at that ever-watchful eye, Han quietly vowed never to let it disappear. His voice rang with steady resolve, a warning to the one who controlled his fate. Outside, the sun blazed overhead, and a massive wall loomed around the city. Han leaned against a nearby house, closing his eyes for just a moment, trying to shut out the noise of the world. But the peace didn't last. A crowd quickly gathered around him, voices filled with admiration and praise. Daika, in particular, couldn't contain his excitement. His eyes sparkled with genuine respect for the hero before him. Han didn't share in the crowd's excitement. He gently cupped Jenna's cheek and, with a hint of disapproval, asked why she had told everyone what happened. The townspeople, oblivious to his frustration, continued expressing their gratitude, praising him for saving them from the threat that had loomed over their peaceful lives. With a tired sigh, Han looked over the crowd and told them they were missing the real issue. One man stepped forward, full of emotion, and declared they would gladly lay down their lives for him. After all, he'd saved them from certain death. But Han's expression turned cold. He turned his back and replied bluntly, that had nothing to do with them. Confused, a man beside him asked what he meant. Han faced him again and explained that the master, the one who ruled over their fates, was furious. That's why he had summoned his allies. The villagers exchanged uncertain looks, whispering in worry, but one of them tried to reassure the rest, saying it was just a matter of defeating a few goblins. Jenna, visibly shaken, turned to Han. Why 6 people? She asked nervously. Wasn't 5 enough to win? Han didn't even look at her. His reply was cold and final. It was for synthesis. The word landed like a hammer. The villagers fell silent, their faces pale with horror. One of them, his voice trembling with anger, stepped forward and shouted that they had always fought, always struggled to survive. But Han ignored the outburst. Instead, he called over Eren and Daika. The 2 boys approached hesitantly, uncertain. Han looked them in the eyes. Do you really believe these people gave it their all? He asked. What were they doing while we pushed ourselves to the brink? Then he turned to Jenna again. Did they help you hunt? She paused, then admitted they had helped her carry the meat. Han didn't flinch. Even beasts can do that. Their worth isn't any higher than cattle. The villagers erupted in outrage. One man snapped and screamed to Han. Without hesitation, the hero struck him hard, dropping him to the ground. At that moment, Isil materialized before them, furious. Her voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. She was tired of being ignored. Everyone to the square. Now, one of the city residents stepped forward, desperation in his voice, begging Han to speak with the master. Only he, they believed, had the power to change what was coming. But despite the fear etched into the villagers' faces, Han stood firm. Jenna turned to him hesitantly. Who are you sending first? She asked. Arms crossed. Han replied without hesitation. Edith. Her level was too low, and as a newcomer, she was the obvious choice. The girl's eyes widened in panic. She pleaded for another chance, but her fate was already sealed. A card appeared near the gate bearing her image, announcing the synthesis had been completed and her level had risen. The villagers watched in stunned silence as Edith glowed faintly with a yellow light. Horror spread through the crowd. Han's eyes were cold. He warned them. If they thought they could cling to him and do nothing, they were wrong. If they wanted to survive, they'd have to prove they were worth the effort. A man near the front stammered, his voice shaking. He admitted he didn't know how to fight. His hands trembled from fear. Han didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned to his companions. He asked them to help get the villagers trained. The blacksmith was hesitant. Teaching the craft from scratch wouldn't be easy. But Han had no doubt they were motivated enough to learn. He added that anyone who thought they had what it took for close combat could come to him directly. He'd show them exactly what they were made of. He continued. Those who wanted to learn to hunt or butcher could go to Jenna. For carpentry, Enoch would handle them. Han made one thing clear. They had options. They just needed the will to survive. Jenna watched him quietly. Something about him had changed. He was softer, more open to helping people. She commented on it, but Han brushed it off. Still, deep down, he knew she wasn't wrong. If they listened to him, they might avoid dying for nothing. As they approached a massive building and climbed toward the 10th floor, Han realized he'd soon need a second team, one that could match the main group's strength. The next morning, while the sky was still dark, Chloe stood nearby holding a tray of freshly baked buns. When she saw Han, she greeted him cheerfully. Curious, he asked what they were cooking. Chloe explained they were making bread. Though they had no flour, her partner used to be a baker and had improvised. She smiled and told him they used ground potatoes instead. Han tried a piece, then nodded thoughtfully. It was a clever workaround. He suggested they take some wheat to the plateau. It could be the start of something bigger. Just then, The door creaked open and Han stepped outside. Edith stood waiting for him, suggesting they head to the training arena. Her confidence caught him off guard. On the field, Jenna stood ready, bow already drawn. Han approached and asked her to spar with Edith, using daggers instead of her usual weapon. Jenna blinked in surprise. She was skilled with a bow, but daggers weren't her strength. Still, she agreed without hesitation. Spinning the blades in her hands, she approached Edith. The fight began. Edith ducked and weaved, impressed by Jenna's control and speed. But then Jenna called her out, reminding her that she wasn't a kid anymore. She needed to fight like an adult. The pace of the match picked up. Both girls moved so fast they were nearly blurs across the field. In one swift move, Jenna knocked Edith to the ground and held a dagger to her chest. Edith, breathless, stared up at her. "Are you really a mercenary?" she asked. "Or from some noble warrior family?" Jenna shook her head. "No, I'm just a hunter's daughter. This is all from years of training." Han stepped in then, commenting that if the wolves of destruction had trained this hard, they'd be a real threat. Edith might be weaker now, but her potential went far beyond that of any first-level hero. If she kept pushing, she could close the gap. Suddenly, Aaron burst into the scene, shouting in frustration. "That's not true. I've been training like crazy, and I still haven't caught up." Han closed his eyes, calm as ever. "It's about more than just effort. It's how you train, how you grow." He turned back to Edith. "I don't care who you were before." Edith wiped her face, voice quiet. I remember your work." Off to the side, Aaron jogged in circles, panting hard. The group practiced on training dummies while Han observed, thinking to himself. It wasn't a matter of preference anymore. They had to raise their value, or they wouldn't last. Even with the volunteers for support, they were still short. Only 2 spots remained, and someone, inevitably, would be chosen for synthesis. Han's gaze shifted and landed on a guy standing off alone, hands buried in his pockets. He walked over. "What's your name?" he asked. The man, drenched in sweat, answered, "Usher." "That thing, Master, brought us here to fight." Han picked up a club from a nearby barrel and gave Usher a quick once-over. The guy was in decent shape. "So," Han asked, "who were you before all this?" Usher explained that he used to work as a porter for mercenaries, carrying their gear, standing guard, and setting up rest stops. Han raised an eyebrow, noting that Usher fought surprisingly well for someone in that role. Embarrassed, Usher admitted he had always hoped to become a mercenary himself one day. A grin tugged at Han's lips. Without saying much, he pulled out his club and told Usher to attack him. He wanted to see what the guy was really capable of. Nearby, 2 angelic figures were carved into a stone, a symbol marking the beginning of the weeding process for the new recruits. That evening, the Master's indifference became clear. He didn't care who volunteered for support or who didn't. Despite Aaron constantly throwing himself into battles, he was overlooked again. 2 people were chosen and didn't make it. They were used for synthesis. Usher's card lit up with a bright glow. The result? He leveled up, now a level 3. The rest of the group was dispatched to the daily dungeon. Terrified, one of the newer recruits sprinted from a monstrous enemy. Meanwhile, we learned that the mine holding fire-attributed stones remained sealed off. Under the night sky, calm but tense, the settlement slept. At dawn, a crowd gathered on the street. Arms folded, Han stood at the front, surveying the group. "Any guesses why I brought you all here?" he asked. The expressions around him shifted instantly. Daika tentatively raised his hand. "Are you picking the new team?" Jenna blinked in confusion. "Isn't that up to the Master?" Han shrugged. "He listens to suggestions. I'm making mine." Holding up a glass filled with folded slips, he announced, "We're drawing lots." The group murmured in surprise. With a sly grin, Han continued, "We're splitting into 2 teams. 6 of us. 3 per group." Daika frowned, unsure. Han reassured them, "Relax. There are no losers here. Each team gets a leader. One team has me. The other," he said, glancing over, "has Edith." Edith blinked. "Me? Not Jenna." Han looked down and replied flatly, "I don't like Jenna." Edith hesitated. "Why split up at all?" "Because it's risky to invest everything in one team," Han said. "If they fall, it's game over. We need balance." Han closed his eyes for a moment and reminded everyone that the remaining slots would be filled by the Master. He would make that call himself. As he stood there, memories of the brutal battle on the 5th floor resurfaced. The gap in strength back then had nearly wiped the whole team. A few weak links almost cost them everything. He visualized various maps in his mind. If it were possible for a single team to clear every floor, then dividing wouldn't be necessary. But they were reaching a point where more people would be required, especially for special missions, where dozens or even hundreds of heroes might need to join forces. If someone too weak slipped in, it could put the entire operation at risk. The second group wouldn't just be backup. They'd be the settlement's insurance if the first team was ever wiped out. Inwardly, Han acknowledged that Inniton was summoning heroes with real money and zero strategy meetings. Still, there had to be some tricks to that system, and he could only hope to figure them out in time. Clutching the glass of lots, Han declared, "Reds are with me. Blues go with Edith." The teams were balanced to avoid complaints. No one would feel shortchanged. Placing the glass down, he raised his voice. "Let's go." A gust of wind swept across the training field, stirring the dust and whipping past the dummies. Jenna and Aaron held red slips in their hands. Edith glanced at her new teammates. Judging by their expressions, they clearly didn't believe in her. Daika didn't even try to hide it. "We don't," he blurted. Edith just smiled. "I'm new, barely experienced." "I get it." Han watched from a distance. Everyone knew their skill levels varied wildly, but that couldn't be helped. Not yet. With a smirk, Han looked at Edith. "You'd better catch up fast, unless you want to be left in the dust." Edith's eyes gleamed as she answered. "After yesterday's synthesis, we won't lose that easily." The moment both teams appeared, rain started pouring down. From all directions, furious monsters began gathering in the forest. A system message flashed. This was the 7th floor. Their mission: wipe out all the goblins. Despite the downpour, Han and his group stood their ground, surrounded. Aaron, with a grin, shouted that they were in luck, and this would be easy for him. Drawing a blade from his back, he readied himself. But Han stepped forward, telling them all to stay back. He was taking this one alone. As the goblins lunged at him in a frenzy, Han took a deep breath. A message popped up. He had activated Berserk mode. In an instant, his body glowed with a red aura. Han tore through the goblins like a storm. Lightning fast, he raced around the battlefield, slashing down enemies left and right. His onslaught was relentless. Soon, only one terrified goblin remained, trembling. With his blade resting on his back, Han stood silently. Jenna walked up behind him and asked if he wanted to finish it. But Han shook his head. There had to be clues about this floor, and it might be better not to end the mission just yet. He told Jenna to let the goblin go. It wouldn't pose any threat, and that they needed to scout the area. Looking up at the heavy rain, Han made his way to the river. There, he spotted a shattered dam. As he examined it, messages appeared, floor cleared. Their reward: 10,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. Once outside the dungeon, Jenna mentioned she was going to wash up, while Aaron said he'd head to the arena for some training. But Han suddenly paused and called out to Aaron, asking him to wait. Another message appeared. Master had selected the double beginner's pack. He received 5,000 crystals and 100,000 gold for just 90,000 won. Turning to Jenna, Han told her seriously to bring the lot from his room. Then he looked Aaron in the eye and instructed him to go bring Edith. A message confirmed the payment had gone through, and the rewards would arrive by mail. Gazing at a nearby building glowing pink, Han remarked that new players would be showing up soon. Smiling to himself, Han thought it was no surprise. He was the type to rarely buy anything, but once he started, he couldn't stop. He recalled how, back when he first signed up, the level of artificial intelligence had blown him away. Watching the heroes in action was always entertaining. New users were hooked by the synthesis system, the intense battles during floor clears, and the way the heroes acted. Han had invited plenty of people himself, always pointing out how fun it was to watch real players. Even the support heroes managed to steal attention, the way they followed commands, the precision in their actions. In his mind, countless scenes with different players flashed by. Han knew that as the game's difficulty rose, new content unlocked. It wasn't hard to see why masters loved pulling the strings and guiding others. Just then, two figures appeared before him. System messages identified them as Ialka and Roderick. Roderick frowned and asked who she was, while Ialka, startled, stumbled, and fell in front of Han. Jenna walked over and asked what was going on and why the girl was on the ground. Han simply replied not to worry. It was probably just the clothes being uncomfortable. Edith stepped up beside him, noting that Ialka was clearly an aristocrat. Glancing at her, Edith added that she had seen plenty of mercenaries in her time, and she could read people well. She was curious. What was a noblewoman doing in a place like this? Sunlight poured over the walled settlement as Han reflected on what he did know. He understood the ideas of master summoning and synthesis, but things like levels and skills were still a mystery to him. He was just a city guardian, really. Looked ordinary, aside from a deeply rooted sense of duty. Roderick, looking uneasy, muttered that he had this strange feeling, like something was controlling him. It was as if an enemy was standing right in front of him, and he couldn't shake the urge to act. Han nodded, and he promised to explain it all after the draw. He and Edith were about to begin the lot selection. As the drawing started, Han observed Blue had chosen the old man, Red had picked the girl. Seeing both newcomers, he mused to himself, a seasoned guard versus a young noblewoman. It was clear who had the edge. Jenna rushed over, holding glass. Setting it on the ground, she said it was time to choose lots. Han took off running, hand outstretched toward the glass. He had already decided. He wanted the left one. Ialka kept her eyes on them the whole time. Just then, something caught Han off guard. His mind raced. Was that fire magic? Edith and Han each grab a lot, their hands meeting in the middle. They locked eyes, both asking the same thing. Who's letting go? Turning back toward Ialka, Han asked if she was a mage. She stood there, holding a glowing ball of fire. Ialka replied calmly that it should be enough for an introduction. Neither Edith nor Han had any intention of backing down. They both wanted that lot. Watching Ialka silently, Han thought to himself, warriors, thieves, and others could be recruited in countless ways. But mages? They were a whole different story, extremely rare, only available through donation summons, and even then, the odds were dismal. Ialka, confused and visibly overwhelmed, asked why they were treating her like this, as if she'd done something wrong. Suddenly, Jenna exploded. She realized they'd peeked at the lot and shouted that it was cheating. Grabbing the glass from them, she yelled that this kind of thing should come down to luck alone. Ialka, bewildered, asked what they were doing. Han replied they were simply deciding who would get her, pointing out she had moved slower than the old man. Still stunned, Ialka asked how she was supposed to understand anything. It all happened so fast. Roderick told her to think carefully, then turned to her and asked if she had claimed the lot. Covering her mouth, Ialka said the whole thing was disgusting. Jenna, arms crossed, said this time, no more tricks. It had to be fair and square. Han looked at Edith and said it was time to draw properly. No hard feelings. The boys picked their lots. Holding them up, Han grinned and declared it settled. He turned to Ialka and told her she'd be in his party, sending her the invitation. Just then, a hand grabbed the other guy. Isil dragged him away. Looking back, the guy gave Han a frightened stare, saying they promised no harm would come if they worked hard. Han looked at him and calmly said he just couldn't handle support skills. Then he turned to Ialka and warned her. If she didn't want the same outcome, she should listen to Isil. Han's expression hardened. Ialka's card lit up, and messages popped up. Synthesis complete. Her level had increased. With eyes closed, Han said this would happen to her too, if she didn't keep up. Watching Isil take the others away, Han muttered that synthesis was unavoidable in this case. Better to stay on track than be forced into it. Standing beside Roderick, Han told him he'd be up next, casually noting that the others were just synthesis material. As he scanned the settlement, a message popped up. Roderick had leveled up. At the gate, Isil raised her hand and called out to open the space-time rift. Watching closely, Han thought to himself, this was all part of the rookie trial. Isil then announced that Team 2 was to enter the rift. Turning back with a smile, Edith said she'd be leading Roderick. He'd be the hero of this round. Han glanced at Ialka and asked her directly what kind of magic she used. Arms crossed, she snapped back, asking why he needed to know. Frowning, Han demanded she answer. Ialka, taken aback, hesitated, then burst out in anger, saying it was disgusting and that she shouldn't have to fight strange creatures for no reason. Coldly, Han told her that disobedience would only lead to sacrifice. Fear flashed across Ialka's face. Han, standing firmly in front of her, asked again, what kind of magic did she possess? Sitting on a bench, Ialka finally replied, she used fire magic. The strongest spell she could conjure was a third circle flame. Han, arms crossed, asked if she could teleport or use support magic. Ialka answered that any third-rank mage could learn support spells. Then, smirking, she claimed her skills would blow him away. Looking at her, Han thought it was unfortunate. He could only hope her power lived up to her confidence. Unlike offense, defense magic was far more versatile, and that's what he was really looking for. Ialka remained seated, while Han reflected on why he had asked. She had no skill window. Maybe she hadn't awakened fully yet, though the chances were slim. With a serious expression, he asked if she understood that from now on, she'd have to fight. Just then, Edith and her group emerged from the rift, all smiling. From the look on Edith's face, Han guessed Roderick had impressed her. Turning to Jenna and Aaron, he said it was their turn now. Time to get ready. Isil called out, announcing that Team 1 would now enter the space-time rift. Han smirked and said it was time to move. As the group stepped into the dungeon, he calmly guessed they'd land on the 4th floor. He introduced the types of monsters ahead. Nothing advanced just yet. The next stage wasn't unlocked, so it would be enough to test Ialka's magic here. Harpies and goblins roamed this level, more than enough to figure out what kind of mage she really was. With a satisfied look, Han said that once the battle began, they'd hang back. This was about testing her abilities. Turning, he added that each of the 3 of them could clear the 4th floor solo anyway. Ialka hesitated, unsure of herself, prompting Han to recall how just moments ago she had confidently claimed he'd be blown away by her magic. Now, as she pointed a finger forward, she urged him to wait, assuring him he'd be amazed. Isil, blinking in confusion, waved her hand and smiled. Suddenly, a message appeared. The door would open in 10 seconds. Still stunned, Isil wished them luck. As the door creaked open, Han couldn't help but think their master was insane. Before them stretched a dungeon, and not just any level, but the 8th floor. Alarmed, he yelled for everyone to ready their weapons and stay alert. Clenching his jaw, Han questioned if this was payback for their earlier misstep, suggesting they should consider retreating. Ialka glanced around, recognizing the area. Han abruptly shouted for everyone to hit the ground. His eyes darted to Ialka, who was frozen in confusion, until an arrow came flying toward her. Quick to react, Han tackled her to the ground just in time. The arrow zipped past them, trying to piece things together. Han recalled something and confirmed it when a new message appeared. This was indeed the 8th floor. Their objective, eliminate 27 level, 9 goblin riders. Out of nowhere, goblins came charging. Jenna raised her bow and loosed an arrow, striking a goblin and knocking it from its wolf mount. Shield raised, Han barked at Eren to engage. As the enemy closed in, Han turned toward Ialka to speak, but Han's sudden movement caught his eye. He just blocked an explosion with a shield. Han stared, stunned, but a goblin lunged at him from the side. Han evaded, blade flashing as he cleaved the monster in two. More goblins advanced, and their wolves went straight for Han, who called out to Eren. Eren responded, thrusting his spear into a goblin. The creature, clutching a crossbow, managed to fire. The arrow hurtled toward Eren. Han shouted for Ialka to start casting. Caught off guard, she asked what exactly she was supposed to do. Han reminded her. She called herself a mage, and this was the moment to prove it. As he moved to intercept the goblins, Han demanded to know how long she needed to prepare her spell, dodging another attack in the process. Han, now visibly frustrated, yelled at Ialka to start casting already. With a flurry of sword swings, he slashed through another goblin. Ialka closed her eyes, and glowing runes shimmered into existence around her. A dense sphere of mana began to form in her hands. Meanwhile, Han barked at Eren to intercept the bolts aimed at Jenna so she could keep firing. Eren spun his spear, acknowledging the command without hesitation. As the goblin horde charged toward Ialka, Han stepped in front of her. He realized their main goal was to take out the mage. He could stall them, but he knew he couldn't hold them all off. Han leapt back, muttering that a magic shield would be essential soon. Han glanced over his shoulder, unsure if Ialka could target enemies behind protective shields. Ialka, completely immersed in focusing her mana, ignored his glance. Jenna's voice cut through the chaos, shouting that Ialka was a sitting target. Han frowned. This couldn't be happening. His eyes locked on Ialka, who had floated off the ground, still channeling her spell. In his head, he urged her to forget the barrier. She wasn't even capable of casting while moving. Monsters closed in. One wolf bared its fangs, lunging. Shield up, Han braced himself and tried to keep the goblin rider at bay. Han stood his ground, but a sudden push knocked him off balance. He rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a goblin's attack, then countered with a fierce blade swing, taking the creature down. Another wolf lunged at Han. Han responded swiftly, slicing the beast clean in half. Blood splattered across the ground. Han whirled around just in time to see a goblin bearing down on Ialka, weapon raised. Without thinking, he rushed over, grabbed her, and bolted. As they fled, Han shot Ialka a look. He called her reckless for casting without any sort of defense. Behind them, the group made for the forest. Breathless, Jenna asked if the forest path was still blocked off. Han replied that they'd deal with it when they got there. Clutching Ialka's hand, he told her to unleash her magic the moment they reached the trees. Monsters were closing the gap fast. Ialka nodded, fully focused. Jenna glanced back and suggested they could try entering the forest. Ialka hesitated, unsure. Without warning, Han yanked Ialka toward him and gave her a firm kick, asking bluntly if she thought death would spare her from suffering. Han came to a halt, his body beginning to shift. Fangs emerged as he ordered the others to move ahead, assuring them he'd catch up soon. A notification flashed. Han has entered berserk mode. A deep red aura flared around him as he stepped between the advancing horde and his teammates. It was his second time transforming that day. He was exhausted, but there was no time to rest. A goblin took aim with a crossbow. Han deflected the bolt with his shield just as a mounted rider charged. The speed caught him off guard. He ducked just in time. Staggering, he dropped to one knee, struggling to keep upright. Surrounded and bombarded from all sides, he gritted his teeth. Another goblin rushed in. Han clenched his shield, ready to launch a brutal counterattack. He dashed forward, crashing through their ranks like a storm. As he smashed into the enemy, he roared that he'd strip away their biggest advantage, their mobility. His shield struck hard, sending one goblin flying. Still surrounded, he fought with relentless force. Then, Eren's alarmed voice rang out. Han had been hit from behind. A system message flashed. Berserk mode deactivated. A goblin loomed above him, spear raised. As the weapon came down, Han twisted and drove his blade upward, skewering the creature. Blood gushed from both the goblin and its wolf mouth. Wrenching his sword free, he faced the incoming wave. Eren, frozen in fear, cried out. Han barked that he'd handle the swarm, and Eren just needed to hold off those coming at him. Han kept moving, narrowly avoiding another set of attacks, then asked if Ialka was still charging her spell. Jenna, still in shock, shouted that Ialka had finished. Seizing the moment, Han sprinted from the goblins. He vaulted into the air, leaping high above the battlefield. Below, Han weaved between blows, stepping on a goblin's head to stay mobile. Han surged forward, urging the monsters to vanish. A crimson aura enveloped Ialka. Wind whipped her hair as energy crackled around her. The grass trembled underfoot. Goblins were still giving chase when Ialka opened her eyes and released her spell. Ignite. A roaring stream of fire tore through the air. Flames erupted, sweeping over Han but leaving him untouched. The explosion rocked the battlefield. As smoke billowed and flames danced, Han looked around, stunned, wondering what kind of terrifying power Ialka had just unleashed. Ialka unleashed another blazing beam, ripping through everything in front of her. From behind a tree, Jenna peeked out, stunned. Was that really magic? Han, spotting more goblins nearby, called out for backup. Han was locked in a tough battle, starting to feel the weight of exhaustion. But he pushed through. If brute force wasn't enough, he'd rely on his skills to end it. As Han deflected a goblin strike with his shield, Han struck down his opponent. Suddenly, an arrow soared through the air, hitting another goblin. Jenna grinned and asked if that came in handy. Eren appeared right after, finishing off the creature. The goblin's wolf mount collapsed beside it. With a smug look, Eren told Han to lean on him if he was getting tired. Chuckling, Han noted that Eren was finally starting to grow a backbone. Arrows zipped toward the monsters as Jenna leapt into action. She dodged an attack, drew her dagger, and drove it into a goblin skull. The now riderless wolf sprinted straight toward Ialka, who stood still, eyes closed. But before it could reach her, its head was pierced by a bullet. From the ground, Jenna remarked that things are getting way too serious. Looking at Ialka, she called out, urging her to snap out of it and run. Flames began swirling around Ialka's hand, and glowing runes spun around her face. Panic rising, Jenna screamed for the team to retreat. Ialka's spell wasn't ready yet. Ialka slowly opened her eyes. As Han and Eren pulled back, Ialka clenched her fist and muttered that the goblins would burn. Suddenly, the ground beneath the enemies began to scorch. A massive explosion followed, sending a searing gust across the battlefield. Han shielded himself, thinking they might get caught in the blast too if this continued. When the smoke started to clear, the area was unrecognizable. Han looked around and asked if it was finally over, only to be cut off as more goblin riders burst through the flames. Raising her hands, Ialka whispered, "Go beyond." Ascent. A swirling firestorm erupted around her. The vortex tore through the remaining enemies, devouring them in an inferno. Jenna clung to a nearby tree to keep from being swept away by the force. The flames spread, engulfing the entire area. Ialka remained still as everything around her burned. Han stared at her wide-eyed. Her final strike had carved a massive crater into the earth. A message appeared in front of them. Floor cleared. Rewards listed: 20,000 gold, iron, or wolfskin. And the MVP, Ialka, stunned and silent. The group left the floor behind. Eren pointed out that over 20 goblin riders had been wiped out in a single blast. Laughing, Ialka proudly declared that this was the might of the Great Fire. She added that if she ever unleashed her true abilities, they'd all be left speechless. Placing a hand over her chest, she revealed that she carried the soul of the Rivel Witch. Suddenly, blood dripped from her nose, and she collapsed. Han checked on her and reported that her energy had dropped to 0. As Han looked at her unconscious face, he figured she wouldn't be able to cast any spells for at least a full minute. That meant the rest of the group would need to protect her in the meantime. He pictured Ialka's character card. She couldn't use support magic, and her strength, stamina, and agility were all on par with a 1-star unit. Back when he led as a master, he had many mages under him and knew how to deploy them, but he had never come across someone like her before. Not that they didn't exist, but such mages were incredibly rare. Han pictured her like a walking tank, one without armor or safety features, built entirely for destruction. No defense, just pure firepower. A weapon designed solely for war. Jenna slung Ialka over her back with a grin. Watching them, Han quietly noted that raw power like hers was worth serious attention. They exited the portal, spirits high. Han remarked that it might not be long before he was no longer the one taking center stage. The view panned out to reveal the growing city. 3 buildings near the training grounds had merged to form a new complex. the magic hall. Sweating and frustrated, Ialka protested. She ran ahead of the group, eyes squeezed shut, demanding to know why someone with her ranking had to go through these ridiculous training sessions. After all, she insisted her weapon was her brain. Han realized that more than anything, she needed to improve her dodging skills, even when casting spells. Meanwhile, Han began pulling ahead, calling out for her to pick up the pace. He teased her for talking too much and reminded her that stamina was key in real battles, especially with weapons like swords and spears. Running ahead, he glanced back and said it was way better seeing her in training gear than in that stiff dress. Han brought up that the dress in question was custom-made by her family. It wasn't just any dress. It was a magical item that boosted fire-based powers. Han kept running, calling out that even though this was called endurance training, it was barely anything, just 3 laps without weights and at a slow pace. Compared to his own training, this was easy. With a grin, he sprinted forward and joked that she must want potatoes for dinner. He'd make sure to tell someone. Then he turned to the guy, watching from the side, chuckling that he was just standing there doing nothing but observing. The scene shifted to Han introducing the city's magic hall and a map of Ialka. The building was a lucky break. They'd managed to get a mage on their team just as they neared the 10th dungeon floor. He checked the dungeon access map, thinking how the newly opened Israelita mines let them gather all the materials from 3 weekly dungeons in one sweep. He pictured a dark room, imagining all the loot now sitting in their storage, ready to be used. It was time to start crafting consumables, things like potions. Just then, a system notification popped up, ending has logged out. Jenna, still running, raised her hands with a smile and encouraged Ialka to push through. Han explained that potions were usually made by top-tier pharmacists and alchemists, but just like gear, anyone could craft them using a minigame. Han stood in the middle of the magic hall, thinking about his own avatar. It looked like he was holding a book, though he couldn't read it. Looking over at a cauldron, he said it was time to begin brewing. Han tossed in some flowers and fangs, activating the minigame system. Han quickly tapped through the game interface as healing potion notifications started popping up. He glanced down at the glowing test tubes filled with vibrant liquids. Standing beside Isil, he thought about the 6 healing potions and 2 magic ones he had made. Someone might get suspicious, but it was better to be prepared than to risk dying. As night fell over the city fortress, Han stood by the cauldron with his team. He announced that a mage had officially joined their group. Turning toward a brazier, he asked if they could guess why he had brought it there. Han smirked, gave a casual wave, and told them to pay close attention. Jenna and her friends stared at him, stunned, as he calmly placed his hand into the burning coals. They asked what he was doing, completely shocked. Han just smiled and said that since Ialka used fire magic, the rest of them needed to adapt too. With a crazed grin, Han kept his hand in the flames and began counting aloud. The others watched in disbelief. Then, suddenly, he yanked his hand out, revealing a charred palm. Despite the burn, he looked at it and declared he was fine. Han clenched his jaw, watching as his own hand healed almost immediately. Standing before his group, gripping his wrist, he made it clear, Ialka's fire spells weren't just flashy attacks. In battle, if they weren't ready for it, her magic would hurt them just as much as the enemy. If they couldn't handle that, they wouldn't last long beside her. Jenna, clearly uneasy, asked if they really had to do it now. Aaron looked down, frowning, and quietly asked how they'd know when to stop. Han raised his hand and said that they'd stop when they couldn't take the pain anymore. The real goal was to keep doing this insane training until they developed fire resistance. Aaron let out a nervous grin, recalling how terrified he'd been back on the 5th floor and the painful lesson they'd learned from their mistakes. Jaw tight, he reached toward the brazier. But before he could go through with it, Han stopped him, holding his wrist and leaning in. He whispered that Aaron should practice when no one was around. There was no point in watching others scream just to prove something. Jenna stood frozen, fists clenched, clearly terrified. She protested, saying she didn't want to do this. She always fought from the back anyway. Smiling, Han gently took her trembling hand and guided it toward the fire. He reassured her, if they did it together, it wouldn't hurt as much, just a little sting like a mosquito bite. Was she really planning to keep running away every time Ialka used a spell? He pictured Ialka in the middle of a fight, surrounded by monsters. She couldn't teleport or shield herself. Without them protecting her, she'd be in real danger. She couldn't even dodge a slow-moving creature. If Jenna didn't want to see their mage die, then she needed to adapt to fire now, before they stepped onto the 10th floor. He'll make sure of that. Han unsheathed his sword and turned to Aaron, saying he was sorry, but there was one last thing. He spun the blade in his hand, slicing his palm. Turning back with a grin, he said they needed to train for pain resistance too. Han handed a knife to his visibly shaken friend, telling him he didn't have to follow Han's exact method. Any approach that helped build pain tolerance would work. Even though it felt wrong, Han knew it had to be done. Han raised his hand over the brazier again, thinking about how healing potions closed wounds, but not without causing intense pain. If they wanted to keep fighting, they needed to develop the ability to endure it. He looked at Jenna and told her this training wasn't mandatory for her, but even so, it might benefit her down the line. Jenna looked worried and asked if she could try later. Han glanced at the windows and explained a different skill, switching. With it, she could alternate between daggers and arrows instantly, whether up close or from distance. It would give her flexibility in battle. He pictured their group inside the game and said they wouldn't rely on building separate formations for each range anymore. From now on, they'd operate in a triangle formation with Ialka at the center, and training would start tomorrow. Han looked at Jenna and admitted that even though this plan wasn't exactly her style, he and Eren couldn't protect Ialka alone. She'd have to step up too. Han imagined their party encircling the mage like a defensive shell. It was like guarding a princess, but if they wanted to make full use of Ialka's power, this was the only way. He added that the best team setup usually included 2 mages, and having a support mage would be ideal. Unfortunately, they didn't have one. He thought about how they still hadn't cleared the 9th floor, and realistically, they probably wouldn't. The second group would most likely go instead to rack up experience. Even Enning knew they were forming a backup team. Han set a bucket of water down and reflected on the hint they'd received. Words like subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, and escape. He laid out the team strategy cards for the 10th floor and considered the implications. This mission clearly required at least 2 active groups. Han lit a match and tossed it into the brazier, thinking to himself that with this being a joint mission, the risk was on a whole different level than anything they'd faced before. Han stuck his hand into the flames, frowning. He knew they had to be fully prepared this time. Smoke began filling the room, and he started coughing. The scene shifted to a small house glowing with light, and a notification appeared. Han had unlocked the fire-resistant skill. He then stood in front of Ialka, who looked stunned. He told her bluntly that in her current state, she was useless. If she planned to lower the attack power of her spells, she needed to cast faster and cut down her mana usage. Staring at her sharply, he asked if she was willing to do that. Startled, Ialka hiccuped and quickly ran ahead, saying she'd follow his instructions. Han pictured Ialka in battle, launching bursts of fire and explosions. He explained that she used 3 categories of magic: ignition, flaring explosive flames, and focus blasts, each with their own variants. The stronger the spell, the more mana it drained. As he approached Jenna with a sword in hand, he thought about how powerful her magic really was. But to make the most of it, they needed to ramp up the burn rate in training. He reminded himself they were inching closer to the 10th floor with every passing moment. From now on, their training would need to be far more intense. Jenna let out a confident smile and fired an arrow, saying she was ready. The guy swung his sword and deflected it, thinking how normal sparring used to be just dodging arrows. But now he tossed his shield aside and added new challenges. Jenna gave him a wink and a grin, saying he was improving fast. His growth rate was impressive, but Han stared at the tip of the arrow with a serious expression, saying they weren't here for compliments. They were training. He sliced the arrow in midair, and a notification popped up. He had gained a projectile defense skill. The system also reported that his fencing basics and shield basics had reached level 6. Suddenly, Jenna charged at him with her knife. He leaned back and dodged. She reached into her quiver with a focused look, drew another arrow, and activated the switch skill mid-motion. Han raised his sword between them, watching her carefully. He thought about how she started out as a 1-star player, but her potential was massive. Her ability to learn was far above average. Without his own gaming experience, she probably would have stayed underdeveloped. Smiling, Jenna pressed a finger to her lips and teased, asking who was the one muttering about not needing compliments during training. Han grabbed his friend by the cheeks and grinned, declaring that one day people would be asking where she got her battle scars. Turning toward the door, he shifted focus to Eren, describing him as your typical 1-star. Right now, he had barely reached level 3 with the spear. For a while, he'd stopped showing up to training, locking himself away and trying to build pain immunity on his own. Meanwhile, Ialka stood in the middle of blazing flames, training at a special facility inside the magic hall. Even when suppressing her power, her magic was still overwhelming. Unless absolutely necessary, she should stick to using only first-class spells. Han glanced toward a group sitting near the wall and mentioned how a bunch of random 1-stars were struggling in the corner. Not one of them was useful enough to form a full team, not even close. With a cap of 5 fighters per party, they needed real talent, and it didn't seem like Enning was planning to summon any reinforcements. Han looked down, tense, wondering if maybe Enning was thinking of forcing these weaklings into their group. The next day, the story shifted. Edith's squad returned after clearing the 9th floor. Injured players stepped out of the portal, arms crossed. Han averted his gaze and noted how some of them seemed to be missing limbs. He asked bluntly what the mission had been. Ada stood in front of him, eyes closed, and explained that their task was to take over a goblin village, around 50 of them. He pressed her to recall anything unusual. Lowering her head, Edith replied quietly. She remembered fighting monsters on wet, slippery ground. It was like it had been raining there for days. Walking away, she said that nothing else really stood out. Han looked forward, knowing it was now their turn. A burst of flame lit up the scene. A notification appeared. The floor was cleared, and Ialka had leveled up. Han stepped out of the portal with the rest of the team, deep in thought. It was clear the fourth floor couldn't be used for training anymore. He took stock of where everyone stood. He was level 10, Jenna at level 8, Aaron at level 6, and Ialka had reached level 4. Clenching his fist, he looked away. With the current number of floors available, they'd hit a ceiling. That was as far as their levels could go for now. The guy introduced his team, saying the new dagger production was up and running. Thanks to that, everyone's gear had gotten a serious upgrade. The weak D-rank leather armor was replaced with sturdy D-rank iron plate armor. Both he and Aaron were now equipped with proper daggers. He also showed off Shern and Macon's cards, letting us know that 2 of the guys training on the court had officially joined the first and second squads. They still lagged behind the rest, but that couldn't be helped. Han noted how long it had taken them to finally reach the 10th floor. IEL stretched out her arms and, smiling, asked if this was going to be like Loki, if he'd be the one to decide the challenge, and if he could really handle something that complex. Han sat at a table buried in paperwork and said that if he could solve problems like that, he might as well be a god. He couldn't understand why she always came to him, only to throw random questions his way. If it were him, he'd have cleared all 100 floors already. Han told us this guy was a true expert, top-ranked, handpicked by the system. But even with all that, it had taken him 2 years just to reach the 88th floor. Dozens of teams have been wiped out because of how unpredictable the game's traps and mechanics were. Resting his cheek on his hand, he thought about how the master of Choose Me only grew stronger with his team's failures. But Ink had yet to experience failure. In his mind, the guy pictured the city and realized that, in this game, their first real failure might only come when he dies. Out on the street, a crowd of guys stood facing the guards. Ialka turned her gaze away, clearly uneasy, and said the area was packed, because that little fairy hadn't summoned anyone yet. Han looked off to the side, calm but thoughtful. It had already been 30 minutes since Inning last appeared online. His silence meant he was still weighing the situation. Then the system asked if they wanted to head to the 10th floor. The guy stared at the dungeon entrance, unsure whether to dive in now or wait. Han crossed his arms and frowned. The last recruit hadn't fully synced with the team yet, and even though he'd hit level 10, he hadn't gotten promoted. There were still skill gaps. If they waited another week, they could max out everything they had. He looked at the confirmation button and said that would make their 10th floor challenge way smoother. But knowing how Inning usually operated, that just wasn't going to happen. Isil soared above the portal and triggered the rift of time and space. Han scowled as he looked forward, thinking to himself, this was life or death for them. But for the Master, it was just a game. If they were wiped out, he'd simply summon more heroes. Shern glanced at the guy, clearly worried. When it came time to fight, they were told to hang back and stay out of it. Han knew his swordsmanship was still at level 1. At his current level, just 3, he'd only slow everyone down. He figured it would have been smarter to join the team a week earlier. Then the system chimed in. This was a critical mission. 2 full groups were required. If they didn't have enough people, reinforcements could be summoned for free. And with tactical stations available, heroes could be assigned specific tasks before the mission started. Han stared at the wall, thinking that he probably didn't even know how to operate those tactical stations. They were way too complex for someone just starting out. Crossing his arms, he told Isil to grab what they needed from storage. The system confirmed there were consumables stocked, and if a hero had the right item at the right time, they could use it mid-battle. The guy recalled that they had 6 healing potions, 3 for each group. Adis grinned, holding the potions up proudly and saying everything was ready. Han pointed out that the magic potions were reserved for Ialka. He stood before her with his arms crossed, reminding her they'd likely be split across different areas once inside. If that happened, they'd need to regroup fast. He instructed her to head toward the center of the area. If she couldn't figure out where that was right away, she should climb high and get a better view. Isil, clearly annoyed, extended her hand and shouted that no one should get in Han's way. She'd be watching him. Han told her not to bother. Then he turned and smiled, saying the fairy didn't need to worry. He would climb that tower. A flash of light burst around them. Suddenly, a man was kneeling in a yard, clutching his head and sobbing. He kept repeating that they were all going to die, that there was no way to win, that no one would be spared. Han responded by kicking the panic man aside. The stranger sat there on the ground, confused turning around to ask who they were. Jenna watched him with concern and said it looked like he couldn't see them at all. She asked if he could see them and wondered if maybe he was just an NPC. Han stood outside near the panic man, thinking to himself, NPCs showing up during missions wasn't unusual. Sure, interacting with them could be glitchy, but that was just part of the game. He turned around, scanning the nearby buildings, and remarked that the city looked oddly familiar. Aaron stood nearby, tense, and said he recognized this place too. It wasn't exactly the same, but something about it felt familiar, more Western in style. Han gave Aaron a surprised look, thinking that couldn't be right. But then the guy pointed toward one of the buildings and said it made sense. They had been here before. Looking at the crowd gathered in the streets, he added that this was the ruined city they saw on the 5th floor. Only now it wasn't destroyed yet. Han imagined leaves blowing over the rooftops. That was the key difference. It hadn't fallen to ruin yet. The girl noted that the timeline fell off. Han stepped in front of Jenna, who looked visibly anxious, and said this wasn't the only strange thing going on. They'd go over the details later. He faced the team with arms crossed and reminded them. They'd already been summoned, and surviving meant completing the mission. One of the guys spoke up, pointing out that the battle hadn't started yet. They still had a bit of time. It'd be smart to use it to gather intel. Han agreed and looked around at the others, saying they had 5 minutes to scout the area. They were to regroup here. Anyone late would be left behind. Dark clouds loomed above the tower. Han stood by a window inside, thinking this was probably the best spot to watch everything unfold. He furrowed his brows as he observed the soldiers. Their morale was clearly crumbling. Down in the streets, an army marched. He figured there had to be thousands of goblins coming from a northern forest. Maybe they'd set up an assault ladder. Thankfully, there weren't any battering rams, at least not yet. He stared at the enraged monsters ahead and recalled the Eastern River, just like what they saw on the 7th floor. There were thousands of goblins, but no siege engines in sight. Then he looked toward the defensive line. Han eyed the knights, forming ranks outside the castle. Less than half of them were actual humans. The rest weren't. The guy ran the numbers in his head, 10-1 odds. Even if things looked manageable at first, this was shaping up to be a worst-case scenario. Han descended the stairs, thinking that since the mission hadn't officially started yet, that actually played to their advantage. If survival was the objective, their odds just got a little better. Han imagined himself shouting orders and figured that if the task was to hold out for a set amount of time, this floor might actually be easier than the 5th. He remembered the packed crowd from before, Ialka's laughter echoing, and thought about how the abundance of NPCs could be used as distractions. Plus, they had a mage whose main focus would be defending the territory. As the team gathered in front of him, he silently watched, knowing the wheel of fate was about to spin again. Then he froze. 3 notifications lit up in front of him. Triple notification. That could only mean one thing: top-tier difficulty. The system displayed the city layout and delivered the mission: prevent the city from falling. Han pictured lines of knights facing down the goblin horde. Even after combining the first and second teams, they only had 10 players. Including groups 3 with 350 NPCs, there were around 360 soldiers total. And they were up against thousands of goblins. With a grim look, the boy said once they finished sharing what they'd found, they need to go over mission strategy and assign roles. Jenna, still perched on a man's backpack, recalled trying to talk to the townspeople. But none of them responded. They could be seen and touched, but not heard, not acknowledged. Aaron stepped forward and unrolled a map. Goblins were advancing from the north and east gates. The south and west had no exits. There was no way out. If the outer wall was breached, everyone inside would be wiped out. Edith's arms were folded as she scowled and asked what they were supposed to do. Han lowered his head. Their only goal now was to defend. Then, standing firm with arms crossed, he laid it out clearly. Their mission was to hold the line. The enemy couldn't be allowed through. In short, they had to eliminate every last one of them. Edith stared at him, eyes wide. "That's impossible," she said, shaken. Roderick raised his hand calmly. "We'll be pulled back. If we leave the city, we can observe from the outside and launch guerrilla strikes." Han lowered his gaze, brows furrowed. "Maybe, but I think the only way to complete this mission is to crush the invading army. If we don't, we fail." He turned toward the central tower. Han's eyes landed on the glowing statue inside. He knew the twin goddesses only appeared during certain missions, key events. Han turned away, alert. Doesn't matter if we kill the goblins or not. If that statue's destroyed, we lose everything. Roderick folded his arms, closing his eyes. "That's ridiculous. Do we really have to protect it by fighting off wave after wave?" Han mirrored his stance. "Yeah, that's exactly what we have to do." He glanced at his team, seeing their concern. "If we don't, we're all dead." Roderick stepped in front of Han. "There's no escape, no matter where we run. That's the rule." A bead of sweat trailed down Han's cheek. He knew the mission's demands were absurd, but they were still in a game, and that meant there had to be a strategy. Clenching his jaw, He spread out a map. There's a ton of goblins, but their siege gear's limited to ladders. And it's just this one army on the server. If we play it smart, we can buy time. Han scowled. Ada's squad will head to the north wall. Back up the soldiers there. Focus everything on stopping those ladders from hooking onto the walls. Adis looked at him, serious. There's only 5 of us. Even adding us to the 300 here, that's not enough to hold this city. Han understood her doubt. Still, with the second group's reinforcements, they made roughly 50 more fighters. Frowning, he added, and the goblins don't have any battering rams or other siege gear yet. Han pictured the city wall. Ladders, that's all they got to scale the defenses. If we dig in at the most vulnerable spots, our defense will hold out a lot better. Adis gave him a tense look and said quietly, "That's not what I meant." Han closed his eyes, listening as she continued. "Even if we win this round, it's nowhere near over." He pictured rows of goblins armed to the teeth. Even with both teams fighting side by side, the result wouldn't change. They might hold out longer, but eventually the goblins would push through. The sheer numbers made it impossible. Han visualized the goblins swarming around the city structures, 10 of them for every one of their fighters. Even with everyone fully committed, they'd only narrow it to 5-1. And if the 5th floor had taught them anything, it was that goblins didn't retreat. By any reasonable logic, this was a battle they couldn't win. Then, one of the guys stepped up to Jenna, who looked startled. "There's a river east of the city," he said. "Same one we saw on the 7th floor. He remembered standing in those rising waters, rain pouring down. Back then, the channels were overflowing because of the dam breaking. Han thought back to all the battles across floors 5 through 9. All signs seemed to point to that dam. The game must have led them there for a reason. But the real question was, how could a break in a distant dam affect the goblin assault here? Han tightened his fist. They didn't have all the pieces yet. Suddenly, Jenna stared forward, wide-eyed. She clutched her hands and shouted, "I hear a horse. By the river." She remembered the rain. In her mind, she saw it again, an army gathering on the opposite riverbank. Han turned to her in shock. Now it all made sense. Adis froze, her gaze locked ahead in disbelief. Han grabbed Jenna's face, frustrated. "Why are you only telling us this now?" Han looked at Adis, then away. "Buy us as much time as you can," he said flatly. "If the outer wall falls, retreat to the inner defenses. Use whatever you need, soldiers, even refugees, to slow them down. No matter how cruel it sounds, shut the gates and hold out." Then he turned back, a small smile on his face. "We've got a tougher job ahead, and when we return, I don't want anyone thinking we couldn't handle it." Adis turned back with a confident smile. "We'll give it everything we've got." Jenna looked at the commander, startled. "Wait, this is the whole plan? Isn't it too reckless? What's our role in it?" Aaron spun around, clearly uneasy. "Why are we heading outside the walls? There are thousands of goblins out there. It's suicide." Han narrowed his eyes, lifting his head. "If we stay, we're done anyway." He imagined the soldiers standing by the river. Back on the 7th floor, the dam had already burst. If what Jenna heard was a reinforcement unit, then the reason we lost the city on the 5th floor was because those reinforcements never made it across the river in time. Han rolled out the battle map. "Our mission is on the east bank. We kill the goblins. And we stop the dam from collapsing." One of the girls glanced over with concern. Han unsheathed his sword and growled, "We're moving out. It's time to strike." Han charged forward, yelling, "This is just the inner wall. The real fight's still waiting." As they neared the gate, Han turned to Jenna. "Get up there, scout the area." Then to Aaron, "Be ready to pull the gate." He turned again. "Yalka, prep a spell. The moment that gate cracks open, hit them with 2nd-level magic." Han caught a glimpse of Shern standing nearby. Aaron started pulling the rope. A group of knights rushed toward him, shouting that they had to stop this madness. Up above, Jenna called down. "A ton of goblins are already massing outside. If that gate opens, they'll flood in." As Yalka focused, fiery mana circled around her hands. The gate groaned open. Through the narrow crack, an arrow flew. Han snatched it midair, just before it could hit Yalka. Goblins peeked through the gap. Han hurled the arrow straight back at them. Jenna leapt off a corner and stomped another soldier down. Rain started to fall, splashing against the ground. Han tilted his head up, staring at the sky. The rain. He looked over at Ialka again. Han muttered to himself, "Is it true that water won't snuff outer flames?" Aaron suddenly screamed as the gate creaked fully open, and a flood of monsters surged through. They charged straight at Ialka. In response, she raised her hand and cast Ignite. Flames burst outward, engulfing the goblins. Streams of fire shot from the gate, tearing through the incoming horde. Dozens of monsters were reduced to ashes as the entrance turned into a wall of flames. Jenna and Aaron broke into a sprint, glancing back at Ialka, who now held a potion in her hand. Han urged her, "Drink it. Every time you cast, got it?" His eyes locked on her. Han added, "Can you keep going? We're just getting started. Ialka stepped away from him. Who do you think I am? Shern stood there, speechless. Han raised an eyebrow and smirked, still thinking about tagging along. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Shern was scared. His stats dropped 30%. Closing his eyes, Han said, "Go find Edith. She'll tell you what to do. And if you live through this, she might just hear your confession." Han glanced at the knights. The gates were closing again. As the group stepped out, Han barked, "Lock all the bolts now." Han's voice grew stern. "The exit's gone. Only way now is forward." Facing the oncoming army, Han declared, "Then I'll kill every last one of them." He moved ahead, giving commands. "Everyone, take your positions." Han turned to Ialka. "Use first-level fire magic. Keep it weak, but spread it wide. Burn as much ground as you can." Han looked up. The rain's picking up. They'll push right through the fire. The monsters charged. Han calculated. 20 seconds till Ialka's next spell. A goblin flew at them. Han counted down. Blade ready. 18 seconds, Han noted. Crossbow bolts soared through the air. Han stood by Ialka, blocking the incoming shots with his shield. He kicked aside flying rocks aimed at the goblins. Eren lunged forward, his spear stabbing deep into a goblin's body. Jenna struck cleanly, beheading another, then shot another straight in the face. For seconds, Han thought. Then, one of the monsters crept up behind Eren. Without hesitation, Han hurled his sword, saving him just in time. Han pulled out his own weapon, keeping an eye on Ialka. "Cover her. They're targeting Ialka." Han shouted. "Shift positions now." Ialka unleashed a massive burst of energy. Flames roared across the field. Goblins screamed as they burned alive. Han turned to run. "We're charging straight through Geo." As they sprinted across the scorched ground, Han remarked that the heat seeped through their armor, but it was tolerable. And, thankfully, Ialka was part of their team. The goblins came swarming in, a wild stampede charging straight at them. Han yelled over the chaos, urging Ialka to cast more spells. The rain was putting out the flames too fast. Their firewall was crumbling. As the monsters surged closer, Han ordered Eren to reinforce the left side. He'd handle this wave himself. Steel clashed. While the others held the line, Han counted down in his head, just 20 more seconds. Then, a goblin crept up behind him. He spun, slashed it down, and barked out a new command, "Switch positions." Ialka launched a blazing burst of fire, scorching the goblins in a single sweep. Stunned, Han snapped back into focus, shouting for the team to push forward. "Use the flames as cover," he ordered. Moving in unison, the squad pressed ahead, determined to keep this up until they hit the river. Up ahead, the fire barricade blazed, but the goblin horde didn't flinch. They stood packed tight beneath their war banners, rain pouring down around them. And towering among them was a massive goblin, eyes glowing red, a banner in one hand and a sword raised high. He barked out commands and spat curses at the humans, calling them filthy swine. Then a spell erupted. Fire surged across the battlefield, huge tongues of flame curling through the rain. Han yelled at Eren to push harder, fast. But through the fire, a flash of red eyes emerged. A goblin lunged with a spear. Caught off guard, Han still managed to sidestep and drive his blade clean through the enemy. That's when it hit him. The goblins weren't retreating like before. They were charging straight into the fire. They had changed tactics. Snarling, Han tore into those who slipped through, his sword cutting a deadly arc. One by one, the goblins fell in a blur of motion. But in the midst of battle, something clicked, his eyes locked on the hilltop. That giant goblin was the one leading this charge, roaring for his troops to keep advancing. Han understood now. The delay in Ialka's magic. That goblin leader had picked up on it. He wasn't just big, he was sharp. And while Eren and Jenna were holding up, the suffocating heat and lack of air were wearing them down. Their fire resistance only went so far. In the middle of the chaos, the hero made a decision. He would draw all the enemies to himself, every last one. Han raised his voice above the roar of the battlefield, telling his team this was their one shot. Fail, and they'd all be dead. Eren, confused, shouted back, demanding to know what he meant. But the hero had already made up his mind. The giant goblin had to fall. Meanwhile, that same monstrous goblin was still barking orders, driving his troops forward with a single-minded goal. Kill the mage, no matter the cost. Surrounded by a sea of goblins and encased in a dwindling fire barrier, one enemy tried to push through. But the moment he did, a crushing blow sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as one of his fangs flew out with it. Arrows followed, raining down, but Han wasn't paying attention to that. His only concern was whether Ialka was still casting. He called out for her to unleash everything she had. At once, flames exploded outward, bathing the battlefield in blinding light. A beam of fire tore across the field, but even as the goblins burned, their leader kept screaming for more aggression. The wave didn't stop. Rage twisted their faces as they surged ahead. Han clenched his fists. One blast wouldn't be enough, not for this. But he wasn't giving up. Around him, the fire began to shift, glowing deeper orange. Then, an eruption. The ground vanished in a wall of flames. The goblins faltered, eyes wide with panic. But still, the massive leader refused to let them fall back, shouting until his voice echoed through the smoke. The team moved, breaking through the scorched remains of the fire field. Jenna raised her bow, steady and focused. Aaron stood at her side, shield up. She loosed the arrow. It tore through the air like a missile. The goblin chief saw it coming. His scream was cut short as the arrow slammed into his skull, blood bursting from a wound. The monster staggered, then dropped. But just as they struck the blow, Ialka collapsed. Han caught her by the shoulder, just in time. She blinked, dazed and disoriented, not even sure what had happened. And neither was Han. Despite their magic, despite the explosion, it wouldn't stop them all if the goblins kept pressing. Their real target was the fortress. The heroes were just in the way. Han realized their commander had fallen, but something felt off. What were they going to do next? Then, one of the goblins began backing away from the flames. Others followed, slowly pulling back, falling into formation, just out of reach. Han watched as the goblins shifted direction, clearly setting their sights on the fortress instead. The wind whipped across the field, waves of tall grass swaying under the pounding rain. The heroes had pulled back closer to the forest, now ignored by the enemy. Han realized why. The goblins had left them alone only because their commander had fallen. They were alive by chance, not victory. He told everyone to take healing potions and recover. The brief pause was a blessing, but it wouldn't last. In the distance, the goblin army had begun storming the northern wall. This was only the beginning. Ahead of them stood a massive wooden pier. Goblins marched forward again, stomping angrily through the soaked grass. Han knew rest was no longer an option. A new fight was coming, and fast. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground. Aaron glanced at Han, clearly rattled, but Han only said one thing. This battle's just getting started. In the growing darkness, a new threat appeared, towering and furious. A level 23 ogre glared at them, its eyes burning. Han reacted immediately. He gave out orders. Ialka was to raise a firewall, and Aaron was to defend it. But the ogre wouldn't be stopped by flames. They needed more. He urged Ialka to hurry. He'd take the monster himself. With a roar, the ogre slammed the earth with an axe-like weapon, splitting the ground where Han had just stood. He dodged just in time. One wrong move, and he'd be crushed. As the beast swung again, Han realized shields were useless. The only option was a full assault. The fire helped keep lesser goblins at bay, but inside the burning circle, it was just him and the ogre. The size difference was overwhelming. Still, Han lunged in and slashed the creature's leg. Arrows suddenly rained in, Genis. They hit the ogre's back and lodged deep. The monster bellowed in pain. They were finding their rhythm. Jenna observed that the ogre's size made it an easy target. Its defense might be high, but it couldn't dodge. That gave him a chance. But after watching her arrows barely pierce, she quickly changed her mind. Han yelled that only weak spots would do real damage, but they had to find them fast. Then Jenna's voice cracked with alarm. Another ogre was coming. Han's eyes widened. He hadn't seen that coming. Han quickly realized that their formation had crumbled. Aaron was too tied up fighting off goblins, and their battle plan was falling apart. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. With no time to think, Han took a gamble. He raised a shield and braced for the ogre's attack. The impact was crushing. The force slammed into him, nearly knocking him off his feet, but he didn't back down. Gritting his teeth, ignoring the pain, Han charged forward, sword in hand, eyes burning with determination. Suddenly, the ogre let out a howling scream. Han had struck it right between the legs. That reaction told him everything. He found another weak spot. Furious, the ogre began smashing the ground in a frenzy, but Han was already on the move. He leapt up, climbed the monster's body, and drove his sword into its neck. The blade didn't sink deep enough yet. Without hesitation, he used his shield as a battering ram, slamming it against the hilt and forcing the sword in deeper. Blood poured out as the weapon carved into flesh. Finally, the beast toppled dead. One down. Han turned to face the second ogre, who was already charging. He barked for Jenna to get its attention. She loosed her arrows immediately. The monster, already in a rampage, had struck Aaron and sent him flying. Han's heart sank. They were too late. The ogre was closing in on Ialka. Screaming her name, he braced for the worst. But the attack never came. She was unharmed. Confused, she stared after the monster as it ran past her. Han paused. Something wasn't right. The ogre wasn't charging them. It was heading straight for the dam. That's when Jenna did something reckless. She jumped onto the creature's back, climbing up to its neck. They shouted for her to stop, but it was too late. With one hard thrust, She buried her blade into its throat, forcing a scream from the beast. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward to help, slashing alongside her with powerful strikes. Together, they cut through muscle and bone, until the ogre, thrashing in pain, stumbled toward the river. With one final roar, the creature threw its massive body into the water. Blood spread across the current in thick waves. Han stood there soaked and gasping. They'd made it, but just barely. Suddenly, the water stirred, and the ogre's massive hand shot out with a deafening roar. Han froze, heart racing, unsure of what was happening. Before anyone could react, the beast slammed its colossal fist into the dam, shattering it in one crushing blow. The structure gave way instantly. A torrent of water burst through, flooding the field in seconds. Eren ran up, reporting that all the goblins had been defeated and waited for new orders. But Han just stood there, silent, his expression heavy with regret. He finally spoke, just a few words, and they stung. "We messed up. There were supposed to be backup forces waiting behind the dam. Now, with it destroyed, those reinforcements were cut off. And that meant a handful of exhausted fighters would be left to face over 3,000 goblins alone." The others tried calling to him, desperate for direction, but Han didn't respond. He clutched his sword, still in shock. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to ground him. After a pause, he muttered that they'd have to retreat and come up with a new plan, if there even was one. But just as he turned to go, Ialka stepped forward. She raised her hand, charging her bracelet with a glowing purple light. She murmured a spell as the energy swirled and wrapped around a massive boulder. With a fierce motion, she launched the stone through the air. It crashed into the broken dam, fitting perfectly into the gap. The flood stopped instantly. Han stared, stunned. He hadn't seen that coming. Ialka explained calmly. Telekinesis was one of the fundamentals of magic. He turned to her, both impressed and exasperated. "You could have told me that sooner." She blinked. "I thought you knew. It's basic magic." He couldn't help it. He reached out and squished her cheeks. "Don't keep the good stuff to yourself." Ialka huffed, but he smiled. "We're only still standing because of you." Just as the team started to regroup, Jinna's voice rang out. A scream. The goblins were back. And this time, they brought backup. One of them lunged straight at Han with a spear. He twisted, dodging the attack, and countered with a sharp slash that cut the enemy down. Still, his thoughts churned. There was no sign of help coming. None at all. And in the middle of the chaos, a worrying thought took root in his mind. What if he'd been wrong about everything? Suddenly, it hit them. There was never any real backup to begin with. The hero, desperate, told Ialka to down every last potion they had and use whatever magic she could muster. But before she could react, a goblin sprang from the mob, lunging straight at her. Han's heart dropped. He shouted her name in panic. Just as the goblin's claws nearly reached her, a man wearing a lion-shaped mask appeared from nowhere. In one swift move, he cut the creature down and charged in on horseback, hooves pounding against the soaked ground. Even so, the goblins weren't backing off. They snarled, ready to strike again. Han exhaled, barely believing what he saw. On the horse sat a warrior clad in armor, his blade drenched in blood. Han stared in shock. The goblins remained aggressive, but the masked rider wasn't alone. He shouted for his cavalry to show their strength, and the order to charge echoed like thunder. Han was stunned. It was actually a cavalry unit. From the darkness, shadows took shape. Armored warriors atop horses emerged, slicing through the gloom. The rider commanded Eren and Jinna to get to Ialka, while the cavalry swept forward, closing in on the front lines. Around 500 riders surged toward the battlefield. Though outnumbered, they were far more skilled than common foot soldiers. The clash began. Horsemen tore through goblins like a storm, thundering past Han and the others. Word came quickly. The cavalry was breaking through. The hero declared that their task was likely over. Maybe now, finally, they could catch a break. At least he hoped so. Turning to his allies, Han asked if any of them knew how to ride. He decided then and there he'd learn on the spot. Though the master couldn't take part in battle directly, he could still lend support. He requested a skill book, horse riding. It cost him 500 crystals. Normally, the hero couldn't acquire non-combat skills, but with the right book, he could unlock basic abilities. And just like that, he learned it. Without wasting a second, Han jumped onto a horse. They joined the charge, thundering across the field. The hero felt a flicker of hope. Finally, real reinforcements. The cavalry wasted no time. They were already at the siege lines. At last, it was time to strike back. Han, riding fast, quickly assessed the situation. The goblins were massing to the north. They weren't a major problem, yet, as long as the gates held. He pictured the layout of the city, his thoughts sharp. The biggest threat came from the north, where goblins were climbing siege ladders. Thankfully, the cavalry saw this too and redirected that way. Then, a sudden realization struck Han. If he stuck close to the cavalry, they might just succeed in completing this mission. But he knew better than to relax. This cursed game never made things that simple. Spinning his horse around, Han yelled that the plan had changed. They had to split up. A nearby spearman, confused, asked if they weren't supposed to defend the northern gate. Pulling hard on the reins, Han shot back that he'd honestly thought that would be enough, but now it clearly wasn't. He turned again and shouted that they needed to fall back, out of arrow range, and head toward the northern forest, away from the front lines. Han glanced up at the sky. The rain had finally stopped. Perfect timing. Without wasting another second, they galloped toward the trees. As they entered the forest, Han's eyes widened. A group of goblins was waiting. He instantly assumed the riders had set up an ambush from the woods. If they could cut them off with magic, maybe the attack could still be stopped. Then, out of nowhere, giant ogres emerged from the trees. They stomped forward heavily. The spearmen, stunned, stared at the massive figures, while Han muttered grimly that this was about to get ugly. If the wolf riders joined in now, the cavalry wouldn't last. Riding ahead, Han turned to ask the girl how much mana she had left. She replied that she could still cast spells, but they'd be weaker than before. Frowning, Han told her not to worry about raw power. Focus on hitting a wide area. They were charging through the forest, so if she was going to burn it, she'd better do it right. They drew closer to the trees. Cut to the castle. Goblins swarmed the gate. One defender stabbed a goblin through the chest, but just as he thought he was clear, the creature grabbed his shirt. Eyes wide in fear, he felt himself being dragged. Suddenly, a girl dashed in and took out the goblin just in time. The guy, shaken, thanked her. She barked back not to lose focus and turn her head, eyes narrowing. "What is that?" she shouted. At the same time, the knight in the lion helmet bellowed for everyone to push forward. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They surged into the fight. He followed up with a cry, "Show them what the Iron Lion cavalry is made of." Steel met claw as the knights collided with the goblins in brutal combat. Elsewhere, the girl watched the chaos unfold. From the wall, she heard someone yell. Reinforcements had arrived. A goblin tried to sneak up behind her, climbing the wall. She swiftly severed its hand and screamed for everyone to hold the line. Victory was within reach. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the Ialka launched her spell. Flames tore through the undergrowth with terrifying speed. In seconds, fire consumed the trees. The goblin cavalry panicked. Smoke filled the air, choking them. Flames devoured them. Their mounts collapsed, unable to escape the blaze. Ialka kept casting, unleashing more fire. Watching her, Han realized this was her limit. One more spell, and her mana would burn out completely. And if she pushed any harder, the entire forest might turn to ash. As Han turned in his saddle, a thought crossed his mind. This was actually better. The forest had long been a breeding ground for goblins. Now, the fire would purge it all. A brutal but necessary cleansing. Back at the wall, the battle raged on. A goblin managed to strike down a knight, but the defense held strong. Around 100 soldiers remained on the northern wall. Many had fallen, slaughtered by the ogres before the cavalry had arrived. Han knew if they hadn't set that forest ablaze, the cavalry would have been overrun too. On the field, a goblin's eyes went wide with fear just before a knight's mace smashed into him. Another knight dashed forward, slicing through an enemy with a swift stroke. Watching from distance, Han was in awe. Their precision, their discipline. The knights more than made up for their limited numbers. Bodies littered the battlefield. The knight in the lion mask raised his sword and shouted in victory. Han exhaled. It's over. His allies gathered atop the wall, smiling, embracing, relieved to be alive. From above, a girl waved and called out to him. Riding toward the wall, Han thought to himself, everyone made it. Not a single death notification had appeared. They'd come a long way since the horrors of the 5th floor. Behind him, one of his friends chimed in, saying they weren't the same people they were back then. She smiled and asked why they hadn't left yet. Wasn't the mission complete? Suddenly, Han's smile faded. His eyes widened. He whipped his head forward, then spun around again. A memory hit him. He'd crushed a massive goblin. His companion had set the woods ablaze. He pictured all the fallen enemies, the victorious knights. But there was still no system message. No notification. No confirmation. No sign that the floor had been cleared. His chest tightened. Wasn't it over? His thoughts spiraled. There's nothing left to do here, right? But something was off. Then time stopped. Everything froze. And then a system notification popped up. Loading. Han clenched his jaw, spun around. On the knight's shoulder, another message appeared. System recovery. Confused, he looked around. Another warning blinked into view. Error. Disconnected from server. He turned to look at the smiling girl nearby, but she was still, frozen mid-movement. He glanced at his comrades. No one moved. His blood ran cold. And then, he heard a voice behind him. Turn around. Han turned around slowly, his breath catching. In the distance, a shadowy silhouette stood still, its shape barely visible through the haze. And then he saw it. A max-level creature, cloaked in a sinister dark aura, stood before him. Han froze. That face, it was burned into his memory. He'd seen it before, back when he used to play. His eyes locked on the terrifying figure. Dread crept in. It's him, he thought grimly. The same bastard. The scene shifted. Elsewhere, a team of elite 6-star characters appeared in a settlement. They were legends. The first in Korea to conquer the 88th floor, ranked 5th in the world. Now, Han was logging back into the game, mind racing. It was always a mix of luck, strategy, and raw combat. He could issue commands, sure, but the characters made the final calls. They chose which skills to unleash. Many times, they failed, not because of weakness, but because something simply didn't align. He visualized their cards, running through scenarios in his head. Still, if fate alone decided everything, he never would have made it this far. It wasn't just luck anymore. This game had gripped him entirely, his progress, his fate, tied to it. If he had the skill, even hell couldn't stop him. Back in the present, he stared at the looming dark creature. It's him, he thought again. What level is this monster? Even if a creature reached 7 stars, it shouldn't have appeared here. Clenching his teeth, Han suddenly found himself standing in what looked like a store. Another figure materialized beside the dark creature, cloaked and unreadable. Text floated above him. Level 15, Dark Apostle. With a grin, the figure looked straight at him. I'll be waiting, he said. Han's eyes widened. The apostle turned and began walking away, slowly fading alongside the beast into nothingness. Then, reality flickered. The world around him began to return to normal. A system notification appeared. System recovery complete. As the connection re-established, the girl turned to him, panic rising in her voice. What was that? Before she could finish, Han snapped out of it. Mouth open wide, he shouted, "Everyone, get to the castle. Now!" She stared at him in shock. He kicked off into a gallop, tearing across the ground. "Move," he yelled. Behind him, someone asked, "What's going on?" Han's face hardened. "It's not over," he growled. Images flashed in his mind. Flames, twisted limbs, the dark apostle smile. That thing shouldn't exist here. Not on this floor. Not this soon. And then it hit him. A monster's hand twitched. Something unnatural was stirring. A knight nearby turned, stunned. A foul, grotesque substance writhed across the ground, bristling with unnatural growths. Slowly, a form began to rise from the dead. The man froze in fear for a moment. Then suddenly, the monster lunged with its mouth stretched wide, crashing into the knight, whose scream echoed through the battlefield. At that same instant, goblins by the dozens began clawing their way back from the dead. The man spun around in horror, yelling out, confused and panicked, as he saw the undead crawling to life. Han, watching it unfold, shouted not to panic, to let the resurrected creatures return the way they came. Clenching his jaw, he realized something chilling. These monsters could revive corpses under certain conditions. As zombies tore through the nights, he thought grimly, they won't stop until they smash their skulls in. Up on the castle wall, a girl screamed for someone to open the gate. As it creaked open, Han raced through with her, thinking, this isn't the kind of creature that should exist on the 10th floor. The horse skidded to a stop inside. The girl glanced back, startled. Han grabbed the sorceress, told her she was staying behind, then added firmly that they needed to protect the goddess statue. Everything would hold if they could just lock the gate. They only had to endure until he got back. The girl called out in confusion, asking what he meant. Another man, his voice shaking, asked what they were supposed to do about the monsters. Han suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing. Get it together, he ordered, staring down the advancing horde. He's coming back with me alive, or we both get eaten. The man silently looked ahead, teeth clenched, then gave a sharp nod. I'll bring him back. The girl, eyes fixed on the battlefield, asked softly, are you really coming back? Han gave a small smile, turned toward her, and broke into a run. Of course I am. As he disappeared into the chaos, she shouted after him, then don't you dare die. He turned his head slightly and called back, same goes for you. Step by step, he advanced. Gripping his sword, his gaze locked onto the undead. Disgusted by their appearance, he told himself it wouldn't be hard. Charging forward, he struck the first one, splitting its head open. He'd take them down one at a time. If they all rushed him, it'd be over. Just then, an ogre lifted its massive club and slammed it into the gate with crushing force. As he turned, Han realized the massive enemy had risen again. If that was the case, the gate wouldn't hold for long. Just then, undead wolves charged straight at him, baring their teeth and leaping for the horse. But before they could land, arrows flew through the air, striking the beasts dead. For a moment, the archer stood silent, eyes locked ahead. When she turned back, Han met her gaze with a brief smile. Meanwhile, the knights trembled as the ogre slammed its mace into the gate again. Fear gripped them. Then, a thunderous blast shattered the entrance, flinging the gates open. They could only watch, frozen in terror, as a swarm of furious undead poured through. Turning back, Han muttered in frustration. The gate's already down. No time to waste. He pushed forward, focused on his real target, the Apostle. Picturing him slipping away into the glowing forest, Han thought, that's where he'll be. Waiting, jaw tight, sword swinging, he carved through the undead. Once, just once, and he's dead. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the ground. Han's mind raced. There were only two ways this could go. Glancing at the knights, he thought, first, if they destroy the goddess statue, it's over. Watching the defense crumble, another thought struck him. Second, they give in to their hunger. Their thirst for flesh dulls all the skills and power they had in life. He surged ahead with relentless speed, noting how much stronger the undead had become. Their hunger made them monstrous, 10 times more dangerous. The more powerful they had been in life, the worse they were now. Slicing through a pack in a single strike, he thought, a single mistake could cost us everything. These creatures awakened something in him, a fierce urge to tear them apart. Looking toward the girl fighting on the wall, he thought, she's exceeding every expectation, even in this hellish mess. He imagined two angels above the chaos. Protecting the goddess statue is the top priority, he reminded himself. A mental map formed, tracking the flow of the horde. If the outer walls fall, we barricade the inner gate. Use the same strategy we learned on the 5th floor. That'll buy us time. Screams snapped him out of his thoughts. Civilians sprinted toward the gate, panic in their voices. What's happening? They cried, desperate and pale, pounding on the gate for help. Then, rising behind them, another wave of the undead came surging forward. Sometime later, Han kept moving, his thoughts sharp. It doesn't matter who holds out longer. Everything rides on how fast I can take down the Dark Apostle. Covering his mouth to block the smoke, he pressed forward. Flames roared around him when a system prompt flickered into view. His fire-resistance skill had improved. Suddenly, two undead emerged through the fire. Without hesitation, he shielded his face and sliced clean through their necks. Afterward, he popped a small red potion and tilted his head back. This was it, the edge of the recovery zone. Frowning, he muttered, I know you're here. Just then, 2 system alerts blinked in front of him. His allies were overwhelmed with fear, their stats taking a hit. He stood still as another message appeared. A soldier has fallen, returning to the arms of the Lord. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han narrowed his eyes. More messages followed. Your ally is bleeding. She will gradually die. A brilliant light lit up the sky. It shot toward him at blistering speed. At the last second, he raised a shield, just barely in time. The arrow tore through, grazing his shoulder. He staggered back, thinking grimly, the Dark Apostle isn't built for frontline combat. But monsters like him shouldn't show up this early. That makes him much stronger than anything we've faced on this floor. Another flash. He dodged by a hair's breadth. The arrow missed by inches. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles rained toward him. Han countered, slashing and deflecting as fast as he could. Then, an attack came from below. A strike nailed his arm, forcing him to recoil. Glancing around, he thought, if I didn't have a defense skill, I'd be dead by now. Another system warning appeared, ally bleeding. Health dropping steadily. He scowled. This is getting worse by the second. The air was thick with smoke, and he could feel it in every breath. One step forward. He didn't have much time left. If he passed out, everyone would die. He looked around, breath ragged. Where's the message? He thought desperately. Where's the floor clear notice? System message. 10th floor cleared. Han's eyes snapped open. Staring at the wall from his bed, he lay still for a moment, wondering, am I really alive? Outside, the world bustled again. Inside the room, a guy sat nearby. Han slowly turned toward him. What happened to your face? He asked bluntly. The man looked over, surprised. So you're finally awake. We were all seriously worried. Han grunted. Then maybe you should explain what kind of thoughts had you looking like that. Looking down, the man responded quietly. I was just trying to figure out why we're even fighting. Han's expression darkened. You were seriously searching for a reason? Still avoiding his gaze, the guy admitted. When I stepped outside the wall, the corpses had already flooded the city. Han's thoughts stirred. Did even the NPCs die? He frowned, feeling the tension coil inside him again. Maybe I'm still too wound up. The guy stood up with a stretch. Anyway, I'm heading to bed. Han lifted his drink. I'll be seeing that look on your face again tomorrow. His comrade smiled faintly. It'll be a better day. He turned and walked away. Left alone, Han stared ahead for a moment longer. Maybe he thought, maybe we're really okay, for now. Evening fell. The dining table was full, covered in plates of food. The girl stared in awe at the spread. Isn't this a bit much for breakfast? Her friend laughed. Han said he used the best ingredients we had, go all out. Han closed his eyes and asked calmly, you really don't like it? She blinked. If you're asking, then I'll say this. I'd love to eat like this every day. Han glanced away. Then, looking back at her from across the table, he thought, they're okay. That's enough for now. He turned his eyes toward the magician. She seems to be recovering too. Then he glanced at the quiet guy across the table. Still rattled. It'll take him time to shake it off. Time passed. A system message appeared. Welcome back to the game. More messages followed. Heroes await Ascension. Ascension room required. Part of the synthesis room. The synthesis room glowed, and a new message flashed. Ascension room linked to synthesis room. Beginning construction. Once it was complete, another message popped up. Ascension room successfully built. Hero Ascension now available. Crystals shimmered before him. Another notification. Item synthesis initiated. The crystals lit up in brilliant light, and in the center, a fairy hovered, now cradling a fully formed, glowing crystal in her hands. Then, soaring up to him with a grin, the fairy told him he'd now surpassed the first star. She encouraged him to keep pushing. His path was toward the 7th, and the tower was his to conquer. Han hesitated, unsure if he could really reach that far. The fairy laughed, teasing him. If not him, then who? If it were that easy, Sirius would already be a 7-star by now. Imagining himself as a 7-star character, Han dropped his head. All the effort he'd poured into this, and still no 7-star. There had to be some hidden requirement. Just then, the door to the synthesis room opened. A system alert flashed. Master initiating Ascension. So that was it. The new upgrade to the synthesis room. It was an Ascension chamber. Han stepped in, thinking maybe entering would automatically grant him 2 stars. It looked like a stairway leading to the next level. He figured Ascension was a feature even the Master's interface couldn't fully access. Gazing ahead, he guessed that with the right materials and a hero, something would eventually happen here, something the Master wouldn't be able to monitor. Approaching the altar, he placed a crystal. Instantly, a blinding light burst forth. A massive magic circle lit up the ground, and a beam of energy shot into the sky. Squinting against the light, memories surged into his mind. Someone sitting in a chair, cradling a child. Han grabbed his sword and demanded to know who the man was. Reaching out, he hit an invisible force field. He couldn't get close. So he just watched. He fixated on the baby. He had no family of his own, but this child wasn't him. Looking closely, he realized the kid was the one meant to be here, not him. Wandering through unfamiliar rooms, confused, Han knew he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Time was ticking. When he stepped outside, the space was empty. Nothing. No buildings in the Master's lobby. Then the gates creaked open. A fairy stepped through. Staring at her, Han noted she seemed smaller than before. He asked, was she expecting him to enter the rift of space and time? Han came to a halt before a towering door marked extreme difficulty. As he looked up, a system alert flashed. Advent Dungeon initiating. Suddenly, a crushing invisible force slammed him to his knees. Alarms blared across his vision. Eyes fixed forward, a wave of fear surged through him. The pressure was overwhelming. A message popped up, status, fear. All stats reduced by 30%. His sword fell, embedded in the ground. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists. A red aura exploded around him as he entered berserk mode. Breathing heavily, he steadied himself. Fear wasn't going to stop him. Then his eyes widened. A level 999 dark entity appeared out of thin air. We finally meet, the figure said. Drawing his sword, Han glared. Why was this thing here? Was this the monster that pulled him into this world? He burned with the urge to strike it down, but one glance at the level told him it was pointless. This was the creature that had wiped out his top-tier party. Heroes with memories, 6-star strength, gone in under 10 seconds. The entity stared him down. Why aren't you attacking? Don't you hate me? Jaw clenched, Han fired back. If you drag me here just to run your mouth, might as well throw me back. The entity chuckled. That's more like it. If you didn't have this much control, you would have died already. A sudden burst of pain cracked through Han's skull. He clutched his head, groaning. This is how Hero Ascension begins, he muttered. The entity stepped closer. Wrong. You're different. You're special. Dark energy coiled around the room, drifting toward Han. This place is my gift to you. A new pair of legs stepped into view. A human figure. This stage, the voice continued, was crafted for the great Ranker himself. Han stared, trembling. Who are you? A girl's face appeared, smiling sweetly. She looked like a fairy. He stared in disbelief. She reminded him of the one from earlier, but aged. She spoke lightly. I don't even know how to introduce myself. Still tense, Han muttered, just call yourself disgusting. Her grin didn't falter. With a flick of her hand, a chair materialized behind her. Now that's just rude, she replied, sitting down. Looking straight at him, she added, you thought I looked like the fairy, huh? I didn't copy her. I was made to look like her. Tapping her own chest with a finger, she smiled. I'm just one of her replicas. Number 100,479. Extending her hand, she asked playfully, isn't that the same number as the game's downloads? Han pulled out the CEO's business card and stared her down with clear disdain. What's this? Some kind of joke, he asked coldly. The girl just smiled. I go by plenty of names. Depends on the mood, really. I just pick whatever suits the moment. Han stomped the ground, his glare sharp. She let out a chuckle. That was a bit bold, wasn't it? His voice turned icy. You're one of the ones who dragged me into this mess, aren't you? Still smiling, she nodded. You really do hate me. Funny thing is, I never meant for you to get pulled in. Total accident. Like hell I care, Han snapped. Send me back. Now, or you'll regret it. The girl tilted her head and grinned. Are you threatening me? You're just a weak little one-star. Han's eyes burned with intensity. That won't last much longer. Her expression darkened. She splashed her foot into a puddle and muttered, maybe I should have just killed you when I had the chance. Without warning, she launched a magical projectile. It slammed into him, cracking his armor, then froze in place, hovering inches from his chest. The girl snapped her fingers. Didn't even flinch when the spear hit your heart. You've got nerve, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. Han slid his sword back into place. So what do you really want? He realized something. She'd had plenty of chances to finish him off, but didn't. That meant she had another reason. She stepped closer. It's nothing dramatic. I just want to talk. Then she looked him straight in the eye. You're Loki, right? The indomitable, unbreakable, fifth-ranked master. I'm a fan. She smiled, almost fondly. You don't know how many times I was blown away watching your plays from headquarters. We even had surveillance on your city. How could I not come meet you? Her smile deepened. I came to tell you the truth about this world. She paused. Tell me, what do you really think of the game story? Her gaze dropped slightly. Most players don't care about the story in gacha games. It's all about the content. She raised her hand and added, the plot? It's cliché, flat, predictable. A snap of her fingers, and the space behind her warped. Most masters forget about the open world stuff once they climb a few floors, she continued. Take a good look. You know this place, don't you? Han glanced around, realization dawning. Arms crossed. Han replied flatly, I don't even want to know. The girl glanced away, then said with a shrug, sorry, I tend to get carried away. She pointed at the distorted space around them. This was the city on the peninsula, the same one we passed through on the 10th floor. But now it was nothing but ruins. Scene after scene unfolded, shattered cities, collapsed castles, entire regions left in wreckage. This is what's left of everything, she continued. You think this place is any different? She stepped forward. The whole continent's the same. More than 100 million worlds have ended like this. A gate flickered in her mind as she spoke. There's a book. It predicted this world's fate. A bad ending. Total collapse. But heroes didn't accept that, she went on. They wanted to change the ending. And the answer? Simple. Summon characters from the outside. She pictured Han, sitting with one arm ripped off. Her voice lowered. Force the story to shift, even if it breaks the rules. Even if space and time get twisted. Then she looked directly at him. When a higher level being watches, even that can bend history. That's what this game is really for. Han stared for a long moment, then smirked. That's it? I was expecting something more dramatic. Looking at her, he asked, why tell me all this? She extended a hand. Because I want to offer you a deal. Before she could finish, a dagger pierced her head. Han reached for his sword. I was curious where you were going with this, but it's just insane. Still smiling with a hint of menace, she responded. Then think carefully. Was that a yes or a no? He narrowed his eyes. You dragged me into this nightmare, made me suffer through hell, and now you want to cooperate. He took a stance. There's no way I'd ever team up with someone like you. Go ahead and kill me if you want, but I'll make sure your head hits the ground first. The girl stepped forward, laughing. You're so intense. Honestly, it's kind of rude. Staring at her, Han thought to himself. Sure, she could keep spewing nonsense, but there was no way he could take her down. Not now. Not as a lowly one-star at level 10. He still had a long way to go before he could even think about defeating her. He finally spoke. I'm done talking. Just send me back to where you pulled me from. The girl gave a slow, menacing smile. Now that hurts. I went through so much trouble just to bring you here. She looked out into the distance. You know, I value you more than anyone else. More than any other master. Rankers, real, top tier. It doesn't matter. They don't compare. You want to know why? She said with a knowing grin. It's simple. Like every master, you've seen the message. The one that told you to trust in your bond with your heroes. Han's eyes narrowed. That message only appears after the training arc. She nodded. Right. And out of hundreds of millions of players, you were the only one who actually took that advice seriously. The space around them shifted again. Suddenly, they were standing on the 80th floor. This place look familiar? She asked. 6 months ago, you stood right here. She pointed out the obvious. Only 5 masters, including you, have the strength to protect this floor. That's why everyone below 6th rank is stuck waiting on the 79th. Han looked around and thought, yeah, this is the one that made me tear my hair out. He turned to her. So why show me this? With a wave of her hand, 2 chairs appeared. She sat in one and motioned for him to do the same. Simple, she said. Before anything else, I want you to see what happened. There's no truth standing on your feet. Sit down. Smiling, she looked ahead. Now tell me, how does it feel seeing in person instead of just watching a screen? Isn't it something else? As lava spread across the floor, Han stared grimly. The 80th floor, he remembered now. It was the first of the conquest-type stages. No fixed goal, no clear order. Its difficulty shifted on a whim. Every ranker who reached it had failed badly. The community had nicknamed it the Executioner's Wall. He frowned. I already know how to clear this floor. So what's the point of showing me a replay? The girl smiled and told him it wasn't about what he thought, just to keep watching, and it would all make sense. He grabbed a cocktail, furrowed his brows, and recalled how things went downhill. After crushing the 59th floor, he jumped headfirst into the ADTH, and it was a disaster. His entire squad, including his core team, got wiped out. Staring at the swarm of monsters, one word echoed in his mind. Hell, that's what this place was. The 80th floor wasn't just tough, it was a death trap. Then came the chaos, 2,755 monsters at level 113. Following that, shards of despair crawled in, 3,164 of them, each at level 108. Right next to them stood the shards of hatred, 2348 strong, sitting at level 121. Shaw narrowed his eyes. So these shards are the reason this floor's brutal. The girl nodded, still smiling. Exactly. You're in the game now. Everything, the floor difficulty, even your summoning odds, depends on your account. His eyes widened. She was saying the reason he never pulled a 5-star hero wasn't bad luck. It was built in. She pointed at the chaos crystals. Massive, pulsing at level 322. There's a reason. In your world, there are no heroes left to summon. Then she turned toward a monstrous, one-eyed beast. Even though the system decides the difficulty, she said, your account, your world, it had S-rank heroes. But it was cursed in every other way. Shaw lowered his head, silent. And yet, she continued, no one knows how you managed to climb all the way to the 88th floor. Suddenly, a bright light flashed on the island. He looked up, startled. Figures began to materialize, people, heroes. He wondered, were these the legendary 5? But before he could process it, monsters closed in on the island at lightning speed. The girl didn't move, just stood there as system messages flickered to life. Tactical command effect applied. All item levels maxed out. A tactical map appeared. Heroes could be rearranged by simply dragging their icons. Then they moved. Heroes leapt from island to island, fast and precise, ready for war. Han set up multiple defense points with precision. The girl watched him, a faint smile on her face. That's the same tactic you used to clear the 10th floor, she said. It's fascinating, capturing support nodes to push an assault. It's complicated, but the objective is simple. She gestured toward the island. Pay attention to what they do next. As they moved into position, she added, look closely. See what you are to them. Haynes studied the path ahead, their expressions focused. That's why you're their one and only master, she said. From the front line, heroes echoed her words. Your commands, flawless as always. She faced forward, eyes unwavering. Exactly. You are never ordinary. It's something they know, and you do too. Then she raised her hand. They've sworn an oath. A girl with a bow stepped forward, smiling wide. I am the king's arrow. Next came a man gripping a spear. I am the king's spear. A swordsman appeared, framed in steel. I am the king's blade. A mage opened her tome, her grin confident. I am the king's eyes. And finally, a knight unsheathed her sword. I am the king's flame. In the blink of an eye, the battle started. Monsters surged forward. The knight swung her blade. Fire erupted, incinerating dozens in an instant. The girl let out a laugh. Tell me that's not incredible. They pledged themselves to you? Fully, she said, eyes closed. They're known across the server as the 6 stars. No one, not even the 7, can defeat them. You raised them into monsters, Han. He looked at her, unsure. What does that even mean? She smiled again. Skill isn't everything. What matters is how they see their master. She paused, then said, picture a tower. Now imagine those heroes learning the truth and losing all hope. Who would stay loyal to someone who sees them as toys or tools? Her gaze sharpened. But you're not like that. You're the only one who truly led them. You were their king. She lowered her eyes. Even now, they're out there, searching. They know you're here somewhere. She looked at the tiny ferry nearby. Think, Han, what kind of hero would search the world for months just because their master vanished? He shook his head. No one in the other lobbies would ever do that. You're different, she said. Your strategies, they're rigid, detailed, and completely your own. I could have never come up with them. Then, as if seeing a tower herself, she added, what surprised me most, you never even used synthesis. Hearing her words, Han's expression darkened. He went on, picturing the desperate faces of heroes. That's how most players manage their forces. When someone's weak or disobedient, the masters just erase them. No second chances. It keeps the rest in line through fear. Han's thoughts drifted to a memory, a powerful hero, full of potential, but not yet polished. He knew the truth. Even promising low-rank heroes were often sacrificed, just a prey for higher-tier ones. He never had a 5-star. In his mind, he saw the deck. Only one 4-star card. Just one. Everyone said his account was trash. They told him to quit, but he didn't. He had long grown used to unfairness. He remembered himself as a child, standing alone on the street. A man laughed with his son, but when he looked forward, his expression shifted, cold, sharp. That memory stuck with him. No, Han muttered. I didn't treat them like that. Maybe I use synthesis, but rarely. Almost never. She smiled at that. Others used it constantly, daily even, but not you. That says everything. She paused. It's the same with how you treat others. I've seen the way most masters operate. They treat heroes like disposable toys. Toss them out once they're bored. But you, Han pictured the companions he fought beside. He'd never thrown them away. Not if they showed potential. A lobby ruled by fear, he thought. That's a dead end. He remembered how he led, rewarding those who earned it, punishing only when necessary. The girl looked at him. Do you even realize what you've done? Smiling, she said, all of these heroes, they're alive. Real. She turned to face him completely. I don't know how, but there's no way you came up with these methods without knowing that. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in clarity. That's the only conclusion I could reach. Han stood from his seat, stunned. From across the room, she called out to him, do you know something? She glanced his way, smiling. Every hero here, they're real people. She repeated it. No one could play the way you do without knowing that. He turned, disbelief in his eyes. She looked at him coolly and said, that's just my theory. Han pulled out a sleek electronic device, his eyes narrowing as he studied the so-called heroes of this world. He recalled how hard it had been at first to believe their actions were scripted. But even then, each one responded differently to the same command, executing it in their own distinct way. That part still amazed him. The system was brilliant, and yet it never crossed his mind that they could be real people. Back then, all he cared about was perfecting his strategy. With his arms crossed, Han turned to her and asked if that was why she was drawn to him. She admitted she had really wanted to meet him face to face, but on Earth, that had been nearly impossible. He understood immediately and offered a gentle smile, saying he felt the same. Then, in a sudden shift, he changed his tone completely, joking that if that were the case, maybe he'd just go dig her up in some nearby forest. But the moment twisted. Han's demeanor darkened. He stepped forward, his voice sharp, accusing her of provoking too much resentment. He told her straight. He couldn't forgive her. Not after how badly she'd let him down. Kate lowered her head, resting her hand on her glass. She set it down, saying nothing. Han leaned in close and said firmly that he had no connection to Tonia or Nibelheim. He was just an ordinary guy from Earth. Once he'd gotten it all out, he turned to leave, heading for his seat. But Kate stopped him, laughing at his claim. She teased that his heroes wouldn't take those words lightly. Without looking back, Han responded coldly that he didn't care. It didn't make sense. The team was performing just fine. They'd reached the 88th floor with barely any losses. There was no reason she would have summoned him here, just to climb the tower. He had no interest in cooperating. Fury flared in his eyes as he spun back around, ordering her to back off before he lost every last bit of patience. But Kate didn't flinch. She opened her arms and said she saw something in him, a potential to become Han Mobius needed. Then she shrugged it off, saying all she really wanted was for him to reach her floor, and if putting up with this attitude was the price, she'd pay it. Han shot a piercing glare at Kate and demanded to know, was the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor her doing? She met his eyes with a look of disdain and calmly countered. And what if it was? What would you do then? Crossing her legs, she tried to ease the tension, asking him not to be upset. She claimed she had planned to stop interfering after the 15th floor anyway. According to her, Tonia would have welcomed him warmly without her involvement. Leaning her head in her palm, Kate gazed at him and remarked that this place was just as tough as Nibelheim. No matter what he did, she said, there was a 90% chance the master would abandon everything. But if he accepted her help, that could all change. Han stayed silent, waiting for her to continue. Then she reached out her hand. She swore on her own name. If he climbed to the top of the tower, she'd send him back to where he came from. Not just that, she promised him half of her Mobius holdings. With that, she said, he could become one of the most powerful shareholders in the entire corporation. She offered him the chance to become a majority stakeholder and asked if he was ready to make it official. Han gave her a sharp look. He warned her not to push him and brought up her earlier promise to send him back and not empty-handed. He didn't trust the deal. It all sounded too good to be real, and he was sure there had to be a trap hidden somewhere. Kate was taken aback by his hostility. She asked why he still hated her so much, but Han didn't answer with words. He hurled his blade straight at her head. She didn't even get the chance to finish her sentence. That was his answer. He believed he'd find his own way forward. More clues, more answers, and he wasn't about to rely on someone like her. That was the end of it. He'd make it back home on his own terms. Kate calmly pulled the blade from her head. Her body flickered with pixels as she regenerated. She commented that without that kind of resolve, no one could ever reach the tower's peak. She repeated herself again and again. She forgave his arrogance. Then she decided to show him exactly what she meant. At her signal, a massive golden door materialized nearby. She called it a true prologue. The doors creaked open, revealing something radiant beyond. Kate turned to him with a faint smile and said she'd crafted this ending just for him. Then, with a sharp glint in her eye, Kate warned him, threatened him, with the glow itself. In the blink of an eye, Han's surroundings shifted. The scene before him transformed. He now stood in a world where humans and non-humans lived together in harmony. Children, towny as children, ran around laughing, playing without a care. Kate's voice broke through the moment. She explained that this once thriving continent had been shattered by a sudden invasion. Dark forces had torn the land apart. The peace was gone. She turned to Han and asked if he understood why this ending was so difficult. The truth, she said, was that this war had already been lost. To fix it would mean changing the very course of fate. But even now, she insisted there was still a sliver of hope. Kate pointed to the Master and told Han that if he wanted to save this world, he had to conquer the tower. Word was, many heroes would stand with him. He just had to trust in the bonds he'd forge along the way. She reminded him that the future of this entire world rested in his hands. His strength alone could shape what came next. She showed him more heroes, countless lives that now depended solely on him. Then came the warning. She revealed the enemies ahead. Formidable, hidden deep within unexplored lands. Could he really face them? Could he endure the path to the top? Han's frustration boiled over. He didn't trust any of it. But Kate pushed again, urging him to climb, promising her support. She showed him the road forward and said they could reach their goal together. She vowed to wait for him at the summit. Han turned away and told her to leave him alone. Just then, a message appeared before him. He had awakened memories of his forgotten hero self. A dark system prompt confirmed that his card had evolved. His rank had risen, 2 stars. He tilted his head, eyes locking onto the pedestal at the center of the pattern. Relief swept over him. It was finally done. The system chimed in again, congratulating him on leveling up and unlocking new abilities. Aaron, who had been waiting nearby, looked away with a quiet smile. His traveler had finally returned. He asked Han what he had seen. Han gave a short answer. It was just another stage of growth, one Aaron would go through soon enough. Then Han asked him for an update. Aaron replied that everything was the same as always. Han nodded, remembering that Aaron had a little sister. He wanted to make it back to her. That goal hadn't changed. He would keep climbing. He would reach the top, and he would return to Earth. Exhausted, Han lay down for the night, staring up at nothing. Despite everything, nothing had really changed for him, except his mood. As sleep crept in, he made himself a promise. Whoever dragged him into this world, no matter who they were or what name they went by, would pay for it. The next morning, he woke to a glitching system message flashing in front of his eyes. It was an apology, an official one, blaming a severe server error that had happened days ago. Han recalled that the lower-level masters were still experiencing disconnections. This apology was meant to explain the chaos. To him, it only confirmed one thing. The Dark Apostle's appearance on the 10th floor wasn't a coincidence. It was tied to this glitch. Without a doubt, a new message popped up. This one mentioned compensation, 50,000 gold. Not bad. Isil appeared, cheerful as always, congratulating him on his promotion. But then she paused and frowned, noticing the look on his face. Something was clearly off. What happened to you? She asked. You don't look happy at all. Han replied with a hint of unease. I met your original. That caught her completely off guard. What are you talking about? He thought for a second and guessed it must have been the CEO of Mobius. He asked Isil if that could be true. She was clearly upset and confused. She had no idea how much her original had revealed. Han, however, dismissed it. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to dwell on it. He was just venting. All that mattered was climbing the tower. And for that, he needed her help. Isil nodded and agreed, ready to support him. She handed him a gold coupon, surprising him. He hadn't even known such a thing existed. She was stunned by his ignorance. You really don't know what this is? It's a gift card. You can exchange it for anything. Han eyed the coupon suspiciously and asked who sent it. She told him it came from a master himself, because even he was impressed by Han's achievements. It was a reward for heroes who excelled, and the value of the coupon matched the gift's worth. Han had heard about these cards being given out during events, but this felt different. Maybe the master was just shocked that heroes had managed to climb so far without his help. He handed the card back to Isil. I don't need it, he said. Give it to someone else who does. Isil's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really turning it down? This card lets you get anything you want. But Han just shook his head and reminded her 10,000 gold means nothing in the item shop. Then he glanced at her, tired and clearly done with the conversation. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. Isil held him back for a moment. Suddenly, the system flashed a new notification. Han had made a purchase using the gift card. Confused, he looked up as Isil pulled a small horse statue in front of her. He read the system message, a gift from a hero you admire. Frowning, he asked what it was and what he was supposed to do with it. Isil simply said it was a gift from the master. Disgusted, Han dropped the wooden trinket to the ground with a thud and kept walking. Gifts should mean something, he muttered. As he walked, he thought about the other heroes. How unfair it would be if only he received something while everyone else got nothing. It would have been better to reward everyone who had proven themselves. Staring down at the broken horse statue, he figured most people wouldn't even want something so meaningless. If a gift had no use, then it wasn't worth having. Later, Han lay on his bed, lost in thought. Even he knew what kind of gifts would actually make heroes happy. But then he caught himself. What was he even thinking? That wasn't like him. Soon, he stood before a massive portal, not the least bit surprised. Voices around him called for the rift in time and space to open. He quickly assessed the situation. His low level wasn't a problem anymore. What mattered now were the enemies hidden within. He sighed, disappointed, and told the others to wrap this up quickly. As he stood there, his thoughts drifted to the master. How recently he'd entered the game and how much power he already held. Just then, Han noticed Ialka. She looked tense. Understandable, he thought, given all her training and what she endured back on the 10th floor. She turned to him and asked where they were heading next. Han knew that, at this pace, they wouldn't make it through the coming floors. No one really understood how the Choose Me ending worked. And yet, here it was again, a message bold and bright. Climb the tower and save the world. His blood boiled as he read it. Then, a new notification appeared. This is the main dungeon of the 11th floor. Before he could even react, another message flashed. Prepare to enter the gate in 10 seconds. Han gave a sharp look and told the group to get ready. They were heading straight for the 11th floor. Ialka glanced at him, clearly caught off guard by the sudden decision. Meanwhile, Han recalled a phrase often thrown around by some players. Those who blindly trust their heroes to breeze through stages, thinking skills alone are enough to climb the tower. He couldn't agree less. In his eyes, it made more sense to build up experience by tackling the lower levels first. The fact they were being pushed ahead like this? Pure proof of the players' total ignorance. Just then, a system prompt popped up. The 11th floor mission had begun. Objective: wipe out every enemy. Han was seething. The player acted like a pro, but didn't have the slightest clue. How are they ever going to reach the 100th floor with someone like that in control? Han's character card had 2 stars, one of the top-tier heroes. The screen darkened, and the only light came from the pale moon, casting long shadows over rows of tombstones. The ground shifted. Skeletal hands emerged from the soil, followed by bodies with glowing eye sockets and weapons drawn. They weren't just for show. These level 11 enemies were the real deal. Scanning the area, Han gave the order. Everyone fell into position, weapons raised, tension thick in the air. As the skeletons lurched forward, he stood firm at the front. This was his moment. Luck may have landed him in this mission, but proving he belonged was entirely up to him. The clash began. Skeletons dropped one after another under his strikes. But it quickly became clear, if the enemies got any stronger, this climb would be a brutal one. The skeletons exploded into flames as they fell. The sight sparked a memory. The first time he faced a 4-star enemy, and how the master had merged it with him. He also remembered the 5 heroes he'd received last time. Only one survived. Still, that didn't mean the master had failed. Nearby, Jenna fought off a skeleton with a sharp kick. She looked irritated. These foes weren't just tough, they were infuriating. Han kept swinging, fighting off wave after wave, his mind drifting back to the start of it all. Back when the master actually tried, building structures, training heroes, crafting gear, and following the strategies Han himself suggested. But that didn't last. After the 5th stage, something shifted. The master began acting on impulse instead of logic. Beside him, Aaron moved in perfect sync, parrying a skeleton strike. Their teamwork was seamless. As the battle raged on, Han remembered the mission where all hope was supposed to be lost, and yet they pulled through. But after that victory, it was like the master lost his compass. Ialka closed her eyes, drawing in energy. A glowing fireball formed in her hand moments later. Watching her, Han couldn't help but reflect on how many missteps the master had taken. He summoned heroes 5 separate times without meeting the right requirements, then threw them straight into the 10th floor with no upgrades or preparations. Even so, somehow they'd survived, standing now amidst piles of charred bones, their bodies worn but spirits high. They had beaten the odds again. Their breaths were heavy, but they were proud. Still, Han couldn't ignore the root of the problem. The master had made the fatal mistake of confusing his own worth with the power of his heroes. He relied too much on them and forgot his role. But this time, it wasn't the master who led them to victory. It was Han. He had proven himself. A radiant glow surrounded him as his level surged upward, power coursing through him. He had finally taken a real step forward. The night remained still. Wind whispered through the trees. The dim lanterns outside the stone house flickered softly. Han leaned back against the wall, arms folded, and called out. In an instant, Isil the fairy appeared, her voice crisp and clear. Locking eyes with her, Han asked if she would always come when summoned. Isil nodded, replying that she would. Then she asked why he called her. Serious. Han told her he had questions. Isil hesitated, clearly uneasy, and warned that there were limits to what she could reveal. But Han wasn't fazed. He just wanted the closest answer she could give. Flustered, she closed her eyes and yelled that she'd answer, but this would be the last time. Without delay, Han asked her the name of the original fairy. Caught off guard, Isil paused, hand to her chin, thinking deeply. She finally answered. The director had many names, over 100 million, and each time she entered a new world, she chose a different one. In Tonia, she had gone by the name Kate. Han repeated the name Kate under his breath, figuring that in Nibelheim, she probably went by something else. He started piecing things together. After clearing the 10th floor, each master is assigned a personalized lobby, and the world's name shifts with each rating. If what Isil said was true, then the destiny of every world hinged on its master. And with over hundreds of millions of worlds already in existence, and growing, that truth was staggering. He moved on to his next question. What is Mobius? He asked. Isil paused, looking unsure, and asked him to be more specific. Han clarified. He wasn't talking about a company. He meant the spiral galaxy, the one said to hold an infinite chain of worlds. Listening closely, Isil eventually confirmed that each master is indeed given a unique world, one that never repeats, even among heroes. Looking her in the eye, Han said he knew Kate. He wanted to know who she really was. And did she ever hurt the master? That's what he truly wanted to understand. Isil responded carefully. No one could become a master unless they had once lived on Earth. But that wasn't the part Han cared about. What mattered to him was whether Kate had ever wronged the master. Isil fell silent, unable to give a straight answer. But her hesitation spoke louder than any words. Hearing Han press the issue, she grew visibly upset. The idea that someone like Kate could have caused harm clearly bothered her. She told him to wait while she checked the information and vanished. Alone now, Han lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He knew chasing answers about Mobius or its problems wouldn't change anything right now. The fire in the hearth crackled, occasional sparks dancing in the air. He let himself relax. Eventually, Isil returned. She stood tall and declared that the master was just a regular user, nothing more. There was no danger. Han, still unsure, asked again if she was absolutely certain. She nodded, saying she had confirmed it with another director. Everything was fine, but she also added that such interference carried serious risk and had to meet strict conditions. Han leaned back, sinking into the pillow. He understood now. The wind howled outside. Nearby, training dummies stood against the wall. Usher shouted, calling for the duel to start. As the fight began, Han landed the first hit. In that moment, he knew. The master's failures weren't some grand mystery. They were simply the outcome of poor choices. Just then, Roderick's weapon came flying at him, but Han dodged in time. The attack confirmed his suspicion. His teammate was going all in, but Han was ready. He raised a shield to block the next blow. That's when it hit him. The master was infected, blinded by the delusion that he was the best. Usher launched into a flurry of attacks, moving faster with every strike, but Han kept evading. Still, he could tell, if the symptoms of that arrogance grew worse, things would spiral out of control. Another strike came in, Usher again, but Han blocked it just in time. Then Edith appeared behind him, her daggers flashing. One of them sliced across his face. 3-on-1. No way to win fairly. But Han wasn't just thinking about the fight. He knew the master's condition was still in its early stages. If they acted quickly, there was a chance to reverse it. Another enemy approached, and now Jenna and Aaron moved toward him with purpose. Heroes clashed, attacking, defending, testing each other's limits. Amid the chaos, Han realized the truth. To cure the master, they had to eliminate the one hero he leaned on most. And that hero was him. With that, Han charged forward to rejoin the battle. Later, the sun cast its glow across the city. Han and his companions walked down a quiet road. Jinna turned to Aaron, asking if she'd heard right, that they were heading straight to the 12th floor. It felt like they were rushing. Aaron, a little uneasy, admitted he thought it was too soon. From Han's spot behind them, he couldn't believe it himself. They'd cleared the 11th floor just yesterday, and by Earth's time, not even a full day had passed. Suddenly, Isil appeared in front of them and requested that a rift in space-time be opened. The gateway to the next level began to materialize. If they pushed forward now, they'd be clearing more than 2 levels in a single day. Jinna stopped in front of the glowing entrance and turned to Han. "You coming?" He closed his eyes, then looked toward the ferry. "Which floor did the master choose?" Isil hesitated before answering. "The 12th. Han narrowed his eyes. "I figured." His companions looked at him in confusion. Han knew they had a choice. They could speak their minds or ask the master directly for guidance. But he made up his mind. Arms crossed, he turned to the ferry and said, "I'm not going." Isil froze, clearly stunned by Han's refusal. But he met her gaze, cold and unflinching. "I'm not joking," he said. "Not when it's something this serious." Jinna stared at him, baffled. "Wait, we can actually refuse?" she asked. "I thought we had no choice, that we had to follow orders." Han looked around at his team. "There's always a choice," he said calmly. "But you've got to be ready to face the fallout." Jinna frowned, remembering stories of those who tried to resist being forced in. Didn't others get dragged in any way? "They just didn't know the rules," Han replied. Isil, clearly irritated now, raised her voice. "You need to reconsider. This is dangerous." Han cut her off. "Dangerous?" he asked. "Throwing us into the dungeon without a second thought. That's not dangerous." The fairy tried to argue, but Han didn't let her finish. "I already know what you're going to say." A brilliant blue light pulsed from the gate. Han understood the line he couldn't cross. Refusing to enter was one thing, but he couldn't reject synthesis. If the master got angry, he could easily sacrifice him to a more obedient hero. Still, Han stood firm. "I'm not going," he said again, this time with finality. Ialka's voice rang out, angry and hurt. "So you're just leaving us? Making us fight on our own?" "That's your decision," Han replied. "I won't stop you." The team stared at him in disbelief. Aaron gripped his spear tighter. "If he's not going," he said, nodding at Jinna, "then I'm out too." Jinna stretched, her voice cool. "I'm disappointed in you, Han. You could have told us we had this choice sooner." She stepped back. "I'm not going either." Her partner looked shocked. Then Ialka, now nervous about being left alone, followed suit. "I am not going either," she stammered. A glowing message appeared before them. "Group deployment denied." Sometimes, heroes may refuse to obey. The master may choose to listen or to punish. Han stared at the message, then smirked. "Let them try." Isil was completely shaken. This isn't in the script," she whispered. Jinna turned to Han. "So what now?" He looked away at first, silent. Then a small smile tugged at his lips. "Now we wait." A massive eye opened above them, the player watching. "And see how he reacts," Han finished. Heroes lifted their eyes to the sky, where the all-seeing gaze of the master loomed above. In that moment, Han realized something critical. The master likely had no clue that his creations could choose not to obey. It seemed just as likely he'd never even read the manual, and that oversight had brought them all to this point. Sensing the heavy mood, Isil summoned the rest of the team. Han's allies soon gathered. Edith glanced at them with interest and asked why they'd been called over. One of the guys replied simply, they weren't going on the mission. Edith blinked in surprise. Why not? Outside, the sky was cloudless and the sun beamed down. Han sat calmly on a bench, responding to Edith's questions without flinching. She grew frustrated, quickly grasping the danger they were now in. If Han couldn't prove his worth, there'd be consequences. Still composed, the guy admitted he understood the risks, and that his decision might cost him his life. Their talk went on. Edith voiced her doubts, warning that the player probably wouldn't take kindly to Han defying commands. Han narrowed his eyes and fired back. Would she just follow every order the master gave without question? He reminded her that they weren't fighting to serve, they were fighting to survive. His words struck a chord. Edith turned to her teammates, trying to make them understand. Han watched silently, the truth dawning on him. Loyalty wasn't what kept them together. It was survival. Edith turned to Han and told Aaron they were going ahead anyway. They needed to get stronger. She added that she had no desire to be synthesized. The group moved toward the portal, leaving Han and Jenna behind on the bench. Jenna sat beside him and quietly asked what would happen to them now. Han gave it to her straight. He didn't know. Everything depended on the master. If he ended up synthesized, he told her to surrender, to save herself. Jenna stared at him with quiet pride. You'll outlast all of us, she said. Aaron agreed, and Ialka added that if nothing else, Han had more resolve than anyone. Han closed his eyes with a faint smile. His friends had come a long way, grown stronger, wiser. Then, suddenly, a message flashed in front of him. One of his partners was bleeding out. Another alert appeared, then another. Each one carried the same warning. The 12th floor was a different beast. From the gate, his allies emerged, battered, barely standing. Wounded and weak, they leaned on each other as they stumbled toward him. Han turned to Edith and asked how she was feeling. She stayed silent for a moment, then quietly said his name. Her gaze shifted to the others, sharp and direct. How can you just ignore an order like that? Han grinned. Simple. You just do. Right then, a new notification popped up. Edith had officially declined the mission, and because of that, the second group could no longer be deployed. Edith's team stood barely upright, leaning on one another for support. Watching it unfold, Isil was stunned. Panic began to creep in. Things were spiraling fast. But Han only gave a short laugh. He pointed out that with both primary teams now inactive, the Master wouldn't be able to enter either the main weekly or the exploration dungeon. He turned to his allies and calmly said they'd keep training like nothing had happened. No reason to tip the Master off that they were resisting. They needed to restock potions, and Jenna and Aaron could start soloing daily dungeons to level up. He'd join them there. Isil was furious. If you keep this up, the Master might just leave for good. Han looked up, unbothered. Then he was never going to make it to the top anyway. Isil, trembling, shouted that the player could decide to synthesize him. But Han shrugged. I'd take a clean death over that. Besides, if anyone gets synthesized, it'll be the one who stirred up this rebellion. Isil lowered her head, hair falling over her face as she struggled to hold back tears. Han kept going. He mentioned that while the Master's stress level might spike and his spirit might drop, it could have the opposite effect on the team. They'd start paying attention, maybe even trust him more. He reached out a hand to Isil. The Master can still fix this, earn our trust, lift our morale. With that, Han and his allies turned and walked away. As they left, he threw out one final thought. Our player isn't exactly a genius. Isil watched them leave, anxiety written all over her face. The following day, the team made their way to the weekly dungeon. Their goal, to collect elemental stones for Ascension. The portal clearly displayed the objective and the location. Han decided they'd split up to cover two separate dungeons, and from one of them, they secured a standard fire elemental stone. Jenna and Aaron headed toward the forest path, while Han and Ialka made their way to the ravine, where glittering crystals lined the cliffs. Afterward, they resumed their training. Han's skill with a sword and shield reached level 6, but he realized that any further improvement would require tougher drills or opponents on his level. He weaved around his teammates' strikes and assigned Ialka a new goal, focus on unlocking telekinesis. Ialka wasn't thrilled. But I'm only good at fire magic, she protested. Han smirked. Then I'll make sure your diet consists of nothing but potatoes. The skies had turned gray, wind sweeping through the area in heavy gusts. That day, and the next, the Master didn't log in. Leaning gently on Han's shoulder, Isil whispered her fears. What if he's gone for good? Han took a slow sip from his mug. No idea. Just then, a notification flashed before them. The Master was online. Isil lit up with relief. He didn't forget us. Edith joined them. Maybe he's finally come to his senses. But Han remained cautious, sipping again from his cup. If the Master's condition was that easy to fix, he wouldn't have been sick in the first place. Setting the mug down, he noted that the Master's intentions were obvious now. He figured the player would likely use the compensation currents to change up the raid lineup. A moment later, a message confirmed it. The Master had initiated an advanced summon and pulled in 3 rare cards: Stein, Mazel, and Tazur. Edith turned to Han. If they're anything like us, we'll have to draw lots. But Han stood up and turned away. No need. None of them are joining this party. Edith looked puzzled. Why not? You'll see, he said calmly. Near the stairs, the new recruits had already started bickering. Mazel complained loudly about Tazur's strong odor, while Stein attempted to defuse the tension. The man suddenly snapped at her, accusing her of showing off and turning hostile. Mazel didn't back down and shot right back at him. Things got heated fast. Just then, Han walked over and noticed that the two had barely logged into the game before starting a fight. Stein saw Han and rushed over, asking if it was true that he'd arrived before them. Han confirmed it. Meanwhile, the 2 new players behind Stein were still going at each other. Stein introduced himself as a knight in training and asked Han to do something, since the arguing pair wouldn't listen to him. Tazur, standing nearby, scoffed and said he had no intention of listening to a weakling. That made Han pause. Mazel chimed in, siding with Tazur, saying she had no reason to take orders from some spoiled rich kid who only got lucky in life. Stein clenched his fists, saying he could overlook the insults aimed at him. But dragging his parents into it? That was crossing the line. His anger flared as he turned on his so-called allies. Edith, watching it all unfold, asked Han what was up with the guy. Han explained that not every hero combo was beneficial. Some actually lowered group stats when placed together. Then, Stein couldn't hold back anymore and charged at them with his sword. Han had seen players lose control before, but this was next level. These characters were full-on brawling with weapons right outside the summoning gate. Tzur jumped in too, shouting that he'd teach Stein a lesson, and hurled knives at him. Stein blocked them just in time with his shield. Isil had had enough. She stepped forward and shouted that they were out of their minds and had a death wish. Tzur froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the fairy. He asked who she was. Isil placed a hand over her chest and declared herself the master's confidant, warning them all that she was far stronger than the rest of them combined. Stein just facepalmed in disbelief. Then, Isil folded her arms and gave a final warning. The fighting ends now. She let it slide this time, but there wouldn't be a next. Mazel glared at Isil and pointed at the two troublemakers, demanding that she get rid of them. She said she couldn't work with those two, or even breathe the same air. Then she turned her sword toward Han and declared that if she had to be in a party, she'd rather join a real hero. Isil met her gaze and firmly replied that party selection wasn't up to any of them. The master was the only one who could make that call. Just then, a new team assignment screen popped up in front of them, and a time rift portal began to open. Edith noticed Han heading out and asked where he was going. Without even slowing down, Han replied that he was going to sleep. He looked at her briefly and added that those new characters weren't coming back. He flopped onto the bed. As he lay back, notifications began popping up. Tzur had entered a state of madness and was launching an attack. Han just laced his hands behind his head, eyes shut, ignoring the alerts. More messages popped up, warning about health losses. The blaring notifications wouldn't stop, making it impossible for Han to fall asleep. Annoyed, he rolled onto his side and leaned on one hand. Eventually, another message came in. All three characters had died in battle. The master had lost. Up above, Isil hovered silently. A system prompt appeared, asking if the master really wanted to exit the game. When the system said goodbye, she threw her hands forward and screamed. Flying just above Han, she asked what they were supposed to do if he never logged back in. Han answered bluntly, it could happen. The fairy tugged on his hair and demanded to know what would become of her and everyone else. She reminded him that if he didn't log in for 6 months, his account would be deleted, and he knew that. She pleaded with him, saying users couldn't just abandon them. Han responded quietly, saying that during those 6 months in the real world, 1.5 years would pass for them inside the game. Isil's voice trembled. Tears welled in her eyes as she said they couldn't build anything without a master. She would lose her power and vanish like she was never even there. She whispered that she hadn't been alive for long. With his eyes still shut, the boy sighed and called Isil a drama queen, telling her to quit the act. They didn't even know for sure if the master was really going to leave. Isil wiped away a tear as Han told her to calm down. If the master were truly that weak-willed, he'd have quit a long time ago. She hesitated, then asked if that was really true. Han glanced at her, and she softly replied that she believed him. So he asked why the panic. Was it really that serious? Would she actually die if they didn't climb the tower? The boy's eyes narrowed as Isil, wings fluttering behind her, quietly said yes, she would disappear. Han froze for a moment, staring ahead as a bead of sweat formed on his face. Half a year. He turned his eyes to the window, thinking about Niflheim and how little time he seemed to have left. The settlement outside was surrounded by a tall wall. The next day, a system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to buy now. Mobius was rooting for the master's success. A new message popped up. The triple gold pack had been selected. It included 5,000 diamonds and 3 gift cards, costing 90,000. Another window asked if he wanted to proceed with a 90,000 deduction. A blonde man appeared before Han, just as a message declared that an advanced summoning had begun, and the master was eager to see which hero would arrive. A burst of light flashed, thunder echoed through the building, and Noken grinned as he looked around, asking where they were and noting that there were girls here. The system announced, rare hero obtained. A bearded man stepped forward, staring ahead. He said this place seemed interesting, but first they needed food. The system confirmed, rare hero obtained. A gray-haired man looked forward and asked who the leader was, then told him to take them to the shelter. Another message, rare hero obtained. Han looked over at the blonde newcomer and said the fresh recruits needed to be taught a lesson. He asked the guy if he wanted to handle it. The blonde just replied, no. Noken, standing behind Han, stepped up and asked who those people were and if they were looking to die. Han turned to him and said he was talking way too much. Now, he should shut up and listen. At the training ground, the red-haired girl glanced over at Edith just as Han announced she was on standby. Jenna commented that this situation was way more delicate than when her own team was summoned. Noken pointed his sword at Han, demanding to know how he dared speak to him like that. Han stood there, bangs covering his forehead, while someone nearby muttered that this had nothing to do with the new recruits. It was about how he was acting. Han answered with his fists, landing a series of punches right to Noken's face. Nearby, the dark-haired girl threw a punch herself, frustrated by the guy's terrible spinning streak. 3 in a row, and a failed strategy once again. It felt like he was trying to throw together a group of weak 1-stars just to fill space. Edith joined in, hitting the player while Han held him still, thinking how some masters managed to mix low-level and high-level heroes, but it always required balancing ambition with reality. Sometimes it was better to just blow through 5 spins at once. A system notification popped up. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, and Jian have joined Group 3. Han placed a hand on his belt, welcomed the team, and apologized that they'd have to figure things out as they went. Their first real battle was starting in just a few seconds. A glow filled the hall as the rift of time and space responded to the command and opened. The bruised-up heroes stepped through the gate one after another. Someone noted it was a relief that the 3 didn't end up killing each other. Even though one of them was badly hurt, they'd made it through the trial. Isil handed out the reward, congratulating them, and announcing that it was a gift from the master. Someone quietly observed that the rookies had gotten a solid grasp on their roles. The wooden dummies swayed in the wind. A few days passed. Jenna trailed behind Han, asking if he thought they were really in danger. He shot the question right back at her. Heroes had taken down the guys earlier, and she explained it was because of those new recruits. If they kept causing trouble, the group could lose its standing. Noken looked away, sweat beading on his face when his eyes met Han's. The blonde turned to face the other heroes. Jenna stood behind Han, who told her to step back. Noken moved in front of his teammates. Someone mentioned that time was running out, and while they still didn't have a mage, the group was balanced enough. Group 3 was growing steadily, and for now, they hadn't lost a single member. It looked like the master's plan was working. The blonde crossed his arms and asked if anyone knew why those guys weren't going on missions. Then he answered his own question. It was because their master had abandoned them. His teammates sat around the table as he added that if they just leveled up a bit more, they'd easily surpass the others, except for the mage, since their team actually needed her. Jelen asked if they weren't already at full capacity. The bearded man responded with a grunt, saying there were 2 useless freeloaders on the team, and they could just toss one out. Noken's mouth dropped open in shock. Han calmly commented that it was an interesting way to look at things. The blonde stood behind Han and asked what brought him here. Han replied that he just came for a drink of water, and then casually suggested they keep talking and not hold back. Noken grumbled that there hadn't been much talking, and it was time for him to get some sleep. Han watched him leave, thinking to himself that these guys had no clue what teamwork even meant. They didn't see their teammates as people, just numbers on a roster. Yet somehow, their master was satisfied. His mind wandered to a tall tower, floor after floor, stacked above each other. He remembered how their team had clawed their way through the 14th floor, not without problems. Surprisingly, the 13th and 14th levels were manageable. The 12th, though, that one was brutal. Maybe they just gotten lucky. He raised his arms slightly, deep in thought. No one in Group 3 had even reached level 10, yet the masters still kept sending them up. Once they cleared the 15th floor, their team would be eligible for synthesis. Jenna came running behind him, asking if they were seriously going to keep going in circles. She said they'd be caught soon if this kept up. With her eyes shut, she admitted she didn't know what else to do anymore, and that all her hopes were riding on him. Han simply replied that he was doing what needed to be done, and if she wanted to switch to Group 3, he wouldn't stop her. He bent his leg mid-stride as Jenna quickly answered that she had no intention of joining them. She didn't like them one bit. Han smiled and told her to wait. It wasn't their time yet. He dashed ahead and turned back to ask if she'd mastered telekinesis yet. Jenna confirmed, then tossed back. Who do you think I am? She curled one finger, and a wave of purple energy wrapped around nearby objects. Sweat ran down her face as she said it was easy. Han nodded, impressed, saying that was solid progress. In his mind, he thought, if she was already casting without verbal cues, she had to be at least beginner level. A faint blue barrier shimmered above them as Han realized something. Despite everything, the master wasn't making any real progress. He pictured the city from above. The lobby had its charm, plenty of nice buildings, but it was packed with heroes. Ever since clearing the 10th floor, new construction slots had become available, and it was time to start building the 3rd-tier structures. Yet there was no sign of master plan to do any of it. Heroes were too busy fighting each other anyway. Han narrowed his focus to Group 3. Sunlight streamed into the room as he considered how the preparations for the 15th floor raid were shaping up. Chloe stood in front of Jelen while Han watched the new members, starting to see what the master saw in them. Slowly, their real personalities began to show. So far, just minor stuff like complaining for extra meat or stealing a sofa from the dining room. But if they cleared the 15th floor, things might get messy. Suddenly, A voice echoed across the settlement, ordering Group 3 to gather in the square. Noken and Jelen exchanged smug grins. Finally, one of them said, "This'll be easy." A system notification appeared. Third group members have been given basic health potions. Han and Jenna sat quietly on a bench. She muttered that they'd worked so hard, and now the master was handing the rewards to another group. It felt unfair. Han calmly replied, saying they could always restock later. Nervous sweat dotted the onlookers' faces. Someone mumbled that when they first reached the 10th floor, the square had been empty. Now it was packed with people watching. Another replied that it was a good thing. A radiant glow lit up the space in front of the gate as a voice commanded the rift of time and space to open. The blonde pointed forward and addressed the spectators, calling them arrogant bastards. He warned them that when they returned, he'd ask the master to personally give them a good beating, so they'd better wait for it. Edith stood just behind Han, teasing that he sure was popular. Han thought to himself, if Noka made it back alive, then yeah, he just might do it. Then someone asked the question lingering in everyone's mind. What happens if they actually complete the mission? Jenna looked away, her face tight with worry. Han answered flatly. If they made it past the 15th floor, they'd have no choice but to follow the master's commands. Otherwise, it was game over for all of them. Noken was suddenly surrounded by a glow of white light as Han considered the possibility. Maybe Group 3 would survive the 15th floor. There were moments where it looked like a guaranteed wipe. Yet heroes always came back. And if they did it this time, the master's confidence would skyrocket, and the rest of them would be pushed further into the background. Han turned to his teammates and told them straight. If Group 3 return alive, follow the master's lead. No fighting it. The group shimmered in blue light as they were teleported away, and Han realized what that meant. He was going to be tossed straight into synthesis the moment they succeeded. Noken's voice rang out, sharp and eager. Time to kill. A structure rose behind heroes as they disappeared, and Han thought about the stakes. Either they cleared this level or were crushed by it. It was a constant gamble. The blonde stared ahead, fear spreading across his face as he understood where they'd landed. The dark-haired man stood still, arms crossed. Jenna sat in front of Aaron, clearly uneasy. Ada stood with a few others close by. Another blonde folded his arms. Han stood with his arms crossed as well, thinking it had already been 5 minutes. No alerts. Maybe that was a good sign. Then his eyes widened. A system message flashed across his vision. Mission failed. Group eliminated. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robiel, and Jian have returned to the embrace of God. Their fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Han stared blankly. Winged beings loomed near the gate. He wondered, did everyone in Group 3 just die? Another message answered him. Group 3 has been destroyed. The master has failed. Han froze, stunned. This had been a special mission. It hadn't even lasted 5 minutes. Jenna stood beside him, eyes wide. What's going on? She asked. A new prompt blinked into view. Does the master wish to exit the game? Isel's voice cracked with panic as she reported. The master. Through the phone. Then came the system's cold farewell. Goodbye, user. Isel yanked at Han's clothes, eyes wide with fear. This is bad. What do we do? Han, still calm despite everything, looked around and said, everyone's watching. Let me go. Han stood up beside Jenna and suggested they head back. There was nothing left to see here. Jenna hesitated, then asked about Group 3. They're gone, he answered plainly. Aaron glanced at Han as Jenna quietly said they had just entered. Han thought to himself that the team had been wiped out before the real fight even began. They hadn't scored a single point for that floor. Then he added out loud, just proves how weak they really were. Night fell over the settlement. A scream rang out from the wooden dummy field. Someone was gripping a weapon tightly with both hands when Han heard his name called. Isel stood behind him and asked, what are we supposed to do now? What should we do? Han didn't look back. I'm training, he replied. You should go get some sleep. Shields and swords were scattered across the ground. He added simply, life goes on. We'll wake up, eat, train, eat again, train more, and keep going until dinner. Isel's jaw dropped. It's been 10 days, she shouted. The other 1-stars are already slacking off. She pictured them sitting lazily around the table and explained that they thought they could do whatever they wanted now. No master, no synthesis. There was nothing holding them back. Only a handful were still even bothering to enter the weekly dungeons. Han raised a hand to his chin. 10 days in the lobby. That meant only 3 days had passed in real time. Just then, a system message appeared. Download complete. Time to take action. Welcome back, user. Isel's eyes filled with tears of joy. She spun toward the source. Master, she cried. Han looked up. He's really back, he whispered. A bright flash lit the sky. Han cracked one eye open as a new system notification popped up. Screenshot captured. Save the gallery. Then came another message. Would you like to exit the game? And finally, goodbye, user. Isel glared ahead and demanded to know if he really came back after all this time just for that. The fairy, looking uneasy, asked if he was seriously planning to quit the game. Han replied that the master's appearance wasn't random. He even took a screenshot. Turning away, Han asked how he knew that, then guessed it must have been for memory's sake. When questioned about the master's intentions, Isel stood beside him. He asked her to remind him of her hobby, and she answered that she liked digging around online. His eyes lit up as he realized that meant she could access the internet. She confirmed with a nod, folding her arms. Han quickly said he needed her help. As lights flickered inside the building, Isel asked him to wait. Did he really want to connect to the network from this place? Lying on the bed, Han asked her not to tell him she couldn't do it. The fairy snapped that of course she could. Isel looked his way and said meddling with another dimension wasn't simple. There were consequences. When asked why she was reluctant, the fairy closed one eye and explained they'd have to account for every lingering trace of the master's influence. If Han only watched, they'd have an hour. But if he posted or commented, time would drain faster. Han leaned back, hands behind his head, admitting it sounded like a pain. Isel muttered that it always annoyed her, and she hadn't even visited Ragnar Loki's blog in ages. Sitting up, Han said he still had to go through with it. When asked if he'd handle it solo, he answered yes, if it was even possible. Sweat trickled down the fairy's face. Slapping her cheeks, she let out a shout. Isel threw on a dress, shouting that this was just for Han. A laptop's silhouette flickered into view as she summoned her power. Looking at Isel, Han heard her apologize. She couldn't maintain this for long. He asked if she really had to hold that posture. She said she needed to focus. It helped her concentrate. Floating over the screen, the fairy urged him to hurry. He told her to keep quiet if she was getting tired. He was moving fast, staring at the computer screen before him. He realized it had been a long time since he'd last visited. On a plain white background, a flood of game info filled the screen. Han scrolled through until he landed on the help board, and a sly smile crept across his face. A post with the screenshot clearly showed the master's username. As Han reflected on how he had suspected this all along, he eyed the player's card, wondering if that was supposed to be his portrait. Had he really ended up inside the game? Who even drew that? Was it an AI? Dozens of comments cluttered the thread. People were clearly passing judgment on the master. Isel raised her arms as Han realized time was running short. The fairy was already pushing her limit. He placed his hands on the keyboard and thought that if he could upload all his game data from the cloud, maybe things could shift. A cursor blinked on the screen. Comments started flooding in under his post. Isel threw her head back and let out a yell just as Han realized. He probably should have posted anonymously. The fairy collapsed onto the bed. He told her she did great, that everything was set. She looked over and asked if it really worked. Han answered that it all depended on how the master would react. Isel looked drained as she asked if he'd actually sent something. He nodded. It was his game logs. Her hair tied back. Isel looked puzzled and asked again, clarifying if he meant a heavenly book. Steam puffed from her nose as she explained a rumor. The public strategies weren't complete. Locke, it was said, had hidden the real raid guide, and the book supposedly held all the game's secrets. She then asked if he just handed that over to the master. Han asked her to give him a break. Sitting behind the fairy, he admitted she was partly right. What he sent was 2 years' worth of playthroughs and deep analysis. It was practically a thesis. Isel's eyes lit up as she declared the book was real. Flames roared in the cauldron as Han clarified. It didn't hold everything, but it did contain everything he'd documented. Pages spilled from a slot while he wondered if the master would even bother to read it. The volume was massive and never meant for outside eyes. Reflections shimmered in the window as he thought. If the master actually reads and understands it, this could get very interesting. A sly grin tugged at Han's lips. The lights in the house windows glowed as he wondered. Would the master lose interest and disappear for good? Or would he return and try again? The settlement sat protected behind a wall when a system notification popped up. Download complete. Tap to proceed. As he reached out, the system greeted him. A dagger twirled midair. Han sat calmly, hands before him, thinking he was finally back. A fairy appeared, floating in front of him, holding a small horse statue. She said it was a gift from the master. Another system alert blinked. Battle Comrade statue purchased for 5,000 gold, granted to the user. The boy held out his palm and asked for it. She hesitated. Was he going to break it again? Han took the statue and said that before sending his message, he made a small change to the ending. Gazing at the horse with contentment, he explained. He'd added a note suggesting the master gift the Battle Comrade to a hero he truly favored. A new system notification followed. The user was pleased with the gift, and the bond had deepened. Taking a step forward, Han realized the master had read every single word. Above him, a massive eye appeared. Han thought to himself, he didn't need a careless master. If this one really intended to reach the tower's peak, then he had to be equal to him, or better. Anything less, and control would be impossible. Clutching the statue, Han wondered if the master even grasped the full depth of what he'd shared. Facing his allies, he declared, if the master had true resolve, he would become his guiding star. Another system message appeared. First group loyalty restored. A statue of the horse stood near the fountain when someone asked, what if the master never changed? Behind the fountain stood a building. Han replied that it was unlikely. Looking up at the windows on the roof, he wondered aloud when the next opportunity would come. Then came the question, was he talking about going online again? The answer, it all depended on how fast the interference points piled up. Han bent down to adjust his shoes and asked what was going on. As he slipped on his jacket, the fairy explained, it was how the main office kept a connection to cause, effect, and the game's core mechanics. When the master was active and online, interference points would build up. Leveling up would only make those points stack even faster. Isil grinned ear to ear and excitedly added that there were also diamonds, the physical forms of the glasses. They were precious gems infused with the power of creation. With his back turned, Han asked if that was the same power tied to spending real money. The fairy answered that human cash carried enormous weight. Virtual currency was fine, but actual money? That was way more potent. Plus, if you deposited real money, the system gave a 1% bonus. Han took a step and scoffed, just 1%? Sounded pretty stingy to him. His teammates turned to look as he told them to stretch their limbs. Their joints were probably stiff with dust by now. Walking ahead, he declared they were taking back their refusal to fight. System notifications popped up. The first group was now available, and the master was impressive for shifting Hero's outlook. Jenna and Aaron followed behind. Jenna shrugged and said she didn't really care, but at least they weren't stuck in limbo anymore. Someone asked if she wasn't fired up. Ialka quickly chimed in. She absolutely wasn't. Then, flustered, sweat dotting her face, she blurted that she was fired up and had been waiting for this. Aaron turned to Han and pointed out that even if the master had changed, they were still one short. There were only 4 of them. Han told him not to worry. The dark-haired girl looked away as someone said the master had instructed her to temporarily join the first group. Edith came down the stairs and asked if they'd seriously canceled their refusal. Han told her to see for herself. Edith then asked about the master. She was told she'd find out soon enough. Another system alert came through. The second group was now available. Edith smiled and said that if he said so, that was good enough for her. A final message appeared. She had officially joined the first group. Then, in front of them, a white light burst into view as the rift through time and space began to open. Edith told the group not to expect her to stick around for too long. Han replied that he never asked her to, and reminded her that she'd be leading the second team again once they made it past the 15th floor. Suddenly, a system alert flashed in front of them. It announced that the current challenge was on the 8th floor. The gate would open in 10 seconds. A bright light flared, and a cityscape materialized behind them. Another system message confirmed. This was the 8th floor, and their mission type was Conquest. Wipe out every enemy. Aaron echoed the obvious. 8th floor, huh? Han answered, time to show what our training's done. Then, a monstrous beast stepped forward, planting its paws firmly on the ground. A wave of goblin riders charged, shouting as they charged. Ialka raised her hand and gave a command. Spin them. The goblins responded with wide, open jaws as the air filled with their shrieks. A wave of mud surged ahead of them. Jenna lifted her bow. Arrows flew and struck their targets. Ialka thrust both hands forward and activated Ignite. Flames roared to life, engulfing the monsters. Han shielded his eyes from the heat, thinking about how she once took 40 seconds to cast that spell. Now, it took only 10. This is it, the final stage, he yelled, slashing through the enemies with ease as blood splashed in every direction. Edith, now smeared with gore, asked him why he even bothered calling her in. A notification popped up. The floor was cleared. Aaron and Ialka leveled up, and the team earned 5,000 gold along with some leather as a reward. Han looked away for a moment, realizing that Jenna had become such a skilled marksman, he could finally trust her to guard the rear. The girls exchanged glances, and the archer asked Edith if she was bored. Edith smirked and said, nah, it's kind of fun watching this mess. Han thought she hadn't quite settled in with the team yet, but she was sharp. She'd find her rhythm soon. Ialka closed her eyes and asked, that's it for today? I'm worn out from all this spell slinging. Right then, a system message declared her the best performer of the battle. Han reflected on how far she'd come. Her control over magic had improved dramatically. A huge step up from before. Han pulled the girl along with him, saying he wasn't done just yet. She groaned, complaining she was already tired. Someone told her not to worry. They didn't have much work to do anyway. Ialka shot back. I don't believe that for a second. You always trick me. Test tubes lined a nearby rack as a system message popped up, noting that Han cap for research had been reached. A new notification followed. suggesting they try some research, since results were essential for running the lobby efficiently. They were now standing in a dimly lit room. The girl looked around and guessed it was some kind of magic lab. Hands on her hips, Ialka demanded to know why he brought her there. I told you. No physical work, he answered casually. She tilted her head, confused, until he clarified. Her new task was research. Another system message appeared. They could now explore hero responses, expand buildings, and delve into dungeon data. If they sent heroes to the research lab, they'd earn research points, essential for customizing and improving the lobby. A new alert asked if he wanted to assign Ialka to research, pointing out that she was a recommended candidate. Just then, a small fairy materialized beside Ialka. Startled, she screamed. Ialka looked over at Isil and scolded her. Don't jump out like that. You scared me. The fairy replied that it wasn't really her choice to appear like that, and suggested Ialka just accept it. In front of them sat a table with a chair. Isil explained all she had to do was solve the problem and drop it into the container. Still confused, Ialka asked why she had to do any of this. After all, she'd already studied this kind of stuff back at the Magic Academy. Isil snapped, because the master ordered it. Do what you're told unless you want to get kicked out. Han opened a book while Ialka leaned on her hand, looking uninterested. A system message appeared. They had received a research unit. Current speed, 10 units per hour. It also noted that 10 diamonds would be used each hour. A blue flame suddenly flickered to life inside a cauldron. The guy glanced over at Ialka and thought, 10 hour? That's awful. But makes sense. She's got 0 research talent. Another system prompt appeared, setting the research time at 3 hours daily. A tip followed. If a researcher was overworked, they might become unhappy. So don't forget, they've got lives outside the lab. Ialka's mouth dropped open when Isil repeated, 3 hours a day. That's your schedule. The girl threw up her hands and cried out that her brain was about to melt from all this. Right then, a system alert chimed in, registering her complaint. She scowled and shouted that this wasn't as easy as it looked. She was practically dying just trying to solve one problem, calling it slave labor. The guy paused, realizing she wasn't wrong. Her schedule really was packed. He snapped the book shut, thinking he needed a way to keep their momentum without burning out. Then he called out to Isil, asking to send a request to the craftsman. A system message followed. Han had requested a fur coat, spending 3,000 gold. A luxurious white fur coat materialized. Ialka instantly snatched at the moment it appeared. The guy told her she wanted it anyway, and she could think of it as advance payment. If she kept working hard, more rewards would follow. Ialka shot back, asking how he had the audacity to bribe her with buns and a coat. They both tugged at the garment, and Han teased, "Give it back, then, if you don't want it." She glared and snapped. "Who said I didn't want it? I'll handle everything." Behind them, a waterfall roared past a bridge. The system noted that the craftsmen continued upgrading, sending heroes into weekly dungeons and forging weapons in the central workshop. A hammer struck a shield with a loud clang as heroes stood lined up. The boy thought about how the master had assembled a new team with the recently arrived recruits. Han leaned on his hand, watching everything, thinking that the master had changed, and for the better. Nearby, a girl at the next table struck up a conversation. Ialka, eyes closed, mentioned that although she only wielded fire magic, she had solid knowledge of all other types. She added that Han seemed pretty talented, then asked if he was interested in learning magic. Han, seated diagonally from her, asked again to confirm. She replied that it'd be tough to teach him all by herself, but with the books they had, it was doable. He pulled out 2 game cards, thinking about how he currently held 2 stars, meaning he was in a beginner class. He explained that with 3 stars, he could pick a specialization. Right now, he'd most likely end up a warrior, but if he met certain conditions, a hidden class would unlock, like swordsman mage. Han's jaw dropped. He thanked her, but declined, saying he'd rather focus on one path. After all, just because a class was rare didn't make it strong. She smiled and told him to let her know if he ever changed his mind. Ialka's mouth dropped open when someone asked if she was only bringing it up because she didn't want to make the decision alone. Offended, she snapped. What kind of ridiculous assumption is that? The guy smirked because it was right on target. She lowered her gaze, looking defeated. Han, sitting beside her, asked about her past, what life was like before all this. She quietly replied that he used to be a farmer. Ialka scoffed. That's a lie. No one would believe that. A lamp flickered beside the window as someone reminded Ialka to focus. Pen in hand, she sat quietly while Han explained that she came from a renowned family, but lost her relatives in the war. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. Han's eyes widened as a faint glow formed above them. Ialka asked, "What is that?" He looked up, eyes lighting up. It's the beginning. The air above the table shimmered, and a system message announced that hero reaction research had reached level 1. Sparks burst across the room as another message followed. The goddess had blessed the lobby. Ialka stared at the glowing particles in shock. The boy pulled out 3 game cards, explaining that the research offered 3 paths, and a master had invested 30 points in a hero reaction research. Ialka slumped down onto the table, saying she didn't feel well. Han glanced at her and suggested she check the statistics window. A screen popped up in front of her. She screamed in surprise. Han looked over and said he figured she could see it. All her skills were now broken down into numbers. He pictured players gathered in front of a building and remembered how the third group had been wiped out because they never understood the mission's true objective. They didn't see system messages, but hero reaction research solved that. Ialka looked nervously at the system window. Han asked if she could see her stats: strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills. She nodded, saying she had a mid-level spell called telekinesis. He told her those were her core abilities, then got up, telling her to follow him. He needed to inform the others. Ahead, a loud scream rang out, someone shouting about a ghost. A glowing spark hovered in front of a blonde-haired boy, who panicked and shouted that a strange ghost orb was chasing him. Han grabbed him from behind. "Don't be an idiot. That's not a ghost." "Then what is it?" the blonde asked. The spark floated closer to his chest, and a pink flush spread across his cheeks. Jenna stood in front of them, narrowing her eyes at Han. She guessed what he kept staring at and added that she'd caught him muttering under his breath a few times. So she just started mimicking him. Lights glowed in the windows of the nearby building as the group sat around table. The girl pointed out that apparently there were things like levels, stats, and skills, and that these helped them grow stronger. She added that after some battles, she could actually feel a sudden rush of strength, which must have come from leveling up. Ialka frowned, saying that was hard to believe. Even the most powerful mages couldn't pull something like that off. She turned to Han and asked how he figured this out, since none of them had ever heard about it before. He casually replied, "By accident." Ialka crossed her arms. "Seriously? That's the best you've got." Jenna jumped in, explaining that he'd been there longer than anyone else. Ialka gave Han a skeptical look when he claimed he had enough experience. She shot back that it still sounded shady. Sitting across from Jenna, she finally shrugged and said he could keep his secrets. Everyone had something to hide. Either way, his advice had been useful. The archer nodded in agreement, saying his tips were spot on. Aaron, seated beside her, chuckled when Ialka called Jenna a master flatterer. Jenna grinned and said, "It's called survival." Han sat between them, silently thinking that if they could hold on until the very end, he'd tell them everything. After all, they'd already been through so much together. He smiled softly, eyes closed, realizing that when the time came, it'd also be the moment to say goodbye. The next day, morning light spilled over the building as news of the stat window spread across the lobby. System screens appeared in front of heroes, although most could only see fragments of their stats, likely because of the low research level. Some couldn't access them at all. On the training grounds, shadowy figures moved through drills. A hand gripped about tightly as Jenna fired shots. Han deflected them with fluid swings of his sword. Jenna held up an empty quiver and asked, "Is deflecting all of that really a skill?" He tossed her a fresh quiver and answered, "It is." She sighed. "That's not fair. I can't even block one." Han smirked and asked, "Well, did you ever think, if there's a skill for reflecting attacks, maybe there's also one to counter it?" The girl turned her gaze, startled, and asked him again. The guy suddenly leapt, landing behind Jenna. She swiftly sidestepped his strike and shouted, demanding to know if he was trying to kill her. Han grinned, mouth wide, and told her not to worry. He wasn't aiming to kill with one hit. After all, they were still in the lobby. He added that they wouldn't get stronger unless their training got tougher. When Jenna was told to act more decisively, she spun away, dodging another strike. She raised her bow defensively when someone questioned whether their old training wasn't thrilling anymore, especially now that they were using real weapons and fighting without any rules. Han fastened a shield to his arm and raised his sword, announcing that from now on, their training would push them to the edge, literally. They'd fight until someone was nearly beaten unconscious. A sharp sound rang out near the wooden dummies. The men nearby turned to watch, marveling at the guy's power. One of them wondered aloud if the rumors were true. Had he really been a farmer? A fierce fight played out before the onlookers. Another voice dismissed the rumor as nonsense. Jenna crouched low, touching the ground, and asked what kind of training this even was. Han looked ahead, determined, and asked if she was giving up already. Then he added that Aaron was waiting. Han thought about the idea of training them all together. The blonde stood beside the girl and reassured her he'd be patient. She nodded, saying she'd give it another shot. Jenna glanced around quickly. Han charged forward, shouting, "Here I come." A dagger's tip flashed toward his eye. He parried it with a quick swing of his blade. The girl bent her arm in front of her, a glowing red mark appearing in her eye. She let an arrow fly. A system alert popped up, skill acquired, exposure weakness. Han blocked the incoming arrows with difficulty. The girl across from him dropped to the ground, exhilarated, and cried out how amazing it was. Someone asked her how she even managed to learn it. The archer gave a light smile and said she just wanted it badly enough. He'd mentioned there was a skill that could counter his defense, so she simply focused on it, and it came to her. The guy stared ahead, puzzled but impressed. Had she really mastered skill just by wishing for it? It was strange, but interesting. He asked if she wanted to go another round. Jenna drew her bow again and warned him it wouldn't be easy this time. As Han dodged her shots, the girl began thinking strategically. Make him evade the first arrow, then aim the next one, or the third, at a weak spot. Maybe throw in a few fakes. A glowing mark returned to her eye. She focused on how deception and archery could make dodging far harder. Han's pupils narrowed just as a system alert popped up. Jenna's basic archery skill increased to level 6. A flurry of arrows tore through the air. Han, caught off guard, asked if her skill had really leveled up mid-fight. Han batted away the arrows, noticing how rapidly she was improving. The girl with the glowing mark smiled while he silently questioned if this was the moment he'd actually lose. The spectators looked on, stunned. One of them asked if they were even human. Another nodded, saying both the guy and Jenna were insane in their own ways. Sweat dripped from Han's face. Aaron turned away, saying it was incredible, and that Han had real potential. The veins on Aaron's arm stood out as he clenched his teeth, frustration bubbling up. His hand trembled. Nearby, the wooden dummies stood untouched. Jenna loosed another arrow. Han swung his sword to counter, struggling to close the gap. Han raised his blade, deciding the shield would be his last resort. After all, this was about pushing boundaries, about unlocking new abilities. As he dodged, he realized tracking a target wasn't enough. He needed to go beyond. Arrows kept flying. One of them glowed with a red aura. Han wondered, what if he could sense the shot before it was fired? Suddenly, glowing marks traced across his body. The sharp point of another arrow flashed before his eye. System notification, new skill acquired, insight. Arrow defense upgraded to level 3. Basic swordsmanship advanced to level 7. Han instantly deflected every arrow. In the blink of an eye, Han stood right in front of the girl. Jenna clenched her teeth, eyes locked forward as dust swirled around them. Lowering his blade, the guy asked if that really counted as his 19th win. Jenna glared at him and called him a monster. He glanced at the system window, thinking he'd picked up a couple of new skills. Then Jenna turned to Aaron and asked how many skills he had. Only 3, Aaron replied. Spear mastery, pain threshold, and fire resistance. Jenna leaned closer to her own system window. When the guy asked about her skills, she listed them one by one. Bow mastery, dagger mastery, weapon change, rapid fire, weakness identification, Hawkeye, and dexterity. The blonde stood behind Han and said that should be enough. But Han stepped in, reminding them that just having a lot of skills didn't mean someone was powerful. It all came down to how those skills matched their level. He introduced 2 dark-haired heroes and explained that if a skill wasn't compatible with a person, it could actually backfire. He gave an example, his own berserk and cold-blooded abilities, which didn't work well together. But his case was unique. As Jenna wiped sweat from her face, Han couldn't help but think. 9 skills. She was easily top tier. Aaron looked over at her thoughtfully as leaves drifted through the settlement. A system alert popped up, item combination in progress. It displayed 3 elemental stones, fire, water, and wind. The final product would be a normal exaltation stone, and the success rate was 87%. 3 stones floated in a magic circle. A new message appeared, asking if they wanted to proceed. The stones began to glow as fairy power activated the fusion. Then, system notification, combination failed. Items destroyed. Later, Han and Jenna sat on a bench. He quietly stewed over the failure. 87% odds, and still it didn't work. Jenna broke the silence, asking if she could ascend now. The fairy replied that time was flying, and that Jenna had already reached 2 stars. System notification, combination complete. Common Ascension stone acquired. The palace gates creaked open. The system message echoed. The master has begun the ascension. Jenna turned to Han and quietly asked if she was going to die. Before he could answer, she added that she'd return soon. As he listened, Han's mind drifted. He was level 12, Ialka sat at level 8, Aaron at 9, and Jenna was already at level 10. He kept his gaze steady ahead, recalling how his own ascension had been anything but ordinary, thanks to that interference. Ahead stood the horse statue, positioned directly before the fountain. Han knew that whatever Jenna was seeing now, it wasn't the same sight he saw. Just then, a system message blinked in his vision. Jenna's lost memories have been restored. The girl has completed her ascension. She now bore 2 stars. A game card bearing her image materialized at the temple's entrance. Jenna slowly walked toward Han. Her eyes dropped to the ground as she said she'd had a strange dream. Her old forest, the one near her childhood home, was engulfed in flames. She sank down beside him. Han told her not to worry, brushing it off as just a bad dream. You're right, Jenna murmured with her eyes closed. Just a dream, nothing more. Then, staring out ahead, she was asked if there was anything else. She nodded slightly, saying it felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Han turned his gaze away, thinking quietly. Maybe this was what the Ascension really was, unlocking pieces of the past. His mind flashed to the man wielding a hammer. That's when it clicked. Every hero started their journey with no memories. He pictured himself standing before enormous, looming walls. At the 4th or 5th star, the truth would finally come out. The reason they were summoned, the secrets of the world they left behind. He recalled a city engulfed in flames. That's when he realized they would eventually learn what had become of the old world. Soon after, another notification rang out. A blonde-haired warrior had also completed his ascension. His game card shimmered into view. Holding a spear in both hands, the guy stood tall, his presence intense. Han couldn't guess what kind of dream he'd experienced, but whatever it was, it had clearly fired him up. The blonde walked over to Han, standing by his side. You really not leaving yet? He asked. Han shook his head. I've still got things to handle. Facing each other, Aaron stepped in with a jab, saying Han was grinding harder than him lately. He challenged him to keep it up, but warned that pushing too hard could wreck his body. Then added, it's just how Han was built. Sweat streamed down Han's face. His eyes turned crimson as the system alerted. Berserk mode activated. He lashed out, landing hit after hit on the training dummy. Aaron quietly turned his gaze aside, eyes low. Then, without another word, the blonde turned and began walking away. Standing before the training dummy, Han clenched his fists. He knew he'd gotten stronger, no doubt about that, but the power inside him still wouldn't go where he needed it to. His mind flipped through the icons of his skills. Sure, Berserk made him stronger, but it dulled his precision and wrecked his focus. The trade-off was frustrating. He then pictured the icons for his weapons, thinking how strange it was that they hadn't achieved synergy yet. If they had, they'd have fused long ago, just like the foundational sword and shield skill. After all, when two compatible skills aligned, they merged into one. Leaning against the wall nearby, Edith watched quietly. Still at this late? She asked. Han looked over. What brings you out here? She walked up to him, stopping just short. I wanted to ask something before we reached the 12th floor. Her gaze was sharp. Is it true your group started out with 0 combat experience? Jenna was a forester, Aaron a hunter, and you a farmer? She folded her arms. I don't buy it. Han nodded. Yeah, that's true. Edith's expression tightened. Have you ever killed someone? Han averted his gaze. Your group already hit floor 12, huh? I guess you want to know how far we're willing to go. Her eyes sparked. Exactly. Survival depends on it. He stared ahead, voice flat. I'm standing here because others aren't. 3 people were fused with me. Edith's eyes widened in shock. He continued. Now you've got your answer. She lowered her head. So it's true. You're the one who wiped out the wolf mercenaries. He turned and started walking. What? Are you here to judge me? She quickly responded. That's not it. Han's blade cut through the air. Everything that shows up on these floors is classified as a monster. That means we eliminate it. Simple. Edith crossed her arms. That might be how you see it. But maybe your teammates don't. He stopped. Then maybe I need different teammates. Night had fully settled over the settlement. The sky a deep black. Han looked up. I know them better than you think. You don't have to worry. Edith hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Just then, a blinding white light surged in the distance as a fairy's voice echoed through the air, commanding the rift of time and space to open. The group trailed behind Han as they moved forward. Jenna glanced up. Are we heading back to the 11th floor again? Han shook his head. We've done enough there. The 12th should be opening any minute now. Right then, a system message flashed. Prepare yourselves. The door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Standing at the front, Han faced the archer. No matter what happens, just stick to the plan. Do your jobs. I got it, the girl replied quickly. Han added, then do it better than usual. You know what's at stake. A brilliant light exploded around them. A soft blue glow wrapped the team as another message appeared. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Jenna turned, scanning the space. Wait, where are the enemies? We're supposed to suppress something, right? She stopped suddenly. Her eyes widened. Raising her hand defensively, her pupils tightened. Han's voice rang out. Hold it, everyone stop. A line of warriors holding spears stood ahead, shouting, drop your weapons. State your identities. A message hovered over their heads. Level 11, human soldiers. Sweat trickled down Jenna's face. What? What is this? The soldiers halted, facing them squarely. Edith looked away, irritated. Jenna seemed frozen in disbelief. The squad of soldiers stood still, tense and ready. Han narrowed his eyes, studying them. His team's focus shifted, all eyes on the standoff. Eren finally blurted, "They're not monsters. They're people." Standing behind Han, the blonde leaned forward. "You're not planning to fight them, are you?" "I didn't say that," Eren answered. "But we should at least try to talk." From the back, Ialka nodded. "He's right. Maybe they know something. We can't just start attacking blindly." Han turned toward her. "You really think that?" She nodded again. "We should avoid pointless bloodshed if we can." Han turned to Jenna. "What about you?" She stayed quiet, her expression uncertain. Images of armored warriors flashed through her mind. These weren't like NPCs. They could see them. That could only mean one thing. These humans were their enemies. Eren stepped closer to Han. "So, what do we do?" Han's eyes darkened. "Raise your weapons." He unsheathed his sword, the steel catching the blue light. "If any of you don't want to fight, then stop me yourselves." He faced them with his blade ready. Han's gaze was firm. Ialka stood still, uncertain. Edith's eyes stayed locked forward. Jenna bit her lip, uneasy. Eren gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Han exhaled slowly and looked away. Then he muttered, "Do what you want." Eren closed his eyes and gave a quiet nod. "Thanks," he said, stepping forward. "I'll try to talk to them." He approached the soldiers, raising his voice. "I'm Eren. Can we talk this out?" The soldier in the helmet stepped forward. "Fine. We're listening. We were dragged here out of nowhere." Eren stopped a few paces away. "What do you mean?" "It's complicated," the soldier replied. "Hard to explain like this." "Come closer." As Eren moved, 3 warriors raised their spears, clearly uneasy. "Drop your weapon," one of them ordered. "We're just being cautious." Eren hesitated, his fingers tightening around the spear. The soldier added, "We don't want to fight. We just want to go home." After a moment, Eren placed his weapon gently on the ground. Just then, Han placed a firm hand on Eren's shoulder. "Are you insane?" he asked sharply. "Doing exactly what they tell you." Then, turning to the soldiers, he shouted, "If you want to talk, then you come here, without weapons." The helmeted soldier hesitated. "That might be a problem." Han stepped forward. "Oh, really? So we drop our weapons, and you keep yours? That sound fair to you?" After a tense silence, a few soldiers moved forward, planting their spears into the ground. "3 of us will go," one of them said. The leader extended his hand. "We've disarmed. Now it's your turn." Han let out a breath and tossed his weapon down. "Fine. That good enough?" The armored soldier nodded. "Now we talk." Eren stayed still, eyes sharp. One of the soldiers stepped closer. "Do you hear it?" he asked, eyes twitching. The voice, it won't stop. Another, bearded and shaking, muttered, "It's talking to me." Even now, Han gave a half smile. "And what's it saying?" Black veins suddenly spread across the soldier's face as his expression twisted. "It's telling me." Before he could finish, the armored warrior jerked back, hand flying to his blade. "Kill them," he screamed, eyes wild. In one motion, a hand shot under a cloak, another soldier raised a crossbow, and the sound of steel whirled through the air. Han's mind flashed back to what he had seen once before, back when he was a master. Han tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. One truth echoed in his mind. Heroes who hesitate to fight don't make it out alive. Without a moment's pause, he drove his sword straight through a soldier's neck. Jenna's eyes went wide in shock. A heartbeat later, Han hurled a dagger at another enemy. The second soldier's head snapped back from the impact. He slashed through the next attacker without slowing down. There's no room for compromise, he thought grimly. His blade tore clean through the soldier's torso. It doesn't matter who or what they are. A crossbow was raised toward him, but before the soldier could pull the trigger, another dagger found its mark, burying itself in his skull. Edith lowered her hand, her stance sharp and ready. All around them, fallen soldiers littered the ground. Eren stood frozen, sweat running down his face. Han turned to him, eyes piercing. "Well," he asked, "still think we can talk our way out of this?" Eren stared ahead, stunned. Then slowly, he gripped his spear with both hands. "I'll fight," he said. Edith blinked in surprise. Jenna was already reaching for an arrow. "What about you?" someone asked. She nodded. "If we don't strike first, they'll take us out anyway." A glowing mark lit up in her eye. "It's fine. I'm ready." Her arrows flew, tearing through enemy lines. Ialka stepped forward, hands glowing with energy. "I'm starting the spell." Edith smiled faintly. "Guess I didn't need to worry after all." "Told you," Han replied, steady and calm. He drew his blade again. "Monster or man, it doesn't matter. An enemy's an enemy." As soldiers with glowing red eyes charged at them, Han reflected. "When I picked my team, I didn't choose them for power or skill. I chose those with the right mindset, the will to survive, no matter what." Behind him, his party stood firm. They're not just allies. They're beasts in human skin. He turned to face the enemy. "Get ready. This one's going to be a brawl." The soldiers dropped into formation, spears raised. Edith slashed with her dagger, voice sharp. "Something's off." Han's eyes glinted. "I feel it too." Without hesitation, Hanes launched themselves forward. Han called out to Ialka as he swung his sword. Eren yelled, teeth clenched, pushing through the front lines. Ialka's eyes blazed red as she activated Ignite, and a wave of fire exploded from her hands. Jenna's bow snapped. Her arrows ripped through their enemies. Eren's spear struck true, skewering a soldier mid-charge. The real battle had begun. Han weaved past the enemy's attack and retaliated with a swift slash, his sword cutting into the soldier's side. They're weak, he thought mid-swing. Their armor's solid, but they're sloppy. No tactics, no formation. Another soldier rushed in, but halted before striking. Han observed him silently. They've got the gear, but no discipline. His eyes sharpened. One of the enemies collapsed to the ground, dropping his weapon. Please, he gasped. My wife, my daughter, they're waiting for me. I need to go back. Han stood over him, expression unreadable. Go back, he asked coldly. How are you planning to do that? The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. He clutched at his head, trembling. Then he began coughing, choking on thick, black liquid that poured from his mouth. The warrior collapsed at the feet of the man, while Ialka stood behind Edith, commenting on how bizarre these people seemed. Edith nodded, replying that they looked brainwashed. She'd encountered this kind of thing before, but never in such large numbers. Han glanced at her and asked if these were the same ones from before. Edith confirmed it, saying she was sure she'd already killed them. Nearby, a hand lay in a pool of thick, black blood. The guy knelt down, remembering Kate's expression when she bled the same way. He dipped his fingers into the dark liquid, lost in thought. Han cut in, saying it was still too early to draw any conclusions. The evidence was thin. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The floor had been cleared. Jenna and Edith had both leveled up. They were awarded 3,500 gold and some leather. Han's game card appeared next, as the system declared him the top player. Han turned back, telling his teammates they'd better start getting used to this, just like he was. The others stood behind him as Eren asked if that meant they should treat killing humans like any other enemy. Han nodded, saying there was no difference between people and monsters. The armored warriors held their spears tight. Han thought about how the 14th and 15th floors were also crawling with humanoid enemies. Their armor, faces, and strategies might differ, but one thing didn't: their hostility. As he pictured the first wave charging toward them, he felt a twisted relief. It made it easier to strike them down without hesitation. The team walked across a field of grass. The boy reflected on how fighting human-like monsters drained their mental energy far more than regular beasts. Their master must have sensed it too. He'd given them a full day to recover. Han looked at their updated game cards, thinking how their level had climbed high enough to face the 15th floor. But Ialka and Edith had started with higher ranks, which slowed their leveling. It was one downside of having a high starting point. Just then, a bag appeared in front of their house. Han explained that the equipment workshop was also working around the clock. Thanks to the new leather pouches, he could now carry much more. Inside the test tube was a red liquid. Just then, system notifications popped up. Han had equipped a basic health potion. Isil stood nearby, warning him not to drop it since it was pricey. The fairy's eyes followed the falling test tube. Too late. The red potion splashed across the floor. The system chimed in, noting the potion had shattered and reminding him that items could sometimes break during handling. Han looked away sharply, repeating that the fairy had just said it was expensive. Isil quickly backtracked, saying it actually wasn't and claiming she didn't know. Then she shifted the blame, saying it was the master's fault she was stuck recycling things. The rest of the first group turned to look in the same direction. Han glanced at Isil and asked what she meant. She faced the team and told them plainly, if they wanted to survive, they had to listen to Han. No slacking off. If they started acting out, things would get messy fast. Standing before the passage that marked the end of the 14th floor, Han thought about how they'd finally reached the 15th. He had no clue what kind of mission awaited them, but he was sure it wouldn't be a story mission like the one on the 10th. He turned to the team and told them they'd be fine, as long as they kept doing what they always did. Jenna agreed, saying that was true as long as they followed his lead. The guy asked them not to depend on him too much. Edith replied that he was dependable and that his orders were always clear. A system window showing his stats popped up. He noted he only had 107 points, about the same as a seasoned 3-star hero. Then it hit him. 2 months had passed since he arrived, and he hadn't taken a single break. Another system alert appeared, this time about the recording feature. It said he could now record floor runs and replay them anytime. But first, he had to purchase the function. Han smiled, guessing the master wanted to start recording gameplay. He agreed. It was a smart move. A new notification asked if the master wanted to buy the recording ability for 300 diamonds. Moments later, another message congratulated him. He now had access to playback anytime. An image of the recording materialized on the ceiling. The boy thought about how helpful it would be for improving skills like evasion and insight. For now, the master couldn't influence the missions directly, but that would eventually change as they reached higher floors. With his team gathered before him, Han stepped up and said there were two things they had to know before starting the mission. First, he explained, this mission wasn't like the others, it was special. He held up a statue of two angels and reminded them of the goddess statue he'd mentioned back on the 10th floor. Just like that mission, if the statue got destroyed, they'd all die. The 15th floor had a similar condition. He pictured the previous group surrounded by a blue light, then revealed something grim. The third team didn't even last 5 minutes. They failed the mission without fighting a single enemy, just because they didn't understand what was happening, and that cost them their lives. Han stood in front of Edith as they discussed that the first thing they needed to do was figure out the mission's objective, fast. Han looked at the archer and said they only had 15 minutes. She pressed him again, and he repeated that the third group was wiped out in under 5. He asked if she realized what that meant. Looking off to the side, he said if they stood around doing nothing, the mission would fail by default. Everyone would die. That, he said, was the second critical thing to remember. Han pictured the tower and thought about how time passed differently in the lobby versus on the floors. They had exactly 15 minutes. He recalled their settlement and how tiny it was, making it clear the mission was time-based. Just then, system alerts popped up. They were now on the 15th floor, and the door would open in 10 seconds. It was time to prepare. Han turned around after hearing that they had 3 minutes to gather intel before the mission would officially begin. A flash of light burst across their vision. Han cracked open an eye. Blue sky, sunlit houses, people walking casually down the streets, their footsteps echoing on solid ground. The team stood in the middle of the town square, surrounded by homes and citizens. Han eyed a bearded man and thought, this floor was another city. Nearby, passers-by whispered, wondering if it was really him. An elderly woman walked past Aaron. Han realized the people couldn't see them. They had to be NPCs. The streets were bustling, but the vibe was peaceful, nothing like the 10th floor. Then the system window appeared, confirming the mission type, defensive. Their job was to protect someone. Sweat formed on Han's brow as his team stood surrounded by a sea of people. He questioned aloud, how were they supposed to find a single person in this chaos? In his mind, he pictured the gray blur of people moving in all directions. He thought back to Noken and guessed they must have panicked when they saw the crowd. Without understanding the mission's true purpose, they probably assumed the townsfolk were the enemy, especially if they hadn't cleared the 10th floor before. Chances were they misunderstood everything. That panic likely led them to attack the residents or miss their real objective entirely. Han looked up, clouds drifting lazily over the rooftops, as he narrowed it down to 2 possible reasons for that group's failure. Either they killed innocent people and triggered the mission's end, or they let the one person they were supposed to protect die. In short, if they didn't want to meet the same fate, they needed to locate the target fast. Facing the group, he told them their mission was protection, but that wouldn't matter if they didn't find a person first. Otherwise, they were all as good as dead. Jenna glanced away, asking how they were supposed to search. There weren't any monsters around, just regular people. Han folded his arms and asked if anyone knew the area. Aaron spoke up. He'd been here before, back when he worked as a merchant. The sun beat down on them, as Aaron explained they were in a Dilth, a trade hub full of crossroads and heavy traffic. Han squinted and confirmed this as Antonia. Then he asked Aaron if there were any notable landmarks nearby. As sunlight gleamed off a temple in the distance, Aaron pointed it out. A famous sacred site, a silver-white hall, and one of the 3 grandest temples outside of the holy city. Jenna chimed in, saying she'd heard about it, said it was massive. Han stepped closer to Aaron and guessed aloud that the crowd seemed to be headed that way. Aaron agreed. It looked like some kind of event was taking place there. Han turned to Edith and said they were moving toward the temple, and that they needed to prepare for anything. Edith nodded. She took off, bounding from wall to wall until she landed on a wooden board overlooking the city. From there, she had a clear view. People packed near the temple gate, guarded by men holding spears. Something caught one of the guard's attention just as Han approached. The guard began to speak, saying they couldn't enter, but he never got a finish. Han struck him mid-sentence. His fellow guard looked on in horror, cursing just before Han slammed a shield into his face. Han grabbed the enemy by the head just as Aaron rushed over, trying to stop him. Han let go of the man and calmly asked if Aaron even understood what was happening. Turning to the rest, he pointed out that the guard had clearly seen them, and that meant only one thing. They were the enemy. He recalled how the soldiers and cavalry on the 10th floor couldn't even perceive them. But here, blood dripped down the injured guard's face, and Han realized these weren't ordinary NPCs. The second guard lay unconscious, helmet dented. Ialka looked down at him, worried. She said maybe they weren't enemies after all. Han admitted that was possible, but reminded her he didn't kill them. Still staring at the beaten men, Ialka murmured that they already looked half dead. From above, one of the group members commented on the city view. Someone else asked if this was the snow-white Hall of Silver. Aaron confirmed it was. Near the temple fence, an elderly man holding a staff walked forward. The bearded figure narrowed his eyes at the crowd forming in the square. With a cough into his fist, he suddenly slammed his staff down. Glowing magic circles spread out across the area. The old man's amplified voice echoed, asking everyone to stay calm. The rays of the sun were about to appear. Ialka stood speechless, mouth agape. Her eyes widened as she realized he'd used voice amplification magic. But Han cut her off, saying they didn't have time for this. They had to get to the temple immediately. Jenna asked again what the plan was as they pushed toward the entrance. Han thought to himself that, judging by the scale of the event, their mission was likely to protect the central figure of this entire gathering. Just then, another guard stepped up and barked that they weren't allowed inside. Without hesitation, Han reached for his sword and warned them to back off if they wanted to live. The guard hesitated, noting their weapons. Then, eyes wide, he demanded to know if they were heretics. Han allowed a sharp smirk, stepped forward, and kicked a nearby statue. The sculpture shattered instantly. The guard's eyes flared. He yelled for the others to kill the intruders. The rest of the guards charged. System alerts flooded the air. Level 13 soldiers detected, along with an unidentified enemy of unknown level. Han's grin only grew, and Ialka, watching him, muttered that he was completely shameless. The group advanced into the fight. When Han asked if any of them actually believed in this religion, the group gave a unanimous no. Meanwhile, the armed guards charged, yelling that the heretics had to be driven out. Han turned to the team and laid it out clearly. They were pushing through, no stopping. Their objective had to be inside the temple. There was no turning back. Running alongside Aaron, Han shouted that it was time to break through. Han raised his shield, deflecting an incoming strike, then countered with a fatal stab. Aaron deflected a spear and cut down another guard with a brutal swing. Another enemy lunged with an axe. Han blocked with his shield and struck back hard. He held the shield high, urging the group not to slow down. "Don't try to fight them all. Just keep pushing forward," he shouted. One of the guards pointed his weapon at them, barking out orders to stop the intruders and defend the temple. Jenna loosed an arrow that struck him before he could do more damage. Han snapped that there was no time to get bogged down. They had to keep moving and strike back only when necessary. As they battled through, Han was sure of it now. The person they were meant to protect was somewhere inside. He didn't know how he knew, but he felt it deep in his gut. If they didn't find that person fast, everyone here was going to die. He kicked the temple doors open and dashed in, knowing they only had a few minutes left. Planting his feet wide, he braced himself. Time was running out, and if they failed to locate the target in time, it was over. Han halted in front of the temple's towering windows. A system message flashed. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect the target. Time remaining, unknown. His eyes widened. He shouted the girl's name, voice echoing through the hall. Ialka stepped up beside him, extending her hand. "I've got something," she said. A surge of purple energy surrounded the furniture nearby. She flung it aside effortlessly. A girl stood revealed, facing them. Just then, a man asked who they were. A priest holding a thick book stepped forward, demanding to know how they'd gotten inside. Han's gaze flicked to the mission window. It hadn't changed. That meant this wasn't the person they were meant to protect. "It's not him," he muttered. The door stood open, and Han thought there had to be other ways in, side corridors, maybe. More guards stormed in, demanding to know if the intruders knew where they were. Han launched himself forward and shouted, "Split up, take the right side." Then he added, "I'll handle the left." His team nodded, voices calling back, "We'll catch up soon." The moment the command was given to capture him, Han dashed past the guards and struck the knight mid-threat as he shouted he'd finish him off. With the corridor door left wide open, Han bolted down the stairs, mind racing. Where was the real target? Flashes of memory struck him. It wasn't the old man. It couldn't be. No, the true target had to be the rays of the sun. Just then, a shadow filled the doorway. A knight raised his sword, declaring himself as Kyle, a holy knight, vowing to deliver divine punishment. But Han didn't even flinch. He sped right past. "Hey, I'm not done introducing myself," the guard barked, stunned. But there was no time. Han charged down the corridor, kicking the next door, searching desperately. He flung open another door, shield in hand. A garden stretched out before him, flowers blooming under the sun. Sweat dripped from his face as he came to a stop. The sunlight lit up the plants. His eyes locked onto the door. Shadows moved behind the glass. A figure stepped forward. Han's eyes sharpened. The armor of another guard came into view. A different knight turned away as the rest raised their swords. One of them pressed the blade to his forehead and coldly pronounced, "The heretic must die." Sunlight poured through the glass. A girl stood with her back to it when someone spoke her name. An old man appeared behind her, mentioning the townspeople had gathered in the square. Phreases turned and asked if something had gone wrong in the garden. The bearded man scowled, replying that intruders had entered but would soon be dealt with. No reason for concern. Back in the garden, Han raised a shield just in time to deflect a blow. He clenched his teeth as blood stained the flowers around him. He was up against 3 guards now, skilled ones, far stronger than the ones he'd fought earlier. He stepped on one of their feet and drove his blade into the enemy's shin. The knight staggered. Without wasting a second, Han broke free and dashed away from the clash. Han swung his sword with brutal force, severing the enemy's head in one clean strike. Gritting his teeth, he blocked an incoming attack and then hurled his shield straight into the knight's face. Without pause, he lunged forward, driving his blade into the guard's skull. Another knight charged at him, intercepting with a sharp counter. The two clashed, steel against steel, as the enemy unleashed a flurry of strikes. Han, jaw clenched, absorbed the hits and retaliated. His sword slashed through the air, locking again with the knight's blade. Sparks flew. The knight staggered, struggling to block as a crack split across his sword. Han pulled his arm back, teeth bared, and with a swift swing of his second sword, he beheaded the knight. The body dropped. Meanwhile, a girl stood before a gathered crowd. She spoke with conviction, saying she was grateful for the chance they'd given her, promising she'd never forget. An older man with gray hair nodded solemnly, saying even the goddess would be pleased. Elsewhere, Han eased open a door. The old man inside spun around sharply. Bleeding and bruised, Han stepped in and was immediately called an invader. The bearded elder grabbed his staff, demanding to know how Han had slipped past the guards. With a furious swing, he launched an attack. Han flinched, startled, as the gray-haired man roared a death spell. Phreases turned her head at the commotion. The old man's staff was pointed not at Han, but at her. In a flash, Han darted forward. The gray-haired man twisted to react, but it was too late. Han's blade came down hard, severing his head. He stood over the lifeless body, the staff still clutched in its hands. A red beam of energy burst out from the balcony above. Chaos erupted. People screamed and scattered. Han, sword and shield in hand, thought to himself. He hadn't come to harm a heretic. He turned and saw the girl, terrified. It was her. She was the one they needed to protect. He stepped in front of Phreases as she asked who he was. He answered simply. She didn't need to know. She tried to understand, asking if he had come to kill her. Before he could respond, the blonde screamed. Han raised his shield, blocking an attack as arrow shards scattered across the floor. She looked up at him, confused, asking what was happening. He told her to stay down. Across from them, assassins stood perched on the rooftop. More enemies advanced toward them. A hooded figure hurled something. Han's eyes caught it midair. A coney. Phreases watched the blades closing in, heart pounding. Han shielded her, keeping her behind him. He glanced at the coney and knew instantly. It was laced with poison. As one of the assassins lunged straight for Phreases, Han realized without a doubt she was their target. The assassin raised his arms, then was launched backward by the force of blow. On the rooftop, a girl stood poised with a bow. Without hesitating, Han surged forward, his blade piercing clean through his enemy. Another assassin thrust his hand out. Something shot from his sleeve. Han raised his shield just in time, blocking the projectile, then swiftly ended him with a sharp strike. Behind him, Edith landed with a thud. That wall was insane, she muttered, brushing herself off. Took forever to climb. She glanced over at the girl and added, there were 2 more, handled. Then her eyes narrowed as she stared at Phreases. Wait, who's the kid? She looks kind of familiar. The blonde's eyes widened. Who are you people? You can't just barge in like this. This is a noble's estate, not a place for commoners. An arrow zipped past her, making her flinch. Just go back the way you came. Han leaned down toward her. You sure? He asked calmly. If we leave, you're dead. Confused and panicked, she tried to make sense of the situation. Another assassin reached for an arrow. Han didn't wait. Come with us if you want to live. Stay and you die. Your choice. He looked at her with a faint smirk. So what's it gonna be? Sweat beaded on her face. She closed her eyes. All right, I'm coming. A system notification flashed. Mission complete. Special NPC has joined the party. They stood together on the balcony, surrounded by fallen enemies. A new prompt appeared. Mission objective updated. Escape. Escort the NPC out of the city. Han gritted his teeth. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He picked up a crossbow and turned to Edith. Get ready, we're heading down. He took aim as the others shouted that they were out of time. Soldiers were already closing in. Han gave a half grin. Look at her face. Remember it. She's the one we're protecting. I'm not a child. Phreases snapped. He chuckled, and she hates being called one. Ialka pointed toward the blonde. Jenna blinked in disbelief. I never thought we'd run into her here. Phreases frowned. Who even are you? How do you know me? Han, loading another bolt into the crossbow, replied flatly. Doesn't matter. Edith knotted a rope and secured it. We're going down this way. It's the safest route. She glanced over her shoulder. Left side's got the fewest guards. It's a tough climb, but perfect for staying hidden. We'll follow right behind, the guy answered quickly. Han scanned the group and laid out the plan. We move in order. Edith first, then Aaron. I'll go next with Friasis. Ialka and Jenna follow behind. He turned to Ialka, put up a wall of flame. We need to cut them off. He then ordered, Edith, Aaron, get down there and make sure no one messes with our descent. Flames burst up as Ialka cast the spell, and guards scrambled away, shouting to take out the mage first. Edith swung herself over the edge. I'm heading down, she called. Aaron grabbed the rope and started climbing. Han looked at Friasis. You're with me. Stay close. They began their descent, Han holding the rope firmly. Don't let go. Hold on tight. Arrows flew past, and Friasis squeezed her eyes shut. Han, gripping the rope, told her off now. We're almost clear. He glanced up at Ialka and urged her to hurry. On the ground, Aaron fended off guards with his spear, roaring as he fought. Then he staggered. A blade had pierced his side. Friasis' eyes widened. The guards, faces twisted with pain, pushed through the fire. System alerts flashed. Aaron is bleeding. Aaron is poisoned. Health will decline over time. Han looked over stunned. Aaron, he shouted. I'm fine. Aaron grunted, refusing to fall. Flames lit up the space around them. He clung to the rope, panting. Han uncorked the potion, silently noting that Ialka's barrier wouldn't hold for long. Their pursuers would catch up soon, and if they got boxed in, things would turn ugly. Ialka clutched the flask tightly. The hero added that if she could push her magic to tier 3, they'd be able to move forward. Their mission still had a shot, as long as there was an emergency escape. Han turned to Aaron and asked about his injury. Aaron gave a crooked grin and muttered something non-committal. The hero didn't look convinced. His eyes locked on Aaron's hand, still pressed against the wound. Aaron admitted that the pain hadn't eased even after taking the potion. Jenna asked if there was any way to heal him. Aaron looked down in silence. A voice then asked Friasis if she had any useful skills. When she asked what kind, the reply came. Healing would be ideal. Some NPCs have rare traits. If she had anything like that, she dropped her gaze and apologized. Han stared at her for a moment, then sighed and said it was all right. Everyone turned toward Aaron. Edith wrung her hands. Jenna's eyes widened. Ialka pressed her lips together. Han lowered his head, deep in thought. A chilling realization struck him. This wasn't a regular wound. It was poison. Standard potions wouldn't work. Aaron probably had 10 minutes of mobility left, if that. They had no antidotes, and there were no NPCs nearby who could help. Aaron trembled as he spoke. If he couldn't keep pace, he'd leave. And now, it seemed that moment had come. He stood and said he'd buy them time. They had to move on without him. Johann covered his mouth in disbelief. Jenna, her voice laced with fear, pleaded for them to escape together. Aaron shook his head. There was no way. A flash of memory crossed the hero's mind, something blurring past him. Jenna pulled back her bowstring, a faint smile on her face. Aaron's body trembled. He clenched his jaw, swallowed hard, and shut his eyes. I'm just not strong enough, he admitted. Han looked to Ialka for guidance. She averted her eyes and said quietly that it was his call. If they wanted to go with the most logical choice, they'd have to leave Aaron behind. Han stared at the ground. Their target couldn't fight, and carrying Aaron wasn't an option. Protecting one injured person was already a stretch. Protecting two was nearly impossible. The hero shut his eyes, then suddenly popped open the flask. He took a long drink and handed it to Aaron. Aaron hesitated, holding the flask. What's this? Drink it, Han said. Aaron shook his head. Potions won't help me. They won't fix it, the hero replied. But they'll stop it from getting worse. He turned to the others. Get the supplies ready. One of them held a bag. Han added, 1 dose every 10 minutes. Aaron stared at the bag. That's a waste. I've made my choice, the hero said firmly. Then the voice chimed in. They have to split up. Han nodded. Group 1 will be me, Edith, and Friasis. We'll get her out of here. He continued. Group 2, Ialka, Jenna, and Aaron. Protect him until Friasis is clear. Jenna's voice cut in. So we're just helping Aaron? Han's expression hardened. They're after Friasis. If we draw them away from her, she has a real shot. Aaron's voice broke. Wait, quiet, Han snapped. Edith turned to him, concerned. That route's going to be packed with soldiers. Reaching the exit like this will be nearly impossible. Han shook his head. We're changing tactics. The voice asked, what do you mean new tactics? He began explaining. Originally, our goal here was to locate the target, rescue them, and escape. Now, our mission is just one thing. Make sure the target escapes. He paused, then muttered, fine. They won't let us complete this quietly anyway. The voice responded, then we'll use blend-in. A glimmer appeared in Han's eyes. Then we break out today, from this city. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.